What's going on, guys? Welcome back to the channel. How we all doing today? Hope all is well. I am jumping right back into some more of SC right now to do some more ship mining with my mole that I've ran yesterday. I need to take a full advantage because I only have it for one day, and I think I only took it out for a run once yesterday, so I gotta really grind it out today. So yeah, man, that is the stream for this morning. Welcome to each and everyone who decides to join me today. I think I will be listening to a podcast while I'm doing all of this, because sometimes, you know, there are a lot of times in the game where it requires you to wait, like especially just the quantum travel, and I really don't know what the hell to do with myself when I'm like quantum traveling across the place. So I figured watching a little podcast in the background would kind of, you know, ease that pain of waiting. So I will be playing this Joe Rogan podcast that I was watching it, majority of it yesterday, but I decided to rewatch it over again because it was so good. So yeah, if you guys do hear a lot of talking in my stream, then just know it's the podcast that I'm watching. So, but yeah, that's not gonna really be talking much over this because you guys pretty much know about ship mining and all of that. So I'm gonna start this podcast and take it all in, man. All right.
Pretty much since I was about 13 years old.
This is Chad Wright.
As you get older, you start to try to optimize everything, because the world tells you everything's going to kill you.
Is chewing tobacco going to kill you?
Well, you know,
I've heard people getting mouth cancer.
Yeah, that's the main thing, is mouth cancer. And mouth cancer is a pretty nasty form. All forms of cancer are pretty nasty, but mouth cancer can really screw you up. And I think it's the you know, like the chemicals that they spray on the tobacco when they're growing the tobacco. So I don't know, maybe if you grew tobacco organically and then you chewed it, it wouldn't give you mouth cancer?
Probably
I don't know.
Well, I was just reading something that 100% of California wines that they tested had glyphosate. 100%.
Yeah, believe it.
Which is just nuts.
You know, yeah, that stuff is everywhere. I mean, it's
always
never going to go anywhere because, you know, when I was in the Navy, I lived in Virginia, and we moved out to a rural community.
I always forget the damn door in here.
They grew corn and soybeans primarily in the fields, and nothing else would grow in that dirt. Like, you could walk the rows of those crops, you know, and there would not be a single weed growing in the field. Nothing would grow except for the genetically modified seed or whatever they put out there, you know what I mean? And how long does that stay in the soil? Like, does that ever can you ever get that out of the dirt so that other things could or would actually thrive there again? I guess after many years you could.
Yeah, it's many years. I had Will Harris he's from Georgia, White Oaks Pastures. You ever heard of that guy?
I actually listened to that episode that you did with him, man, because I've ordered a pile of meat from him.
He's great.
He is. That was a great episode.
And it's a great episode to educate people on like how much time it takes to take an industrial farm and convert it to regenerative agriculture.
Yeah.
It's not easy. It's a long grind, super costly, not nearly as profitable. And, you know, he did it over a course of 20
I'm
years.
listening to this podcast
We
with
have two jars
Chad
of
Wright.
soil out there that he gave
So
us.
good, man.
And one of them is a soil
Highly
from
recommend
his
it.
neighbor's farm, which is an
Joe
industrial
Rogan.
farm. And the other one is his. And his is like a dark brown, rich, alive soil. And the one from his neighbor's farm is just pale and dead. And they have to spray shit all over it and use industrial fertilizer. And I mean,
Yeah,
we've-
it's ugly, man.
and then it's gotten so far that, like, to turn it around and try to feed all the people that we have established here in this country in places where nobody's growing food, it's like it's almost impossible. It's almost like they're stuck with this system of industrialized farming.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's it's being here in Austin. You know, I don't go to the city much. I live on 700 acres in the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains, and I come here to the city, and you know, you see the result of packing so many human beings into
I was
one
steering
area.
in the right direction.
Yeah, how you gonna feed them people?
Right.
Other than the way that we figured out how to do it. I mean, how you gonna feed them?
Right.
I don't know, man. Walking around the city, man, it's just coming from where I live. And don't take this as negative. I mean, people love cities. There's cool stuff in cities, right? Like, people get a lot. But me, when I come from where I live, you know, dude, I'm in the woods every day for hours and hours. I don't go to town hardly ever. I'm a squirrel hunter. I have a little mountain cur. You know, we go out and squirrel hunt for hours every day. But coming to the city, it's like the air burns my nose. It's like I've been coughing all day today.
You really notice it?
I noticed, I can smell it. It smells. Now, we're staying right in downtown. The smell reminds me slightly of Lagos, Nigeria, which it's 100x in Lagos. It literally burns your eyes and your nose to breathe the air there. But even in Austin, I can kind of smell the sour, you know, and then I'm looking at these poor people, man, like these people laying on these park benches and all this stuff, and I'm like, it just it makes you think, it makes you wonder, the human's propensity to stoop lower than an animal. Like, we have the propensity as human to stoop lower than an animal.
In the worst case scenario.
In the worst case scenarios,
Right.
yeah. I mean, I understand there's so much that goes along with the story
Yeah.
that all of those people have. And it was funny. I saw a lady sitting on the edge of the sidewalk today. She was smoking crack or something, and now my wife's in recovery, and I said it's just mind-boggling
Got
to
it.
me being a man of the country,
I could have sworn we was
see
friends on here already.
the
What's going
human's
on?
propensity to stoop that low. And she looked at me and she said, well, I've done it. I said, that's good. Man, my woman is so good, brother.
She
Like,
came out of it.
She came out of it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, by the grace of God. But
Well, I'm glad you didn't come visit us in L.A. I would have showed you some real
Dude,
shit. 'Cause
I
this is nothing.
I went to L.A. one time
Hello, Horror Master.
with my buddy
How's it
Jesse
going?
Itzler. He took me out there when all this stuff started. I got out of the Navy. He said, Chad, he said, he asked me to come coach him, teach him how to run a long ways. And I said, all right, I'll come out there. And me and Jesse became fast friends. He said, I'm going to take you out here to L.A.
Oh.
He said, I'm going to take you on a
Hey,
few of
Scott.
these interviews.
I
with
was just
these
going
people."
off your name.
He said, but I want you to realize
uh,
that if you decide to do this,
Horror Master.
your
I
life will
figured-
never be the
I
same.
figured that would be you. That's
I said, all right, let's
yeah.
go.
You mean, like,
that
do a
name.
podcast?
Yeah.
Yeah. We did it.
Jesse's an interesting guy.
He's one of my biggest mentors.
Master.
He's a close friend.
I like that dude a lot. I had him on.
Yeah.
Enjoyed talking to
Yeah, I
him.
love him to death, man. But he took me out there, and LA was
Yeah, Scott, this
it,
is,
it put me back really.
Star Citizen.
Some of the places that we went were very similar to some
think
of
I've
the
mentioned it
areas
to
that
you.
we deployed to. Just in the smell and the sights, and you know, the way people were living. It was wild, man.
Yeah, it's a chaotic environment, and you get used to anything. And people that live there get used to it. They don't know what real peace is like. You know, like when I would tell people why I like mountain hunting, I'd be like, man, it's like a vitamin that you didn't know you needed. You get out in there in the mountains and you smell that clean air and you just
Yeah,
feel
man.
it. Just your whole body just goes, this is so much better. This is so much better to live like this.
It is.
Yeah, I'm
I just
currently
don't get a
doing some
chance to do
ship
it that
mining right
often.
now.
You know, I don't live in it like you do. Living in it is the ultimate. You know, if you could live in it and then go visit other places, that's way better. To live in nature.
While you're playing
The
Fallout.
noise
Nice.
too. The noise. I don't think that people who live
did,
in the city, they've become
Really give that
acclimated
game a sit
to
down
all of
and
the constant noise.
play it.
Yeah.
It's never quiet. But when I enter into that environment, like that noise is does something to me. Like the traffic and the constant humming, and
Yeah.
it just, I feel like I begin to hold this tension within me.
Yeah.
I don't know what it's doing to me. I don't
Yeah.
know, man.
It's sensory overload. Yeah. And
But I
people in
guess
New
you
York
can become
City-
accustomed to it.
Well, people in New York City have to become accustomed to it, and they actually like it. They like that feeling of sensory overload. But everybody that I know that likes that is fairly unhealthy.
Yeah, some more
I don't
chair
know any like
nights.
real fit, healthy, active people that really enjoy that environment.
So why do you why I understand you love what you do, but I mean you could build a studio somewhere out in the mountains somewhere. Like
We're
why
gonna
do you?
probably do that. We're gonna probably build a studio on a ranch next. That's the,
Okay.
That's the next move. I want to have like a tactical course out there.
Good for
and a
you, brother.
bass fishing lake.
Montanium. Yes.
Have it set up and do fun shit with guests too.
Because people are gonna come see you, man.
That's
like,
what I think.
It's I mean what you've done, man.
Camila, can you
It's
stop?
so cool. I tell people all the time, if you ever have the opportunity to go and see someone who is the
Clean up
best
my
in the world
damn
at
door.
what they do, take
Oh,
that
shit.
opportunity. Whether it's a runner, a fighter, a kayaker, or a podcaster. Like, it's so cool to be here and to get to witness what you do, how you do it, the level that you go to make all this happen. You're the best in the world. Like, that's it. That's so cool for me, man. Like, if we don't talk here but for 30 minutes, I got to see the best in the world do what he does. And how cool is that, man?
Oh, thank you.
And like the hospitality that you have, given me since I've been here, it's just next level. And that's what you see when you get to
Oh,
witness the
no, it's
best in the world do
impossible.
whatever it
No.
is they are the best at. You just get to see this whole nother level of proficiency, of skill, of technique, of mastery. And that opens up your mind.
Yeah, I need a second
Into, like,
hand on the laser.
What's possible.
Yeah, you can go back and watch the beginning episodes.
Scott, I
of this. It
need
was
your
terrible
hands, man.
In the early days.
Well, I'm a podcaster too, man. I mean,
I know you are. I watch your show all the time.
I've got like 400 and something episodes out, and same here when I first started. Yeah, it was awful, but it's so much fun. I love it. I love
think
it.
I found your show because
Yeah, we
of the
can't get
video that
that.
you did on your Land Cruiser, because I'm a Land Cruiser nut.
Yeah.
And you were talking about like have a truck that will fucking like no matter what will work. Like if they throw EMP pulses in the air and kill all the electronics, which is people don't understand. Like every car everyone is driving has a fucking computer in it. And if something goes on, there's some sort of a power grid failure or some sort of a solar flare that knocks out electronics, it could knock out your fucking car. You have a brick now, and it's not going to work. If you don't have a carburetor, and you have a car, like a regular old school car,
Yeah.
it's not going to, Tucker Carlson, he drives like a 1978 pickup truck. And I go, why do you drive that? And he goes, because they can't shut it off. The government can't get it. It's got no GPS, he's super fucking paranoid.
Well, the newest vehicle that I have, and yes, Land Cruisers are my favorite. I've become close friends with Daniel at TLC 4x4, and he's done two for me, a 100 series and a 60 series.
And they did mine too when
And-
they were in LA.
Yeah,
So you'll
man,
be in
they're
the
just
game for a
awesome.
while,
and like I
finishing up
said, my
Recess
favorite
Drive.
part about driving the Land Cruiser is that
If
it
you
makes
want to
people
man the
smile.
other laser, you can.
I'm not a very funny guy, so there's not many. I don't get many opportunities to make human beings smile. But I can
Or if you
drive
wanna
this
bring out
Land
another
Cruiser and people
mining
look
ship,
at
you
it,
can do
point
that
at
as
it,
well.
they're smiling and like that. Just
Anything
that's
to
cool
help
to
break
me.
these
You know what I mean?
Especially
massive
60
rocks.
series, I think. There's just like a cool core group of people who
This
love
one's easy.
those things.
And
I
you
slow
don't see
down
them
when I
much.
see one. I slow down. I check it out.
Yeah, but the newest vehicle that I have, and I'm a car guy. Now I was poor most of my life. I'm still fairly poor, but I got enough money I can buy the cars that I want now. And the newest car that I have is a 1997 Dodge diesel truck. I have two 97. I have an OBS Ford. It's a 97 with the Power Stroke diesel. I have a 97 Dodge Ram with the Cummins diesel because those are the two best diesel engines, undisputedly, that have ever been produced. I have the 100 Series Land Cruiser.
Yeah, we're gonna
Actually,
lose
the
some.
100 Series is a 98,
God damn.
but I kind of gave that to my brother, so I can't count that. The 60 series is an 84. I have an 86 Toyota they call pickup. It's a Hilux.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I'm missing something, but I love old cars, man.
Those old Toyotas are bulletproof. They never break.
That's my squirrel hunting truck.
Yeah.
It'll go anywhere. You know, why am I gonna go spend $30,000 on a side by side? I can get in this Toyota truck and I can go anywhere you can go in a side by side.
That's true.
That's my squirrel hunting truck, man.
So, is squirrel hunting the most hunting that you do?
I love. I do it every day that I'm at home. I squirrel hunt every day.
How much squirrel do you eat?
Well, I eat squirrel on special occasions. I give away a lot of squirrel meat. You know, I'm blessed enough in life now that I can eat ribeye steak. I give away a lot of squirrel. I don't kill all the squirrels that we tree either. Really, since a young age, I was introduced to hunting with dogs, tree dogs specifically, and there was something about a tree dog that just stirred this passion within me. It is the only thing that has stuck with me from childhood, young childhood. The first tree dog I ever walked to, I mean, I didn't even know. I probably shouldn't even have been in the woods, but I followed my uncle to a coonhound tree down in a swamp. And it just, even at that age, it just stirred something in me, like, this is some
right,
sort of
Scott,
primal
thanks for
instinct
stopping by, man. Appreciate
of
it.
partnering with this dog in this chase. And I've done it even up until now. And it's just, it's a unique experience, man. And the great thing about dogs, hunting dogs too, is the breeding aspect of it. That's a lot of fun. So not only do you have your best friend, you know, my little mountain cur, her name's Wendy. She stays in the house. She's my best friend. We hunt every day together. But now I get to breed her. I get to select a mate, and I'm hoping over the course of the next 30 years or so, I can breed in these specific characteristics
All right, this one
of
was
this
impossible,
type of
I
dog
think.
that
Yeah.
I value. And so that's fun, you know. Not only is the hunting fun, but the breeding is fun, the training's fun, everything about it's fun. And you take a group of guys out squirrel hunting, man, and it's a blast because you don't have to be quiet. Look, man, you're out there in the woods on four-wheelers. Everybody's got shotguns. You know, you get to the tree. Here's this dog just hammering a tree on this tree. Bow, 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 bow. Everybody surrounds the tree, and that squirrel gets nervous, and he starts timbering out, going tree to tree, and you got 5 or 6 guys with shotguns blasting
That
away,
squirrel
and
is
everybody's
shitting
cutting up and
bricks.
laughing. I mean, it's just a blast, dude. But that's my thing, you know.
That's a funny thing.
I like to hunt whitetails. I get to go on my
Cree,
first
you could
elk hunt this year.
find me
Oh, wow. Where are you going?
over here
There's
at
there's
Lyria.
a family
I'll land
out
when you
in
get close
Utah.
by.
They own some ranch out there. I think it's called R5 Ranch, and they wanted to put a hunt on for a veteran. So they partnered with an outfitter called G3 Outfitters, and they bought a tag, and for some odd reason, they selected me as their veteran that they want to take out on an elk hunt. Now, I've always wanted to elk hunt, man. I've just never made it happen. There's a lot that goes into it, as you know.
Yeah.
And so they're taking me to New Mexico. They bought some tag from a landowner, and they're gonna take me out there elk hunting.
That's a great spot. New Mexico's a great spot for elk.
He sent me some pictures of some of these bulls.
Yeah.
I said, what an animal.
Yeah, New Mexico's got some crazy genetics too. There's a guy who explained this to me, that there's really 2 different, besides like Thule elk and
Oh,
Roosevelt elk, there's
shit,
Rocky
shit.
Mountain elk, and then there's Yellowstone elk. And the
Pull
Yellowstone
up,
elk
pull
are an
up.
older breed that has a larger antlers, a bigger animal, and you find a lot of those
coming in too hot right there.
Arizona, and you find a lot of those in New Mexico.
So where we're hunting at is it is on the border of Arizona and New Mexico.
Yeah, so I bet you have great
Did I
genetics
lost
out
it?
You know what, man? I can't believe it.
Yeah.
I can't believe this is the first. That might going to be my first elk hunt.
Are you rifle or bow?
It's
hunting?
going to be rifle.
Yeah.
Now I'm a big archery guy
Oh,
too.
there it is.
When I hunt whitetails, when I started hunting whitetails, that was what I did, was bow hunt, and still bow hunt quite a bit. But this
love
is a
it.
rifle hunt.
I love bow hunting. Rifle hunting's great. It's the most effective, most efficient way to hunt. But there's something about having to get inside, 70, 80 yards,
Yeah.
sneaking up, executing a perfect shot.
Now you're
Yeah.
a Hoyt guy too,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
I have been too all my life.
They make amazing bows.
My wife a couple years ago bought me that RX-7
Yeah.
with the carbon fiber riser.
Mm-hmm.
I always wanted a bow with a carbon riser because I remember hunting so many hunts in the southeast, whitetail hunts, walking into the stand and your hand just getting so cold
Right.
carrying that bow
yeah.
around.
Yeah, that's the difference. Carbon doesn't get cold like that, like aluminum does.
Yeah, that's the main reason I wanted one, but it's been a great bow.
This episode is brought to you by Universal Pictures Nobody 2. A couple years ago, Bob Odenkirk showed up out of
we got some
nowhere as an action
codes.
star in Nobody.
Looks
Now he's
massive.
back in the sequel to Nobody 2. This time, Hutch tries to go on vacation with his family and all hell breaks loose. It's a real delight to see a guy like Odenkirk kick some serious ass. Produced by 87
Sans
North, the same
G2,
team
hello,
behind
how you
hits
doing?
like John Wick, Bullet Train, and The Fall Guy. Don't miss Universal Pictures Nobody 2, only in theaters August 15th.
Yeah.
They make them better every year, and I don't know how the fuck they do it. Every year, they just tune a little bit of this and change a little bit of that and adjust the cams and
Yeah.
just...
They've probably got it mapped out for the next 10 years in advance.
Yeah. Oh, they do.
They
yeah.
could go ahead and make the best one. They just, you
well,
know.
yeah, it's incremental improvements based on like how the industry is going. But we went to the Hoyt factory. I've been to the Hoyt factory a few times, but we went recently and showed the process that they make those
Of
things.
course,
It's
I
so
know it was going to be
incredible.
impossible.
It's all these like super sophisticated computers and machines and CNC machines. They're cutting the aluminum, and they have like so many different steps to make sure that quality control is perfect. And
Yeah.
at the end, when you get it, you really appreciate it. And they're so smooth now. Like, I've been bow hunting for 12 years now, 13 years. And just the difference in 13 years is crazy.
right, Kurt.
Like, if I go back and pick up one of my old bows, it just feels archaic.
Yep.
They're
Yeah.
so smooth now. The draw cycle's so smooth, and they're so dead in the hand when you fire them.
And those parallel limbs, and they're so short and compact.
Mm-hmm.
The old bows we used to shoot back in the day, the old Viper Techs and all that from Hoyt, and Matthews had the old SQ2s and Q2s, and they were just long and
But yeah, Cree, I was gonna say,
unwieldy
if you
in the-
could
in
have
the
also tried to like
stand and,
rent
a
a mole, it would kind of like speed
you
up
make, like you said,
the process of, like,
100-yard
looking for
shots now
rocks.
Oh,
with a
yeah.
compound bow.
you know.
Back then,
And we
I mean,
both
there
would
wasn't
have just tried
nobody
to
shooting
crack
them
it
bows
with
at
the
100
mole.
yards.
No.
Because they just weren't tuned. I think
If you
so
were to find like a
finely as
deposit
the
of
bows that we
Quantanium,
have
I would just
today.
fly over
that
to you instead of you
RX-7,
just
man,
sitting in
every
the
time I shoot that bow, it
in
amazes
the
me
laser
at how
seed.
that
I just
arrow
think it would be
just
more efficient that
flies
way
like
if we
a
both had
laser
a mine
beam.
and ship.
I'm like, good night, man.
Yeah.
It's a cool. Have you
I
ever
wish-
shot a stick bow?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not good at it, though. I shot it on vacation.
I just
once.
rented this
was
one for
about
one day. It
shocked
was
at how
about
bad I was, 'cause I'm so good with it. Compound.
23,000.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out where to aim, where it goes, and
Yeah.
do all this shit, and how to
I
let
think I
loose
went to
right.
that one already.
It's I have a buddy who hunts exclusive. My buddy Ryan Callahan. He hunts exclusively with a homemade bow. He's got a long bow that he made. I don't know if he made this one. I know he's made them before, but it's those real simple bows. I'm like, why? You can't even get much energy out of that thing, but it's the extra challenge.
You got to get real close.
You got to get real close and be real accurate.
Yeah, I took mine on a mule deer hunt up in the Wasatch Range in Utah 2 years ago, and yeah, I mean you got to get within 7 to 10 yards of that animal with a longbow.
Yeah.
I mean, I
Which is
do
crazy.
anyways. Fred Bear might
Oh,
he might
my
could have
mine
made a
ship?
20 or 30 yard shot, but you got to.
I'm not sure.
You got to get right in their laps, and we were. I was on
But,
public land. It was a wilderness
You know,
area.
if you
That's
if
why I
you
like
did
to hunt.
had the
I mean,
mole or the
I like
prospector,
wilderness areas. That's
When I
the
come across
highest
the massive
designation of
rocks,
preservation
you
that Congress
kinda
can
help
award to a
out
piece of land. So
of
if you're in
cracking
a
it, you
wilderness
know?
area, there's not going to be no horses, no mechanized tools. Nobody's going to be clearing trails with a chainsaw up there. If you ever want to go in
I
the
am coming across a
backcountry,
lot of
find a
impossible rocks that I
wilderness
can't crack
area.
myself.
Not a national park, not a national forest. Find a wilderness area. But we were watching these mule deer, and I'd watch them in the morning. They'd get up and feed. Then I'd wait for him to go lay down, and then you had to move on that mule deer and use the terrain, put the terrain between you and him, and they'd be bedded down, and you could get.
Yeah, the mole have,
the
I
closest
think
I
3?
got to one was about 5 yards, and he was bedded down under a tree, just kind of out in this big old rock. I was way up in the mountains, big old rocky area. Well, I stalked all the way up there to him, and I got about 5 yards from where where I saw him bed down at. I lost sight of him when I started to stalk, and I got impatient, and I got there, and I was laid down up against the rock, and that tree was right there, and I thought, it took me about an hour to stalk over here. I said, I wonder if he got up and moved, and I peeked my head up over that rock. And that big son of a gun was just looking right at me. I'm talking about eye to eye, 5 yards. He jumped up and tore out of there. That was the closest I got to killing one. But if I would have just laid there with that longbow and been patient and waited for him to stand up off his bed,
Yeah.
I could have drew and shot him right there.
Well, he's probably already alert. He probably heard you.
I don't know if he heard me or not.
Yeah. We
I had the
Yeah, I
wind.
found some more
I had the
quantanium right
wind.
here.
Their ears are so good.
I had shoes on, but I'm stalking across big granite, rock slabs and stuff, so it was pretty quiet. I mean, there was no indication when I picked my head up, he was still laying there on bed. There was no indication that he knew I was there other than when he saw me peek my head over the rock and stand up and tear out of there,
They're the most difficult to hunt because they're just dealing with mountain lions all day long.
Mm-hmm.
And they're just always like, and they'll jump the string quicker than any animal.
Oh,
Other than
I bet.
like the craziest ones are axis deer. Have you ever hunted axis deer?
I haven't, no.
Axis deer evolved with tigers. So they move so fast. I had a video of an axis deer that I shot at 70 plus yards and with a lighted knock, and you see the arrow. This arrow's going 290 feet a second. You see this arrow launching towards this deer, and this deer is feeding in the field, totally broadside. He hears the arrow within 10 yards, ducks down, hauls out, and he's gone by the time the arrow got to him.
He hears the arrow in flight.
Exactly. He had no idea. We were very far away. That's why I took the shot. It's one of the things with those animals, like, you're sometimes better off taking a long shot than a close shot because they hear that bow go off and they just duck and go. I mean, they're not trying to duck under your arrow. What they're trying to do is load up their weapons, or load up their legs rather, get super low so they can launch themselves forward and gone. They're just trying to take off as quickly as possible, and that means dropping down. And when they drop down, arrows go right over them. But this one was so fast, within 10 yards, he was nowhere near the arrow. His ass was over here. The vitals where I aimed for was right here. He was already over there. He was
Man,
2
wow, these
feet
are
away from
impossible.
it, and he didn't start moving until that arrow was 10 yards away from him.
Where was that at?
That was in Hawaii.
Hawaii, okay.
Lanai is a crazy place because Lanai has no predators, and it's a small island. It only has 3,000 people
Yeah,
living on
maybe
it,
if we
but it
point
has
both of the
30,000 deer.
laser on this
Plus.
rock here, we
So they
could
want
probably
you to kill
both
them.
They
crack it
want you
because
to
it's
kill
only
them. Kill as many as you
9,000.
can. They have people that are snipers that go out there at night, and
God damn it.
everybody on the island eats good because it's the best meat. Axis deer is delicious if you've ever had it. It's right up there with elk. It's fantastic meat, and they're just completely overpopulated, so they have to do it. So people hunt them there 365 days a year. So high pressure. So they're used to they're always with their head on a swivel, always looking around for a hunter.
That would be a fun hunt. That
It's
would
a
tune
great
you
hunt.
up.
Oh, it's great before elk season.
Yeah,
It's
that would
great.
tune you up.
Because if you blow a stalk, you get another stalk in 10 seconds. Like, you're on another animal, and you're in these fields that used to be where the Dole plant grew pineapples. So it's kind of a weird ground. Like, I guess the way they would farm pineapples, they would put like a layer of plastic down, and then the soil would be above the plastic. So everywhere you go, it's weird. You see like almost like garbage bag plastic underneath the dirt all over the place.
I'll be darned.
And these animals are you'll sit on the top of a hill and look down on a field, and you might see 600 axis deer wandering around this field.
Good night.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's so unnatural. But
They're not native?
no.
Okay.
They were given to King Kamehameha by, I think, the king of India, whatever the ruler of India was in the 1800s, and they've had them on this
I
island
can't crack
forever.
none of these.
And they're just completely overpopulated.
Yeah.
They're all all over the place, and big ones too.
That'd be a fun hunt.
Oh, it's a great hunt. It's a great if you have a rifle, it's a no-brainer. It's like you're 100% gonna get a deer. But if you got a bow, I mean, I went out there with Cam Haynes and Remy Warren and Adam Greentree and all these
I'm back
just
over
like
the facility.
bona fide killers, who like world-class hunters,
Cam's the best in the world,
the
man.
best in the world. And John Dudley was there too. We went out there and we were there for like 6 or 7 days, and everyone was successful. And then we made a podcast about it, blew up the Outfitters. It's a great place to go hunt. You stay at the Four Seasons, incredible food, amazing amenities, beautiful, beautiful resort. And then you get to go and hunt in this incredible place. But after we left, he said they had 150 people come within that season from then until the time we went back the next year. One guy was successful with a bow. One.
Night, man.
And you get so many opportunities, but they're so fast. And if
That's
you
bad odds.
bad odds.
Yeah.
Well, here's the deal. Don't try the morning. I've hunted in the morning and I've been successful, but it's too fucking quiet. You really want to go in the afternoon, because in the afternoon you get a lot of wind.
Yeah.
And you just gotta pick your spots and play your stalks correctly.
Have you turkey hunted?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Eastern or what
California.
type of turkey?
It was in California.
Okay.
It was
I don't know
in,
what's out there. Merriam's or.
Probably. It was in the wine country. Up there, I went up there with Steve Ranella.
Okay.
He took me turkey
Oh,
hunting.
yeah,
It was
here.
fun.
Okay.
You know,
I'll
his
land.
buddy's a big squirrel hunter. Steve's
come over
buddy's
here.
a big
I'll
squirrel
land.
hunter. What's that guy's
Clay
name?
Newcomb.
Clay Newcomb.
Yeah,
he's
he's been
got a
on.
bunch of feist dogs. I think he hunts off of mules.
Yes.
I tell you what we ought to do. We ought to set up a big squirrel hunt with everybody. With me and you and Clay and Cam and we ought to
Okay.
set up a big squirrel hunt one
I'll do it.
weekend.
I've had squirrel once. With Ranella. He cooked some squirrel up for us. It was good.
Boy, if we could get him to come in and cook too, that would be outstanding.
It would be.
Because I have a hard time making this wild game taste worth a flip.
Do
know?
you?
I'm just not a good cook, man.
I noticed that. Well, I was going to talk to you about your steak cooking. We got to work on that.
Yeah, I'm just not much of a cook, man.
I watched you cook a steak on a Traeger, and I was like, listen, the way to cook a steak on a Traeger is you can cook a steak on a Traeger. Like, you could cook, like, if you have a roast, like, you can cook a good roast on a Traeger, but the reality is you need to be able to sear it. And so you can't really sear things on a Traeger. And I saw what you did. You tried to turn the temperature up real high and then cook it at the end. The key is get it on a frying pan. Like, get it low and slow on the Traeger. I like 225 degrees with the super smoke. Get it nice and smoky.
Mm-hmm.
Get it up to 120 degrees, and then cast iron skillet. Get
Okay.
that motherfucker hot. Put some beef tallow in there and like 90 seconds on
Yeah,
each side.
seals it up.
Perfect.
Now, do you do most of your own cooking?
Yeah, I do almost all my own cooking.
Okay.
Yeah, I cook a lot.
Does your wife cook?
Yeah, she cooks too.
Yeah, my wife cooks. I'm so blessed that she cooked because I've got a long ways to go. I actually made a goal of mine I've been working on. I cook for her one night a week. And it's worked out a few times, but I'm learning.
You can
I
figure it
appreciate
out.
that tip on the steak, though.
Yeah,
man.
the tip on the steak, it's reverse sears, what it's called. And I learned that from Whiskey Bent, my friend Chad, Whiskey Bent Barbecue. And he said, if you really want to cook a steak correctly, he goes, you want it to be slowly
Nah, we
cooked
could
and then sear
pick
the
anyone.
outside. A lot of people try to sear it first. He's like, I don't agree with that. He goes, I think the way to get the juiciest steak is to slow cook it and then sear it at the end, the reverse sear
I should
method.
try to go
Well, I'm
back
gonna
over
try
to
that
that
when I
get to the house. It's the
Quantanium that I
move.
found.
My
It was only
cousin raises all the
9,000
cows we eat.
mass.
Oh, that's
So
great.
my mama makes all the bread we eat. My wife grows all the vegetables that we eat. I'm gonna say seasonally. You know what I mean? Seasonally. My cousin raises all the cows. You know, we get our water right out of the ground. I take buckets of water once a week, go collect water. Comes
Wow.
right out of a spring. Some old rednecks found a spring back in there and ran a PVC pipe out of it, and so we just go there and collect all
So
our
you're
water.
totally off the grid.
Well, we'll order some stuff from the grocery store, just it
But
would,
your home is totally
it
off the
wouldn't
grid.
be hard at all to ramp things up to the point that we were 100% eating what we could produce as a family unit. No one person is going to produce everything that they need for them and their family to eat.
Right.
It's my cousin, he raises cows, so we know where they're coming from, we know how they're living, we know what they're being fed. Like I said, my mama makes bread, my wife can grow anything. It's an effort. I hunt. I can bring in wild game meat at any time. Everybody thinks about when the apocalypse comes, you think you're going to be eating all these deer and elk and stuff. You're going to be eating squirrel, buddy. Squirrel and birds, maybe a possum every now and then.
Yeah.
Them deer's going to be gone quick.
Probably, right?
Small game, if you want a really subsistence,
Yeah, we
get
could try
your
to
meat
crack
from
this
the
one.
wild, you got to be able to hunt small game. Squirrels, rabbits, coon, possum, you got to be able
Try
to
to
hunt 'em.
get to it as close as I
You
can.
go out and try to hunt a coon without a dog,
Good
you
luck.
ain't gonna kill no coon.
Right.
I can take a good dog out and kill 10 coons in an hour if I'm in
What
a good
does
spot.
raccoon taste like?
Raccoon's pretty greasy. You gotta cook it right. So much wild game. Other than elk, I found elk seems to be really, really good, even if you're not a skilled cook.
Yeah.
I jumped over
To
it.
me, anyways, it's the best wild game meat
Oh,
I've ever
whatever.
ate.
Yeah, I
but
agree.
but like these squirrels, coons, things like small game, even rabbit, they can get real tough. That you can.
Is that raccoon, Jamie?
Yeah, that's coon right there. You cook it in a crock pot. A lot of these small game, you slow cook it. And that kind of
Break
helps
it
keep
down.
it moist and,
Oh, there
and
we
break
go.
it down.
Yeah.
But anyways, man, I'm all over the darn place.
And you probably have to cook it to a high temperature too. Raccoons probably get trichinosis, right?
I don't know if a coon
All right, you could
does
leave
or
it at
not. I've
100.
killed a
I'll try
bunch
to
of
balance it
bears,
out.
And I know they do.
They do.
Yeah, that's the one thing I didn't like about bear.
Yeah, me too.
Uh,
It makes me uncomfortable.
I've killed 2 black bears, both of them with my bow. Both of them about 500 pounds.
Whoa,
And
those are big black
they're
bears.
big black bears.
Are these Georgia black bears?
No, these are Virginia.
Oh.
There's a place in Virginia called the Great Dismal Swamp. It's about 110,000 acre continuous block of land. That's what's left of it. It's eat up with bears. I mean, I would take my coon dog down the swamp bottom. We called it the run. And during
Damn,
springtime,
dropping.
when
You can
them
leave your
bears were out
intensity
with
up.
cubs, I couldn't even hardly run my coon dog up and down through there. There were so many bears in there. And them sows would get
Right now I'm
mad
at
at us for
78.
being in there and
I'll
start
bring it
popping
up
their
to 80.
teeth and making racket. I took a young man with me down in there one time. First time he
Damn,
ever been coon hunting. I
dropping.
was hunting a dog called a leopard cur.
Dropping.
And I cut that dog loose in there, and he went down in there.
Okay.
Oh, boom,
There we
slam,
go.
treed. I thought, all right, this is good, because coon hunting can be
Get
rough.
all the containing meat
We
you
walked down in there,
find.
and I had this young guy with me. He had the rifle. We got up to the tree, and I walk up to that dog and leash it up.
So you
And I'm fooling
left
with the
alt
dog, getting it leashed
and
back
left
on the
click to
tree
go
there.
to extraction
And he
mode.
said, "What is that?" I said, "What are you talking about?" He said, "Stop and listen." And I stopped, and that dog quit barking for a second. And all of a sudden, I could hear bark raining down on the leaves above my head because it was summertime. About that time, about a 300-pound black bear comes sliding down out of that tree like it was on a fireman's pole. Landed, I'm talking about that joker landed right in the midst of me, him, and the dog. And he's standing there, he's just frozen, because he's never been coon hunting before. He's got the gun, he's just frozen. And about the time that bear hit the ground, I snapped the leash off of that dog, because the dog was my only chance to run this bear out of our vicinity. And these cur dogs are real gritty. They won't back up.
Try to see if I could
They
get
won't
that
back
gold,
up for
too.
nothing. They're like a gamecock, man. And that dog tore out after that bear, ran him out. I looked over at that boy. I said, "What were you just gonna? You've got the gun. You just stood there and He said, well, I thought that happens all the time. But that's how many bears was in this area, man. So I'd be out there whitetail hunting, you know, and a big old 500-pound boar bear would come up. You know, I've had them climb the tree that I was sitting in, the tree stand. But you know, if a big one came by, it's hard not to shoot a big trophy bear, especially with a bow.
I don't think we could
so
crack
I killed
this
two, but when we
one
killed
right
a
here, but we
bear,
could try.
I would just, there was a lot of real poor people that lived around in there. Well, there was one man named Zachariah. He was about a 90-year-old black man. He had one eye. He hunted year-round because he had to hunt to eat. We'd see him out in the field deer hunting in the middle of the summertime. Wouldn't nobody say nothing to him because they knew he had to eat. But I'd call Zachariah when I'd kill that bear. Well, then he would call all of his people in the community, and we'd take that bear down to the skinning shed, and within 10 minutes, we'd have 50 people lined up at the skinning shed with grocery bags. And so we would cut this bear up and process this bear.
Wow.
And these, you know, poor
So
people,
we're
they'd
able
come
to
down there and
crack
get
a
them a big piece of meat.
15,000 mass
Well,
rock.
by the time
Noted.
everybody was done, they wasn't maybe but one piece of
This
meat
is
left,
great.
you know what I mean? Because I don't like bear, but I sure do like killing them.
Have you ever had it cooked well, done well?
We've cooked some at the house, but I haven't. I mean, I haven't. That's what I'm saying. I'm not a good cook,
Yeah,
man.
you just have to learn how to do it. My friends John and Jen, they run
wow,
an
that's so
outfitter
cool when you put
they're
the-
outfitters in Alberta.
the
and they're
beams
bear
close to
hunters,
each
and,
other,
I've
it's
been bear
like
hunting with them, and they
so much stronger.
take like a roast.
I'll
They'll cook
drop
it
it
on
now.
a Traeger. They brine
So about
it. They put it
70.
in like they marinate it, and it's fantastic. It's like better than the best roast beef you've ever had.
Oh, I know
It's
there's
amazing.
a way. There's a way to
75s.
make it taste good.
It's also in what they eat. You know,
Yeah.
if you get them and they've been eating like a dead moose, and you know, and they've been feasting on that for a couple weeks, and then it's rotten, and they stink, and it's not good.
Yeah. No,
You want to get acorn bears. If
these
you find-
bears we were killing. The reason they were so big, they were eating corn and soybeans.
Yeah, perfect.
You know,
Alright.
they'd eat a pile of deer guts too. I mean,
Yeah, they eat everything.
I would gut a deer out there. You know, if I killed a deer, I gut it in the woods. I don't gut them back at the house. I just gut them in the woods, and you come back an hour later, and they wouldn't be not a speck of them guts left.
Crazy.
I mean, they would eat the fire out of them.
Do you know that the early pioneers preferred bear meat and they used deer just for skins?
No,
Yeah,
I
we're
did not
almost
know.
filled.
Yeah, like Daniel Boone and all those fellas. Those guys, they were bear hunters.
They wanted the
ate-
fat.
They wanted the fat, and they ate bear meat because they thought it was closer to beef.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, it is closer to beef,
Yeah.
I would say, than deer.
Yeah, I would say so. Especially if it's cooked well, it's delicious. It's just you got to get a bear that's not eating rotten meat, and
the
not
rest,
eating fish, and cook it
I'd
right.
say
But if
no.
you cook it right, it's fantastic. It's really good. Bear sausage is fantastic. It's all just in how you get it prepared,
Yeah.
how you do it. Renell is really good at
Well,
it.
see, I got to start running in the right circles with people that can cook.
Yeah.
That's my problem.
My friend Jesse, who owns this restaurant out here called Dai Due, what is Jesse's that? He runs a school that teaches people how to shoot hogs, how to butcher them, how to cook them, and you know he likes old, ruddy old hogs, and he really knows how to do it correctly. So this is it. This is a new school of traditional cookery. So Jesse will take people and he'll take them out there, teach them how to hunt, teach them everything about it, how to stalk an animal,
we got some Terranite
how to
right
dress
here.
the game, how to cook it and prepare it, and
Probably got
what the
that
cuts you're
too.
looking for. And he teaches classes on this.
How cool is that?
It's
man?
amazing. I mean, it's a small class because he wants to do it correctly, but he's incredible. And that restaurant, if you ever get a chance to go to it, Dai Due in town, it's
might as well.
amazing.
I'm going to go ahead and
Amazing.
tell you, if you can make an old boar hog taste good,
Yeah.
you have got to be a master.
He's a master. He also cooked diver ducks for us, which everybody says are disgusting.
Actually,
Yeah.
I'll place it like
They were
this so we could probably
fantastic.
get both of these
And he's
rocks.
like, it's all just in the preparation.
Yeah.
He marinated them. He slow cooked them on a smoker. They were fantastic.
All that stuff just takes time, you know?
Yeah.
It just takes time. It's so much easier just to cook a ribeye.
Oh yeah,
You know what I mean?
that's the easiest.
It's the
easiest
easiest.
is it's just there's something about wild game to me. It's a different kind of food. It feels different when you eat it. There's more energy to it.
Yeah.
It's like it's just so nutrient dense. You eat it, and your whole body just goes woo, woo. You feel it, you know. Like you cook an elk steak and you eat that medium rare, and you just biting into it, and it's juicy and
I can't wait, man.
Oh, yeah.
I hope I get one. I think I got a good chance of getting one. These boys are serious.
Yeah.
So,
well, with a rifle, your
So
chances are a
weird.
lot higher. And I know
How am
you're
I
a real
able
good shot,
to
so you're probably
crack
a guy
this
like
thing,
you
but
also
it
could
wasn't
shoot
letting me crack into
accurately at a
Quantanium that was at
distance,
9,000
which
mass.
is huge.
Yeah.
You know, no idea you're there. You know, I'm sure you can make a 500-yard shot easy. And if your rifle's tuned correctly for something like that, it's like you got a pretty good shot.
have you been up to the Yukon Territory at all?
No, I haven't.
I just got back.
What are you doing up there?
It's been quite the journey, both on the macro and the micro level, to wind up here at this table with you. I spent about the last month sitting with a good friend of mine, one of my biggest mentors in my life. I'd sit with him for hours on end while he was dying. Then I had to leave him, and I
Oh, I
went
can't
out
even
to the
crack that. It's
Yukon.
still too big.
Sorry, man. We need to talk more about that, by the way. And I got a teammate that I went through SEAL training and all with.
Yeah,
He
all
was
of these are still
paralyzed
too
14
big.
years ago, and he wanted to go on an adventure. And I said, well, there's a race out there. It's a 1,000-mile kayaking race. It's the longest kayaking race in the world on the Yukon River, totally unsupported. He said, all right. Well, he prepared for about 2 years. And we went out there and did that on the Yukon River.
Wow.
And then I came home, and my buddy died the day I got home. And so it's been a wild last month or so. Have you ever got to sit with anybody
While they're dying.
important to you?
Not while they're dying.
I highly recommend it. It will teach you so much, man.
About what's
It
important.
has made me grow. Like, I don't know, man, it just gives me the daggone chills thinking about it. And the crazy thing is the type of person that I used to be, I would have thought, going and sitting with someone who's dying is a waste of time. Like, I got other things to do, right? You do too. We got busy lives. Well, this man, he mentored me, hunting and everything, working, all that. His name was Don Tidwell. From the time I was about 13 to the time I left to go become a Navy SEAL. Well, I did my whole Navy thing. I got out. I reconnected with Don for a while, but then I started this company now that we have, 3 of 7 Project. Got busy.
Yeah,
I
the
have
ones
a
that are in the way, I'm
curse
destroying them.
From my military service. I have this unique ability to be able
Because
to
they're blocking
forget
the
you
other
ever
pieces that I'm
existed.
trying to get.
When I get on some sort of mission and you're not part of that anymore, I can forget you ever existed. And so I lost touch with him because of my own selfishness, and been doing this thing for the last 4 or 5 years. Well, his wife called me and said, look, he just wants to see you one more time. He's got pancreatic cancer. He's got maybe 2 weeks left. He just wants to see you one more time. Good night, man. Took a lot of courage for me to go show up in front of him and sit down with him and say, Mr. Don, I'm sorry I haven't been the friend to you that you deserve. Will you forgive me? He's laying there dying. He looks back at me and says, son, there's nothing to forgive. I mean, just like, and
You
then
can take any
from that
Terranite
point,
that's over like
I'd go sit
20%.
with him twice a week for 8 or 9 or 10 hours. Just sit right there by his bed. I'd read the scriptures to him. He
Anything
only had
below
a 3rd
20,
grade education.
I wouldn't touch it.
We read about the gospel, and we read about the resurrection, and we read about creation, and you know, we don't. The first thing that you learn, I think, when you sit with somebody that's dying, is that death is the great foe that sits above mankind and scoffs at our wisdom. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He said that death is this great foe. It is the enemy that sits above us and mocks the wisdom of man. Mr. Don had built basically an empire within the community he lived in. He had made millions and millions of dollars as an entrepreneur. Couldn't read or write, but he still had to succumb to this process that's coming for all of us. Like, I don't know, man. That was like that just hit me. Like, we think we want to look up at the sky and we want to explain how the cosmos began,
get out of here.
and we can't even solve our own biggest problem. We can't solve our own biggest problem,
And we just got our first
which is death, right?
warning.
It's the biggest problem for all of us.
Yeah.
We can't figure out how to solve it, how to overcome
I'm gonna go
it.
grab some
Like,
lunch right now.
We don't think about this enough.
Put some stuff in the kitchen, you said?
Have you ever thought, why are you dying? Have you ever thought about that? Sure. Like I get it. Like, all of us, we
Maybe I'm not
understand death
the wrong
as, you know, we
spot.
go along through this life, and then something happens. We get hit by a car, one of our
Table
organs
corner.
fail, cancer happens, whatever, and we say that killed us, right? And that thing did kill
See
us.
water.
But your entire life is leading you to that point.
I see.
Like, why do you have to die? Like, it's by necessity. You must die. Why? What's
I did
killing
not
you?
give the order to sit down.
What's killing you?
Well, age. Your body stops reproducing correctly. Your cells don't reproduce correctly.
So why does that happen though?
Well,
What's
every animal-
causing that?
Every animal, almost every animal on this planet has a timeline that it exists in. It's probably a natural function of keeping a balance. Like, all of nature has a balance.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, you can imagine if mosquitoes lived 1,000 years, what a fucking pain in the ass that would be. No, they get a couple, but you know, how long does a mosquito live? A week?
Mm-hmm.
How long does a fly live? A week? Good, because otherwise we'd be fucked. You know,
That's
a
funny.
deer, a good deer, a good deer that's like the best days of its life. It's like 13 years. It's
What
done.
the
It's
hell
over.
are these snacks
It's
you brought?
limping. It's gonna get torn apart by coyotes. Whatever gets it. Everything has a time, because if it didn't, then there'd be too many people. There'd
Yeah,
be too many
the
animals.
balance would
The
be-
balance would be all
Yeah.
fucked up.
That's a great answer, man.
The thing is, there's a lot of scientists that are working on that, and a lot of scientists that I've talked to that are treating aging like a disease. So instead of just accepting the fact, like, oh, you're 50 now, things are slowing down, like, well, why are they slowing down, and what can we do to reverse that?
I love thinking along those lines,
Yeah.
man. Like, yeah, I love that.
At the very least, what it does is improves your performance radically as an older person. Improves your physical performance. Is what people would be capable of naturally with no supplements 20, 30 years ago. It's a very different world today. Very, very, very different. And with all the different modalities, all the different things you could do, like hyperbaric treatments, NMN, supplementation, red light therapy, cold plunge, sauna, all these different things radically change the composition of your body and your overall metabolic health. Radically changes it. And then
that
with
was a
hormone
pretty
therapy
good.
and all the other
That was a
different
pretty
things
good
that you can
run,
do.
I would say.
I mean, it's just because of science and because of people figuring these things out, it's a radically different world than it was in the past.
But is there a solution? Like, is there a fix for death? Like, is anyone searching or even
Yes.
contemplating that?
Oh yeah. David Sinclair's all over that. He's a guy from Harvard that we've had on the podcast a few times. That's his primary study. They're treating aging as a disease and trying to figure out what different types of medication, what different types of therapies, what's the root cause of the cells aging.
should
and
try
not
to
reproducing
research, Trevor.
correctly.
It's
Yeah.
an ugly thing.
At least
man.
shoot there.
Oh, it gets rough. Especially if you don't take care of yourself. You know, that's the rough one. When you see people that have been drinking their whole life and then they quit at 75, and you're like, "Phew, it's a little late. You know, you've been torturing your body, forcing your body to process poison for decades.
Yeah.
You know, and also just living in cities alone. You were talking about that smell, that weird smell that you get in cities. That's fucking brake dust.
I heard it was
tires and exhaust fumes.
There's a lot of issues with that,
And
though, like
doo-doo. It's a little
bugginess
bit
and
doo-doo.
stuff.
Not bad
Is
here.
that still a thing?
Go to San Francisco.
I found a turd on the side of the trail
human?
today, a human turd.
Ugh.
It was a terrible log too, man. Yeah, my wife went back and took a video of it. You might see it on YouTube in the next couple of days.
Okay.
Uh,
Your visit to Austin.
But yeah, man, just sitting with him makes me contemplate these things, and for me, obviously because of my worldview being shaped by Scripture, it makes me go to Scripture and bounce these questions off of the Scriptures, you know, and even it I think it was powerful too, because you know, I'm sitting with a man who's important to me, who is bearing this burden of death. And by the way, he bore it well. It was amazing to me that I could go and sit with him and he would talk to me and take time to spend with me, even in the midst of this terrible process that he was going through. I told him, I said, you could have just laid there on this bed and not said a word to anybody, and nobody would have blamed you. You know, it's scary. He couldn't sit still, you know, and because he was in so much pain. It's daggone cancer's rough, man.
Pancreatic is bad.
Yeah, it's rough. But then, you know, he had these same questions that I'm thinking, like, why does this have to happen? You know, and then for me then to have to go and search the Scriptures and then come to him with the Scriptures and share the Scriptures with him to, you know, give him some of the answers that he had. You know, it's like I would read a Scripture to him and he would say, because again, Mr. Don had a strong faith in the message of what we call the gospel.
Alrighty.
But he didn't know all the other stuff because he couldn't read.
Right.
So I would read a Scripture to him, and then he would say, read another one. Read another one. And I was it was the wildest thing, dude. I've never seen it. I've never seen anything like it before. I've been following the Lord Jesus for 13 years now. I was reading these words off of the page, not even explaining them to him. I was just reading him these Scriptures, and they were manifesting like power in him. Like you could see, you witnessed a change in his expression.
You might want to get out the ship
and
because I have to store
his
it.
attitude. It was like these words I'm reading are manifesting power and hope. And
Yeah, I was saying you might want to
like
get out the ship
literal
because I'm
energy.
storing it.
like, I would come over and read the Scriptures to him, and he would been in bed for the last 4 days, wouldn't get up for anybody. I'd read the Scriptures to him, and then next thing you know, we'd be out on the porch. Like, he'd get out of bed, and we'd go walk out on the porch. I'd have to help him walk, right? And his wife kept saying, you're the best thing for him right now. I'm like, no, you don't understand. It's not my presence. For somehow I'm
nice.
reading him from these Scriptures, and it's like manifesting some sort of power and hope in him. And it like would give him energy in some way. And I can't explain. I've never seen it happen like I've never witnessed that before, you know?
Well, it's probably even more profound because he can't read, so you're reading it to him,
Dude,
right?
I will be right
dude, it
back.
was wild, man. Like, and I would read these Scriptures to him, Joe, and he would say, yeah, I understand that now. And like, we're reading complex things, like we're reading about the resurrection, like the bodily resurrection of all the saints at the second coming of Christ. And you know, he asked me, one of the questions he asked me, has anybody ever really explained to you what happens when we leave here? you know, because he's wondering these things. Like, I'm about to depart this tent, buddy. What's about to happen? And I'm like, well, the only answer I can give you, Mr. Don, has got to come from these scriptures. And and I would read these complex scriptures to him, 1 Corinthians chapter 15 and 2 Corinthians chapter 5, and he would it would make sense to him in his mind more than my mind could comprehend the truth of what I was reading. Like, that was what was wild. It was like
of that stage in his life
this
where he's
veil,
taking it in.
this veil between this realm and the next realm was getting thin. And he was taking in the truth of this word and processing it logically at a level that I can't process it, because this veil for us is still so thin, unless you hit that DMT, right? We can talk about that later. But right,
Yeah.
and so I'm witnessing. It was wild, dude. And two, like, crazy things happen. Like, when I'd sit with him, like, every, couple hours, I'd get up and go check in with his wife or something. And we had a camera in the room with him. And we could watch what he was doing. And when I would walk out of the room, you give it a few minutes and you would see him start to look above him. And he would be reaching like this for stuff above him. And, like, we didn't know what he was doing. We never even asked him. I wish I would have asked him, like, Mr. Don, what are you seeing? Like, what are you reaching for? Well, then back when I would come back in the room with him, he would stop doing it. And then toward the end there, he had a stroke. He was paralyzed. His whole left side of his body was paralyzed. And so he was just, he couldn't sit up or do anything. And then finally, at the very end, when he passed away, he literally sits up erect out of his hospital bed, reaches both of his hands straight up like this, and then lays back down and departs the tent.
Whoa.
So I started researching this. What the crap is going on
God,
here?
I wish you asked him what he was reaching for.
You watch. I found this hospice nurse on Instagram. I don't remember her name, but she's like posting all these videos of people doing this exact thing. They're reaching for stuff, and she's a hospice nurse.
Did
right?
you save it? Do you have it on your phone?
I don't have it. I don't remember. She's got a lot of following.
All right,
She's got
I'll
a
do
big
one more
following.
ship mining
Look
run,
up
and then I'll try out
hospice
that
nurse on Instagram or whatever. But
research
she
drive that
posts
you're
all these
mentioning.
videos of these people.
Is
Yeah,
this her?
Or we could try to like do
they're
some
like calling out. I don't know. That's not her, but
get
this
some
is
more
another.
of those card,
That's
just
not the one I
specimen
watched.
cards.
The death reach.
It's a very common thing, and they're calling out a lot of times the names of loved ones that have passed before them. They're seeing something, like they're seeing into the other realm. Oh, it's that lady on the far right over there. That's the one I watched. She's a little crazy, but I'm gonna go ahead and tell you, she puts out some wild stuff, man. This is common stuff, man.
What's her name? What's her name, Jamie? It says below, Hospice Nurse Penny.
Death. When they're able to tell us what they're seeing, when they're able to tell us about these visions, they're almost always above them or up in the corner of the room. But sometimes as they get closer to the end of life and they're no longer able to communicate, we start seeing them reach into the air. So I'm convinced that when they are reaching into the air, they are reaching towards those people who they love, who have died before them.
This woman's not a believer. As far as I know, I don't know what her, how her worldview is on in terms of what happens
Alright,
after
heading
this.
back
But she's
to
just sitting here
hangar
showing
now.
you, saying, "Hey, this happens.
Yeah.
We can't figure out why. We can't figure out what's going on." Obviously, for me, when I see that happening, when Mr. Don sits up in the bed, even though he's literally paralyzed by a stroke, He sits, it's an impossibility. He sits up in his bed and reaches both hands in the air and then lays down and departs the tent. What do I have to believe that, like, his transportation had arrived. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And to witness that, how does that not, like, strengthen?
Yeah.
You're witnessing something that's tangible. It's like, how does that not strengthen at least your faith that there is something
Beyond.
coming after this? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
There's so many stories. And the thing is, people have this arrogant assumption, and this is a lot of based on academics and science, and this belief that we have all the answers to
Squid Game.
to reality, when we don't even really understand consciousness.
Run.
We don't. Consciousness is a massive mystery. So this idea that we've got it solved, and when I hear people say, when you die, that's it, it's over. Like, how do you know? You're just saying this. You're just saying this. That is as much of a belief system as any religion. This belief in something that you have no evidence of whatsoever, but there's so many anecdotal stories of people with near-death experiences, including Sebastian Junger. Do you know who he is?
I've heard the name.
Brilliant journalist. He a great author. He's written some incredible books. He did Restrepo, right? Documentary about the war, and he just an amazing, interesting, very,
kind of rifle
very
is that
intelligent
actually
guy.
got on
And
there? It
the
looks
last
pretty
time he was on
cool.
the podcast, he was telling us a story about he had a medical emergency, some sort of it was like an artery burst, right, Jamie? Something inside of his abdomen, and he was bleeding out on the inside, and he was dying, and he got to the hospital and had this near-death experience that, like, very, very vivid experience, interacting with his father.
I'm
like,
hearing the guy breathing like
just
that, like he's
beyond
dying.
anything that he would have ever comprehended, and came back with a completely different perspective on life and death and, like, what this is.
The
and
hell is that?
That there is something else. There's something out there. And people that have had near-death experiences or died and been resuscitated,
002.
they come back with the same fucking story over and over
What
and
is
over
going
and
on
over
here?
and over and over and over and over again. There's not a lot of variation. There's different interpretations of what they're seeing, but it all fits within the same framework.
But
It
something
all
is
fits within a
decreasing though.
framework that
Look on my
there's
screen.
something there.
Did you see the video of this kid
No.
like a couple weeks ago?
No.
He's having a wild experience where he sees Jesus, he sees his dead father.
Come
He's
on, man.
Says it's
I am
beautiful.
dying here.
Why is this kid?
I miss my mom. I'm right here, Casey.
I think he was sick and he's
I'm
coming out
dying
of
fast or whatever the hell that
surgery.
is.
I don't know the exact story
My
of what was
O2
happening
is-
to him.
Jesus.
This video goes on long. It's a 10-minute video, but
Store my
Whoa.
current helmet in the backpack.
He's in a dream. He's dreaming.
Yeah, he's dreaming all right.
Yeah.
He's seeing into the
What
next
the
realm.
hell?
Yeah.
I want this hot chicken.
Yeah. This is-
Dude,
you
what
could
the
dismiss
hell was
that. You
that?
could dismiss that if you wanted to.
Yeah, you can,
But-
man. But look, man, and I don't even need all these signs and wonders. Like I don't even need all that, man. I mean,
I gotta do
it's
something
great
about my health.
when you get the
It's-
opportunity to witness things like I got to witness with my friend Mr. Don, and just see his faith and see that the Word manifest power in him. Like, it's great when you get to see it, but you can get too
don't
carried
have
away
any,
with all that stuff too. You know what I mean? It's like,
Whatchamacallit.
I don't know, man. You know, I'm wondering, Joe, if the Almighty ain't calling you.
Calling me how? On the phone?
Calling you, man.
What do you mean? In what way?
I'm just wondering. I think a lot of people
Wanna
are
shoot me
wondering what
with
the
your med
Almighty
gun?
is doing, what He's working in you.
All right, thanks.
See, Scripture is dripping with something
that
that's
sound
called
again.
election. A lot of people get mad about me talking about this, but this
know what, I'll just
this
keep this helmet on.
truth that we will never choose God, the Almighty. We will never choose to believe. As a matter of fact, Scripture actually says over and over again, the whole message of the cross is foolishness. is foolishness. I mean, seriously? Some dude died on a cross? What does that represent to man? That represents weakness. That represents defeat. That represents death. You're gone. The message of the cross is foolishness to man. We will never choose to believe in the message of what we call the gospel. That is, that Jesus Christ died on the cross according to the scriptures. He was buried, and that he rose again by his own power according to the scriptures. That's foolishness. And the only way that we can or will ever believe that, like truly place our faith in that and everything that's contained in that statement right there, because there's a lot there. You could literally spend the rest of your life meditating on that right there, the gospel, the what was done on the cross and by way of the resurrection of Christ. You would never get to the end of it. You would never comprehend everything. You would never search it to its bottom. You will never believe that. And the only way that you can believe that is if the Almighty, in his grace,
All right, the waypoint
basically
just
makes
disappeared.
you alive spiritually. Because these things are spiritually discerned. They're not logically discerned. They're foolishness to man. These things must be spiritually appraised. And so the Almighty, by his grace, makes you alive, literally spiritually alive, so that then you can discern the truth of not only the gospel, but everything, the totality of what is contained in Scripture. It's called the doctrine of election. And so when I say, I wonder if the Almighty's calling you, what I mean is I wonder if you are one of the Almighty's elect.
Oh boy. That's a lot.
And if you are, you better hold on to your britches, son.
I oftentimes wonder what's going on and why me. Yeah,
You must, man.
Yeah.
You must.
it doesn't make sense.
You must.
Yeah.
And I hate, that's a personal thing, man. And I hope you don't take that as any disrespect.
No, I don't.
It's just, for me, seeing, it's odd how much we have in common. Seeing what a special human
Dude, that
being you
one
are.
quantum boost already.
Like, it's exciting for me
It looks so damn cool.
to be able to hope that the Almighty is indeed calling you. Like, that's exciting, dude. Like, literally, I prayed for you last night.
Wow.
Like, I literally, on your behalf, I begged the Almighty to basically make you alive spiritually so that you could have discernment and be able to appraise these things that are in Scripture that have seemed like foolishness for so long to you. You know what? They seem like foolishness to me for a long, long time, dude.
What changed?
We're talking
All
about
right.
a bunch of wild stuff, man.
Here's
I
the
Can
want-
I
lore.
take you back while we're in the
This-
middle of this?
this-
I'd
this
like to take you back
podcast
to
is,
like
about
how
to
you
get
got on this
spicy now.
journey of being a podcaster and then to that. Because I want to know, like, what is the transition from the SEALs to becoming this guy who's very outspoken on YouTube and starts putting these videos out and things get interesting, and then you very, very religious and spreading that in your YouTube as well. Like, how did this whole journey get started for you?
Well, I decided I wanted to become a SEAL because I wasn't really good at anything else in life, and I, didn't want to go back to school and all that stuff. That's a whole long story, but I decided I wanted to do that. I went to join the Navy. They disqualified me, sent me back home after boot camp, wouldn't let me go to BUD/S, told me I never would be able to become a SEAL because I had a pericardial cyst on my heart, 7-centimeter cyst on my heart. You can look it up. Research Navy SEAL pericardial cyst. You can read the whole medical journal. I'm the only one. Came back home, paid for my own heart surgery as a civilian, showed back up in the Navy less than a year later, Made it all the way through SEAL training unscathed.
So what they have to do? They have to remove the cyst.
Yeah, they had to cut my chest open and take a big old cyst off
How
my
big
heart.
is the? Did they have to open your ribs? The whole deal?
About from here to here.
Also, they go through
Yeah,
the
they
ribs.
peeled my pec up, peeled it up, cut me open right there, and went in there and took that cyst off.
How long did it take to recover from that?
Took
Alright, we
me
got
about a
some
year. I
gold
was
here,
back
but
in
I
the
don't think
Navy about a year
we'll be able
after
to
that
crack this
surgery.
one. We could try.
You know, but if it wouldn't have been for that, I wouldn't have made it through SEAL training, man. I didn't even know how to swim, dude. I didn't even know how to swim.
That's crazy.
I was the most unlikely person to ever make it through SEAL training, okay? Hands down.
Did you have any background in physical fitness?
No.
Nothing.
Lord, no, I didn't, man. It took me 2 or 3 months to pass a 1.5 mile run.
Wow.
Yeah. Made it through SEAL training, all this and that good stuff. I had a very colorful career. Started off real good, got real bad. I mean, I've been through it all. I've been in SEAL training at the end of our BUD/S prep phase. You know, I was awarded the Hard Charger Award. You know, everybody selected me. The instructor cadre said, "You're the one that's going to make it." I was actually the only one to ever receive that award to make it through that training pipeline. Everyone else they had selected up until that point all quit. But they selected me not based on my physical abilities, but based on the fact that I had had a dang heart surgery just to have a chance to toe the line, to try something that everybody
Yeah, no
quits
luck.
anyways.
So did you train for the SEAL training? Did you like give yourself enough time to get physically fit?
73,000.
After that heart surgery, when I went in the first time, I could
Absolutely
barely
not.
pass the physical standards test that I needed to pass to get the
Okay.
SEAL contract.
Let's move
If I
on.
would have went straight through and wouldn't have had that heart surgery, there's no way I would have made it. I wouldn't have been able to meet the physical standards once I actually got to BUD/S. There's no way. But when I had that heart surgery, and then I finally got to where I could, you know, okay, man, at that point, I wanted it so bad because I had to go through all that. You see what I'm saying? I
Yeah.
didn't want it that bad until I had to go through all that pain and fear and have my chest cut open and all this crap. But man, when I came out the other end of that, like I said, man, I was like a game rooster, man. It was like you look into the eye of a game rooster and he's got one burning hot desire. It's to fight. I mean, you a man appreciates combat sports. You ought to go watch a cockfight one
I've
day.
seen.
I mean, just that's what I had.
Yeah.
I just had this burning hot desire for this thing. Nothing was going to stop me. Made it all the way through. Man, I had a lot of ups and downs in my time in the teams. That's a 3-hour long story, but
We got plenty of time.
basically, man, I got to my SEAL team, and they had slotted our entire team to cover down on Africa and a couple other European countries.
All right, we got some quantanium here.
And I got so
13,000. I
pissed
don't think we could probably crack this
because
one.
I'm
We
like,
could
there's
try.
a war happening. Like, that's the reason I joined. Like,
Yeah, we might be
everybody
able to
that
crack it.
joined
Let's
wants to
see.
go and fight in
I'll
this
try to
war.
get to it as close as
And
possible.
here now I'm wind up at this place that's, you know, not going to go where everybody wants to go. I got so hateful. And through the course of a couple of years, I just got involved in all manner of what I would call sin. All manner. Drunkenness, sleeping around with women, hurting people on purpose. Hateful, terrible person. I didn't love anybody. And the whole what the downfall of it.
86%
is-
resistance.
I was overseas. I was and we had a range day. The night before,
We need another
I had
guy
went
on
out
the.
and just
laser.
burned it down, son. I had no business going to the range that day. I'm gonna go ahead and tell you. But what do you do? You
There's
get
a
up and
lot
go
of
to the range,
quantanium
right?
too, man.
I'm sitting over there on the range, messing with my gun, pretty out of it. And I have a
Oh, once you get
negligent
about the seat,
discharge.
it's gonna turn
And
off.
the guy that's
I
standing
think.
beside me is my gunner's mate, and it barely skims him in the side of his leg. It was pointed down, thank God, pointed down. That happened, and that was the thing that, like, like stopped me in my tracks. Like, holy crap, Chad, if you keep going the way that you're going to kill somebody. You know what I mean? I mean, I was involved in all manner
So
of
you're
sin,
bringing over
buddy.
your alt account?
Stop me right there.
That
I
would
had
be
to
a
go
waste.
through a Trident review board, a disciplinary review board, a captain's mask, the whole 9 yards. Luckily, I had a good enough reputation up to that point that I had guys that vouched for me. Specifically, my sea daddy, Jake Hubman. He wrote a whole long thing. Chad's done well. This is this and that, and they presented that, and the Navy let me stay in, keep my Trident.
It's a lot of
Well,
quantanium too.
Went back home, moved
Yeah.
in with some lesbians, still continuing on this path or this just trajectory of just ugliness, just hatefulness, you know what I mean? But I had kind of started hiding it a little more, while I was at work. I was like, okay, if I'm going to go to work, I'm going to have to square myself away a little bit.
Dude,
Tell you how hateful I was. This man,
36%
Jake Hubman, my sea
quantanium.
daddy, he started struggling with alcoholism shortly after I had that big mistake. Well, I got back in the platoon, and they told us, they said, well, Jake's struggling with alcoholism. We're sending him off to this rehab program. They said, just leave him alone. Well, remember I told you I can forget people exist? I just forgot he existed. A couple months later, he killed himself. That's what kind of friend I was. That's what kind of person I was. Here's this guy that's the kind of person that I still am sometimes today.
Cracked already.
There's literally nothing good in me. I'm convinced of that. Here's this man who had poured so much into me, literally trained me up, taught me the ways of war. It's on account of his mentorship, probably, that I was able to stay alive throughout the course of my career. And I just turned my back on him when he was going through the hardest time of his life.
He was thinking of
killed
buying a
himself.
mole with a UEC.
I don't ever get to make that up.
Can you give me
I
your
just
thoughts
ignored
on
him.
it? Hell yeah, man. But I think
That's
it's
the kind
expensive. I
of.
think
Does
it's
this
like 8 mil.
describe to you the
so.
type of person that I was?
Yeah, for
That's
sure.
pretty bad, ain't it, brother?
I want this damn ship
I
myself.
mean,
This
that's
is
pretty
rented.
bad. That's pretty ugly.
Understandably selfish, given the circumstances.
So, I get back in the platoon, get ready, deploy again. I'm keeping my wickedness under control, outwardly, but it's still all there, man. Well, we go up to Tunisia, North Africa, and Arabs attacked the embassy up there. When all that Benghazi and that stuff went down, it happened all over North Africa. So we went up there, resecured the embassy.
Cree, you
came
might
back-
have to try to remember
We
this
left
location
there
right here.
and came back
'cause I
to
wanna
Germany
Move on, but
to rejock our equipment because that mission was
So
over in
340.
Tunisia. Came back to Germany to rejock, and then we were going out to Nigeria. And while we were in Germany, the only way for me to tell you this in just simple terms is we were staying in a barracks that was inhabited by some sort of demon. And that was the genesis of my conversion, of me being made aware that, okay.
So when you say it's inhabited by a demon, like, in what way?
So I was in there with a couple of other guys. I wish I would have wrote all this down. I was laying in bed one night in this place. There was nobody else in this building. It was just me and a couple. There were me and a guy in one
V4
room,
Lord,
and
thanks
two
for
other
the
guys in the
follow.
room across the hall there. Okay. Well, I'm laying in bed, and all of a sudden I'm jolted awake by something that hits my door. And I lay in bed for maybe 30 seconds, and while I'm laying there listening, I can hear some strange voices echoing up and down the hall of this building that we're in. And so immediately I get up, open the door, walk out, nobody's out there, walk around, nobody's in the building, go in my buddy's room beside me, they're both passed out. But it scared me, dude. I was like, what on earth is this? It scared me. And these things would, like the oven would be turned on, like these bumps and noises, and but more than all of that, there became this oppressive feeling of like evil in this place. And the guys that I was with in there, they started getting freaked out about it too. Well, we called our senior chief, who had been staying there before us. It was just like an old empty place that guys would come and stay in for a few nights before they left out. We called our senior chief. We're like, hey man, did you have any strange experiences in this place? He was like, oh yeah. Yeah, there's something in there. And but like I remember walking into this place, and there was a stairwell. I would walk up the first flight of stairs, and then there would be a second flight that cut back, and there was like a landing up there because we were staying on the second deck. And like I would, as a hunter, like how you have that sense when something is like staring at you, like I would feel this thing staring at me up there on that landing, and I would fully expect to turn around and see some sort of something up there. And I never saw it in physical form. We started doing this research online about, looking at these forums and stuff about this place that we were, in, and finding all kinds of other stuff about it. I'm like, well, whatever is going on here, I can't sleep at night. Like, I don't want to be in that place.
Still bringing the alt account?
It's literally scaring me that bad. And the sanity check was the dudes I was with were getting freaked out too. And like, I wish I would have talked to them and written down the things that they were specifically experiencing.
Do you remember any of
so that it's been so long ago, man. Like, the experience that I had was so powerful. Like, that just is the one thing that sticks in my mind. But I remember the two guys across the hallway, one of them had to leave. They were going out to a different
It's
site.
a massive
and
rock.
the other dude was left in that room by himself. He moved across the hallway to stay in the room that me and my guy were with. Because he didn't want
Isn't
to
there like
stay
things
in
you
that
could
room by
place under
himself.
rock to kind of help
And so,
break it? Forgot what those things are called.
I was literally at my wit's end with this. Like, I was so, like, I
Oh, my
couldn't sleep
boots
at
go.
night.
How long did you stay there for?
This would have probably went on for about a week. Yeah, this probably would have went on for about a week. We were there for maybe 2 weeks. And so I called my little brother at my wit's end because, again, I just told you the type of person that I was. I had no,
Jackets.
interest in spiritual matters. I didn't believe in demons or spiritual warfare or God or any of that, right? But I'm like, here and now I have encountered something that seems very real to me, and it's not in this realm. Here's some sort of entity that I don't know how to combat. I called my little brother because I knew my little brother was a Christian. And I said, well, here's one of these Christians. They'll have maybe a little bit of insight on this spiritual stuff that might be going on here. He said, well, man, I ain't never ran into nothing like that. He said, I'm going to put you in touch with my pastor of my local church here. They were real close. His name's James Cordell. James called me the next day, and I told him what all was going on. Well, he acted like it wasn't no big deal. I said, no, buddy. I said, you don't understand. I said, there's something in here. I don't know what it is. He said, ain't no big deal. He said, put me on speakerphone. He said, I'm going to walk around. He said, walk around this building, up and down the hallways. And he said, I'm going to pray. And I put him on speakerphone. I'm walking around this building, up and down the hallways in my room. He's praying against this thing in the name of Jesus Christ. He says, all right, now, we had a little kitchenette there. He said, you have some olive oil in there? I said, yeah, we got a bottle. He said, take just a little dab of that olive oil and just dab it on the top of your door frame there. So I did it. Joe, I'm thinking the whole time, this is so stupid. But what else do I do in this situation? Let's try this, right? Let's give this a shot.
Right.
And I dabbed that little olive oil up there, and we get off the phone. I leave, go to work. We come back that evening, wind down. Total, like, peace had returned to this place. Like, I did no longer heard or felt or was experiencing any sort of fear or anything. Like, it all was gone. Like, all of a sudden, it was just like, oh, okay, now I'm just in another
What
little
if that thing
barracks
hits
room
me?
here. Like,
Did the other guys feel the same way?
so this is what's funny. I didn't tell the other guys that I did that. And because they were all gone when I walked around with this crazy man on speakerphone. Embarrassing. I mean, in a certain sense, it's still embarrassing to tell that story today. Again, this is foolishness, man.
Right.
Like, you're asking me to tell this story on this platform? Like, this, it's hard, you know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
who's going to believe this?
Right.
But I don't care. I'm just telling you, like, what I remember that experience as, and it impacted me so much that it changed the trajectory of my entire life. And the next morning we woke up, and
3
my buddy
minutes,
woke up in the
alright.
room. He said, "What's all over the door?" And I looked up, and that little dab of olive oil had somehow, like, dripped down and covered the entire door of the room that we were staying in, and you could see it toward the bottom of the door, like the drips, like the whole door was like shiny. And he said, "What's all over the door?" And I said, "Don't worry about it, man. I don't know what the crap that is." Because I was so embarrassed to tell him that I had done that.
But it was just a dab of olive
It was just
oil.
literally a dab of olive. I don't even know where that fits into the whole experience. Like, I don't even know where or how that fits in. I don't even know what this thing was or why this thing would have been attached to a place. Like, I don't understand that, man. I don't, and I'm not like big on this whole spiritual warfare thing. But after that happened, all that happened, no more nothing in this place, I said, I have got to get my hands on on Scripture and figure out more about this figure, Jesus, who I heard this man praying in the name of, right? Because there was some power, like, being wielded there by the name of Jesus in prayer. And so I did. I got my hands on a Bible. I started reading in the book of Matthew. I began through this was obviously the experience that the Almighty had chosen to call me out of darkness into the marvelous light of His truth.
Trying to see where you're gonna come
Open
in
the Bible.
from.
I had seen the Bible before. I had, heard it read. I had even read it before in the past, but it was never anything
I
that
see.
meant any. I couldn't understand it. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
what the crap is this trying to say to me here?
Right.
I began to read in the book of Matthew, and I began to, for the first time in my life, I realized how all of that applied to me
I see the light.
as the
I see the
hopeless,
tiny light moving.
wicked, ugly, depraved human being that I like, my mind was awakened to my own state. Like, I didn't realize how ugly and depraved I was. Like, when I when I passed up on my friend and he killed himself, like, I didn't think nothing of that. I just had this revelation of who I was and why I so needed something to save me from that. And when I had that revelation, literally by the grace of God opening making me spiritually alive, able to discern the Scriptures, when I had that revelation, I read about Jesus,
What you got there?
His life, His death, why He died according to the Scriptures, His resurrection, what that means for me. It changed everything. Like literally, I was made a new creature overnight. It's the greatest miracle that God the Almighty could ever work, is taking somebody like me who was literally so useless, making me alive, making me a brand new creature, waking up the next day and being completely changed in how I see the world, how I see myself, how I see the words on these pages, how I see the creator of the cosmos. That's a miracle. Like nothing else that I have experienced in life produced that amount of change nearly instantaneously. And I'll never forget walking down into the little platoon hut like the next day after
All right, let's crack
having
this
this
thing.
revelation of the gospel and what it means for me and who I am. And like, dude, I didn't. It's crazy, man. It literally changed my desires. Like that's the miracle, right? Like, how do you change your desire? How do you internally change your desires? Like, I had no appetite for pornography anymore. I had no
3
appetite
lasers.
for the foul language that
Let's
I
try to
used.
put all the
Like,
beams
I had no
close to each
appetite
other.
for gossip. Like,
Overnight.
literally overnight, like my
Bro,
literal
what? How
desires
is this not
were
able to
changed.
crack still? This is
And
insane.
That was the ultimately
3 lasers
more
and
so
still not even a budge.
more so than the whole thing that was going on in the barracks and the guy saying the prayer and this thing leaving. Like, that experience of being made a new creature and the realization of what on earth just has happened to me. That was the thing, and is the thing that I cling to so tight. Like, nothing else could have produced that type of change in me but the grace of God and the revelation that He's given me of who I am and who He is. And then as you go, this has been from then to now just a long and arduous, sometimes joyful, but process
Yeah, this is crazy.
of sanctification, essentially. One of the things that I pray most often is for the Holy Spirit to conform me into the likeness and image of Jesus Christ at all cost. At all cost.
We tried.
Well, first time I prayed that was hard to pray, man. You read about Jesus in Isaiah 53. What's it say about Him? He was a man of sorrow, well acquainted with grief. Conform me into the image of Christ. And that process of sanctification is ongoing. My understanding of the Scriptures is ongoing
Oh
and
my God.
progressive, even still to this day, and hopefully to the very day that I depart this tent. It's everything to me, man. Like, it's no. It's literally everything to me. Some people say, well, Chad, don't you have moments of doubt? Well, yeah, I'd be a liar. Think about what I believe.
Yeah.
Like, sometimes don't you have moments of doubt? Yeah, I have moments of doubt sometimes. Yeah, for sure, man. But what I realize is that if I could possibly depart from this faith that I have in the Almighty, if I could possibly even depart from that faith,
Right, that's the one we just came from.
what would I have? I would have nothing. Like, what's the point? What's the point?
This is the fascinating aspect of this, that an atheist needs to take into consideration. What you're talking about had a real result. This belief and faith has had a real transformative result on you as a human being. Now, if there was nothing to this, if this is all nonsense, and there was a method that you could use, just some sort of a way of viewing the world that would instantaneously change the way you see yourself and see everything, wouldn't that method be explored?
All right, this
And
is
wouldn't
another
that be
massive
taught?
one.
Like, if this is
Resistance
the thing
19.
that brought
also
you
would have cracked
to
us,
who you are
probably.
now, that's a real thing. Regardless of whether or not anybody wants to believe in Jesus Christ or believe in the resurrection or believe in the Gospels, it works. Like this, that's the thing about Christians, like real Christians, and I've been very fortunate to meet a bunch of them. I had a weird journey in religion myself because I went to Catholic school when I was in first grade, and it kind of ruined me.
Oh, I need to
They
move
were
up.
horrible.
Yep.
This nun, Sister Mary Josephine. I don't remember anybody from when I was 6 years old, but I remember that bitch.
Two of
She
them
was
could crack
so
it. That's fine.
fucking mean, man.
Why?
And just the experience, the way they treated children, it was so fear-based, and I was like, this is not God. God has nothing to do with
Yeah,
this. This
it's-
is people.
it's man
Why you
This is
can't do it?
people. And it kind of set a tone for my life.
Just plug it in
Yeah,
over
where I
Noah's room.
dismissed any notions that there was some sort of truth in these religions. But the more I've explored not just Christianity, but many different religions, people are trying to document a truth.
It's like we need to plug it.
And it's very hard to decipher through the tongue of man.
Keep
It's
my
very
door
hard to
closed.
decipher. When human beings write things down and human
be
beings
careful with that.
give statements on things, you have to always take into consideration human nature. Human beings are not that accurate in how they depict things. And then you have the problem with translations.
Truth, brother.
You have the problem with it going from ancient Hebrew to Latin and to Greek and to all these different languages. And then you have the problem with spiritual narcissism. So you have the people that are the conveyors of the message who take on these powers themselves that are above normal men and control people by,
I'm not sure why
before
it's
Martin Luther
an
came around and
optimal
made
already.
a phonetic version of the Bible. It's very few people could read, and very few people could
It's weird.
read Latin. They didn't know what it said, so you had to rely on the priest to tell you everything.
Yeah.
When people started being able to translate these things into different languages, it's wonderful, but also something's probably missing. You know, my friend Rick Strassman, he's a scholar. He's the guy who wrote that book, the DMT, the Spirit Molecule. He did these slow drip studies, these FDA-approved studies on DMT with people, with patients.
I'm very interested in that.
He's a fascinating guy. Well, he learned ancient Hebrew just so that he could read the Bible in its native tongue.
Mm-hmm.
And it took him 16 years to do that.
I believe it.
Yeah, he's a
What an endeavor.
Yeah, fascinating guy. I think they were writing something down. One of the things that I learned from Wesley Huff, who's a biblical scholar who's been on the podcast, he told me
Alright, that's
that
it.
the book of Isaiah, when they found a version of it in the Dead Sea Scrolls that is identical, word to word, for a version of it that they found 1,000 years later.
That's pretty miraculous. And
1,000 years.
And not only that, but what about the content of Isaiah?
Right.
What about Isaiah 53 as it describes the suffering servant? How it literally outlines the life and death of Jesus Christ, and it was written 400 years
Yeah.
before the crucifixion. Like
Yeah.
even the content of Isaiah, not only the accuracy of the translation and the accuracy over that span of time when you compare copies, but even the content of it. How did this prophet write this thing about this person, and it was fulfilled perfectly, literally to a T, by the person of Jesus Christ hundreds of years later?
Oh, it's crazy.
So, and by the way, man, like, I'm not telling you or anyone listening to this what we call testimony, like what the Lord's given me experientially in life to share with other people. I'm not telling you this to convince you of anything. Like, there's nothing that I can say to convince you in the truth of the gospel. Like, I truly believe that. There's no words that I can use. There's no logic that I can apply. There's nothing that I or anyone else can say to convince you of this. And it goes back to what we started off in the conversation with, of these things must be spiritually discerned, and it is by grace, God's grace, that we are made alive and able to discern the truth of these things. That's a hard thing to accept, man. Like, that man is totally depraved, and I can't say anything to convince anyone of the truth of these scriptures. But the scriptures are dripping, literally dripping with that very fact. That's the interesting thing about the scriptures. They leave nothing for man. Like, it's almost the single thing that separates what's contained in the Holy Scriptures from other religious philosophy. It literally leaves nothing for man.
What do you mean by that?
Meaning, there is nothing that you can do to be made righteous in the eyes of the Creator. There is nothing that you can do to save yourself. As a matter of fact, without the grace and the help of the Almighty, you can't even believe the truth.
Yeah, I'm not good at nothing.
You won't do it. You are spiritually dead prior to regeneration. You see what I'm saying? When you're
something.
dead. If we had a dead man laying on the floor right here, and I
Verse
said,
160.
"Dead man, hearken unto my voice. There is a hospital a mile down the road, and if you'll get up and walk to that hospital, or you'll allow me to take you to that hospital, they'll shock you and bring you back to life." Is he going to respond to that message? He's going to lay there dead, right?
Yeah.
Looks like a big ass rock.
We're dead spiritually until we are made alive by the grace of the Almighty. It leaves nothing for man. Not a thread. It leaves me not a single thread that I can cling to. And then you look at the whole saga of Scripture. Well, what's this all about anyways? Let's take it all the way back to Genesis, all
we
the
could
way through
definitely crack
Revelation and
this.
everything in between.
You probably
whole
see if you
saga
can extract it. It's showing purple for me.
Is to glorify the Son, Jesus Christ. What's the purpose in me even being saved? It's so that I can be presented to Christ as His bride.
What do you mean by that?
We, God's people, are the whole purpose of our existence
You got
is
it?
for us to be presented
Nice.
to Jesus Christ as His own people who will glorify Him for all of eternity. It's to glorify the Son. The whole saga
Why are these
that was
bright-ass lights
determined
that are
by
in
the
the
sovereign and
cockpit of this
immutable
ship, man?
will of the Father. It can't be changed. The whole saga, the only purpose of it all is to present this, I can't say this word real well, peculiar people to the Son as a bride, an offering to glorify the Son for all of eternity. The whole saga is to lift up and glorify Jesus Christ. It's the only purpose for me even being saved.
And you're convinced of this?
Well, I think that
There's a lot of rocks
I'm
here.
not convinced. I'm not convinced of this because that's what I want to believe. Like, I'm convinced of this because I'm convinced of the truth of the Holy Scriptures. And again, the entire when you look at the thing from a 30,000 foot view, I'm convinced of that. Not because why would I want to believe that? Why would I want to? If I wrote this story, would it not give me something to cling to? Would it not? If I wrote the story, would it not give me some other purpose than just being offered up as a bride to the glorification of the Son, Jesus Christ? Like,
So you're used to minding
if I
alone?
wrote that
Yeah,
story, wouldn't I write it differently than that?
most part.
Because I'm man, right? I would leave myself
Three
something
people
to cling
definitely
to.
makes a difference.
Surely this salvation means something more than just that I am part of this special people now being offered up as a bride to Christ. Surely there's something that I
these are
can
all
do
crap.
in this life, a choice that I can make to believe in this. Like, surely I
got some
have the
Turner right
power
here.
to make that choice. But if I had the power to make the choice to believe in the gospel of Jesus Christ, in and of myself, then that salvation would be coming from me. You see what I'm saying? When you realize you don't even have the power of choice in you, you are dead. You will not choose it.
You're
When you
talking
realize
about
you don't
the
even have
quantanium
the power
stability?
of choice.
So you believe it has to
around
be
8
that
minutes.
this wisdom has to enter you somehow.
Because we're not that far
You
from the
are
space
entered.
station, so
By what Scripture calls the Holy Spirit, which is the
Right.
Spirit of God who comes and dwells in you. And that is the entity that makes you spiritually alive and gives you the ability to appraise the Scriptures, essentially spiritual things, because before that it's foolishness.
Have you ever paid any attention to the Shroud of Turin? Have you ever looked into it at all?
I've just seen it pop up, as I scroll through.
Well, they used to dismiss it because they used to say they did a carbon date on it and it was only 500 years old. But they've since made some revisions to that. And there's a lot of people that believe because of the wear of the cloth, the age of the cloth, and I think they've done subsequent tests that place it around 2,000 years old, which is really
two rocks down here
fascinating.
we
The other
can
thing that's
crack.
fascinating is they didn't even know
3.
what the image completely was until someone took photographs of it and then looked at the negatives. And in the negatives, then you get this image
4.
of Jesus.
Okay,
Not
we
just
could
Jesus,
pretty
but
much
with
grab all of
the
these.
scars and the markings on his back, the
Well,
part
besides
of his
the
body
barrel
where
one,
it
I
was
don't want
pierced,
that.
the piercings on the wrists.
These
And they really
3.
do believe that this thing is 2,000 years old.
Place the
And
ship
the other
like
thing that's
this.
strange is they have no explanation as to how that image was created. They think that image was created somehow from some sort of a burst of energy. It's not stained, it's not dyed, and it's not something that's easily reproduced, especially if you think about the timeline. If this is supposedly a forgery, like how would they make an image that would only show up in a negative? And what would be the motivation to fake this in this manner? See if you can get some photos of what it looks like, Jamie.
You know what I love about what you're saying, Joe? It's just, it's so amazing how the Almighty works in each of us differently.
Like, look at this. This image. If you see the originals to the left, like they did, they saw that and they're like, huh, what is this? But once you look at it with the negative, show the negative again, the black and white. Once you see the negative of it, see if you make that larger, then it starts getting
Yeah,
very
these two right here are medium.
Because you look at the piercings on the wrist, and there's these
If you want to grab this
blood
one,
stains in
you
these
can.
areas.
I'll grab this one.
It's very strange.
That's wild, man.
And it's a very large piece of cloth. I think it wrapped his entire body, and so it was like 7 feet long, and then they folded it, so it's his back and his front. So he was inside of this thing. and this is the image.
I think it was debunked recently.
Was it debunked again?
I think so.
What'd they say now?
I remember seeing something about it. They found some sort of processes that have been around for a few hundred years that do some sort of this like negative transfer.
Right, but did they know that 2,000 years ago? And
That's right. I
would they
think the
do it?
carbon dating has been readjusted too.
Oh, really? What are they saying now?
I typed in debunked and I was looking through a few articles.
See, there's people that believe and there's people that don't believe, and it gets weird.
It's like
It gets
there's
weird
articles
because there's a
from
lot
this
of people
year.
that want to debunk things. A new research shows that the carbon dating of the shroud is fake. Findings that it was the carbon dating that was fake, not the shroud. There's a central conclusion.
There's a few articles about it being fake, but again, I don't know if they're 100% like this is fake or if they're just haters. You know.
Right.
You know what's interesting to me about the body of Christ, the physical body, like is being transposed onto that
Hey, look, keep my door closed.
shroud, whether it's real or not. Have you ever thought about this? If you think about going back to talking about death and why do we have to die?
What the
Why is it a
hell?
necessity
It's
for
all
all humans?
Tyranite in
Well,
this thing.
the scripture tells us that for human, the reason
There we go.
that we must die is because of sin, right? That started with the very first sin of man and woman
Adam ruined it
in the
for
very
us.
beginning, right? Because
Adam
the
and
scripture tells us
Eve.
that man was created to exist eternally in the beginning.
We was
the human
immortal.
physical form.
Till Adam and Eve ruined it.
But when man sinned, a lot of things happened. Death, that's the moment. Scripturally, that's when death entered the equation. So this sin is a big problem. Like that is the genesis of death entering the equation and becoming a reality for all men. I wonder a lot what happened when that sin caused
wasn't grabbing
death
none of the
in man.
backslide?
It's
You could
almost
grab 'em.
like it changed man's genetic makeup. It's almost like man was created in the beginning to exist in a physical body eternally, meaning he had perfect genetics, right? He could exist, nothing decayed. He could continue on
Yeah, all
for
the
all
pieces so
eternity.
far looks pretty
He also had the
pretty
ability
good percentage.
to
As long as it's not
be
below
in the
20%, I
presence
would
of
leave
the
it.
Almighty. In some
So
way,
anything
the human brain could
at 20% or
interact
above?
with the Almighty.
I'd say yeah, you could take it, but
But
that was
when
pretty
sin
good.
entered the equation, it's almost like man's
there's another one right
genetic
here.
code was marred.
Says
and
it's,
death entered the equation, and we
impossible
began to
crack. We'll
age.
see about that.
And it even, when
Well,
I
it's
think about
only
it
a
along those lines, it's
21%,
totally theoretical, by the
Exolite,
way.
so we don't have to get it.
That's how we inherit our sinful nature, is because the result of sin actually changed the genetic makeup of
watch
man's
that timer.
physical body. And therefore, by necessity, he now has to die because he ages. And also, we lost our ability to perceive the Almighty and to actually converse with him. We lost something in our brain. Right? That's why I wonder about that DMT stuff. We lost something in our brain that originally allowed us to see into this other realm and converse with this almighty being. We lost the ability to do that because of sin.
Tungsten, copper,
Which brings me to the body of Christ. The interesting
rhodium,
thing about the
our
body,
resources
physical body
drive
of Jesus
ores.
Christ, he was the only man, according to Scripture, who ever fulfilled the law of God completely
Well,
and
you
perfectly.
get those from
Which
that
means
resource
his
thing you're talking
physical
about?
body, his literal physical body, was not
We
affected
came over here already.
by sin, which is the thing that is causing all of us to die by necessity. And I just wonder if that physical body, if the body of Christ, if Christ would have grown to maturity, which he did, which was when he started his ministry, was full adult maturity, I wonder if he would not have been crucified, if he could have lived in that physical body forever.
Those are
If
rewards.
the
Oh,
aging
hell no.
process would have stopped and he would have never had to die because the effects of sin were not upon him. The curse was not upon him. And it makes me think about that body because
Jesus'
they took
body
his
never
body off the
decayed.
cross, laid it in the tomb. When we die, our bodies begin to go through decay very quickly. You've seen that, killing animals. You kill something within a few hours, it starts to get kind of blowed up, stiff as a board. After about a day, it stinks, all nasty. He died. They put him in that tomb. He was there for 3 days. That body didn't decay. The spirit then re-entered that same body. And that same body rose up and eventually
there's
ascended into
2
heaven. He
gold
took
here.
that body with him into
Try to
this
get
other
before this
realm.
timer starts ticking. Got 12 minutes.
It just makes me wonder, like, what
this is
the human body
32,000.
was like
but
in
the
the
resistance is
beginning when we were
29.
created
Good
perfectly
try.
with this mental ability to interact with this other realm, converse with the Almighty, the absence of sin. In other words, our genetics were perfect. The human body was perfect. It would not die.
So this is
So
if you're
those
taking
are what
the
you
Old
need to
Testament.
earn the reward. To
Absolutely
earn
and
rewards,
literally.
meaning you turn those
And if you do that, what do
3
you think about evolution?
to climb tiers.
That's a great.
What do you think about
I've
the
been
hell am I
thinking
looking
about
at? What's
evolution a little
going
bit
on with
here
my
lately.
the
screen?
various forms of humans that have been detected, including recently Denisovans? What was that one? Julians? What's that one? The giant, huge-headed people. They don't even know how big they were. They think they were quite a bit larger than us. They found multiple
All right,
types
the
of
resistance just
humans.
went up to
Obviously Neanderthals,
57% after
But
Well, if you
23
can't tell by
lasers.
now, I like to think about things.
oh, I do too.
I
yeah.
love. It's fun. It's
Right.
fun.
All
You know
right,
what I
this
mean? Like the
one,
whole
we're
thing
not
I just
getting
talked
no
about was like
signs, so
totally theoretical. Like,
due to the
I can't
timer,
prove any of that.
I'm
But when
gonna
I
move
think
on.
about evolution, one of the first things that's striking to me is how on earth.
But yeah, that's pretty cool. I like that they
Well, first of all,
they
consciousness is a
make
big problem. You mentioned that earlier.
these
But how
materials
on
kind
earth
of like necessary in the
did
game now, because
we,
before people would
as
just
the beings that we are,
they wouldn't even
or
look
we
at
could
them.
take any being on Earth and use it as an example.
Yeah.
How do we go through how many millions, or do some say billions,
Of life?
of years
Not
of
for
evolution?
humans, but for life, yeah. What is
Okay.
life?
Yeah,
How long
that's-
ago did life first appear on Earth?
This one is 42. I'm not even gonna try.
So I think single-celled organisms is like
Now,
3 billion years or something.
now, what
like
I'm
that.
about to do
there's
here is I'm about
another
to
one.
apply some country boy logic here, Joe.
Here it goes. What does it say? 3.5 billion years ago.
3.5 billion years
Okay.
from life to what we are as beings now. Now, look, are you ready for this country boy logic, son?
I'd love to hear it.
How on earth did we go through 3.5 billion years
Right.
of evolution and,
So you said when you turn
being
those in-
shaped by our environment?
Uh-huh.
Buy
And
some
here we are after
gadgets,
3.5
gadgets.
billion years, and we can't stay around for more than about 75 years, and everything around us can kill us. Like, if I think about, now
We're on
again,
9
country boy
minutes.
logic here.
We
If
gotta
I
get
think
going.
a 3.5 billion year long process of an organism being shaped by its environment, I would like to hope it would produce something a little better
Well, I
than
think
what we are today.
what it's produced is
All right, we
pretty
got some
fucking
quantanium right
extraordinary
here.
in comparison to
We're
in
not
comparison
leaving
to all
that.
the other animals. Like
In
there's
You can try to
in
grab that
human.
right
human.
now.
Yeah.
nothing is even close.
But how, I
and
mean,
then
We
you
got
have to
some
think of how
gold.
long
Holy
humans
shit.
have been
Alright, I'm
around
gonna
in this
position
form,
this thing
at least according to science. They believe it's
middle.
somewhere in the neighborhood of 300 to 500,000 years based on the fossil evidence. It could go further or back. Probably go further back eventually. They'll probably figure it's like 6 or 7. But there's a timeline. There's a timeline when Homo sapiens existed and when they didn't exist before. And then there's a bunch of different forms of human. There's a bunch of different hominids. There's Neanderthal, Cro-Magnon. There's a ton of them. So what we've been able to
Oh,
achieve
look like you're able to crack
in this relatively speaking, when you think about 3.5
Alright, it's
billion,
easy.
which is a number that
I'll
you
leave
can't
you to
really
it.
comprehend. You say it, but it's,
Oh, I
just,
agree.
Start on
it's
this
too big. It's too big to really wrap your head around.
medium gold
Think about
here.
the behavior characteristics that you can breed into your dogs in a short period of time.
Now I heartily agree and believe in adaptation.
Yeah.
Heartily agree
Yeah.
in different forms, drastically different forms of human.
Well, look at just dogs. Just look at
Yeah.
dogs. Your dog came from a wolf. Okay. I have 2 dogs. I have a golden retriever and I have a spaniel,
We
this
got
little puppy that we just
8
got.
minutes.
And both of them also descended from
This
wolves.
medium rock is
And it's
slowly
ridiculous.
climbing.
They have zero killer instinct.
Could you
Other
point
than
one of your
squirrels.
laser
My
on
dog
this one?
Marshall
Yeah.
can kill squirrels. But
Leave it
and
at 100.
turtles.
I'll bring it down
he's
on mine.
not a wolf.
Yeah.
He's some sort of a new thing that we've
Okay.
created through selection
Drop
and
into like
breeding
40,
and
30.
It's
over
forced
time,
adaptation.
over time, it's a totally different animal,
35.
just like we are. We are a totally different animal than Neanderthal, a totally different animal to ancient man. We're just different. We're different in some way. You go, and especially if you go way back to Australia,
this is
Piscine,
cracked.
and all these different animals these different hominids that were very primitive, much more ape-like than us. There's a path. You can see it.
Yes,
It's
just
like
grab
there's
all
a
the
lot of
quantanium you
mysteries.
can get
The
over
big
there.
one is
I'll
the
figure out
doubling
some
of the
other
human brain
percentages.
over a period of 2 million years.
We don't got
That's
much
crazy.
time anyway, so
One of the
Let's
things
just
that I
take what
always
we get.
wonder when you're reading, particularly the really old texts, when it gets into like the Dead Sea Scrolls, when it gets into the Old Testament, and even stuff that's before that, it's like, what were they trying to remember? Because you got to remember, before this stuff was even written down, it was an oral history for about 1,000 years. What was the original story? And that's where I think the truth is. I think there's truth. I don't think these people were making up myths and fairy tales.
God damn it.
I think that's a silly way to think about it.
Alright,
I think it's much more
storage
likely
full.
that some
We are out of here.
immense events
now to race
had
back
happened over the course of
within
human
5
history,
minutes
and
without
these
being
people were
blown
trying
up.
to document it with whatever
we'll be
limited
fine.
ability to express themselves that they had at the time.
Yeah, yeah.
There's something there. It's just the problem.
Alright,
I
once we
always
get into
have
that hangar,
with
you
all
gotta get
religions
both of
is
your guys out of
man,
here quick.
The tongue of man is human beings and our desire to. We use hyperbole, we exaggerate, we change times, we change it, we write things that make ourselves look better than we should. History is written by the winners. It's very difficult to know, like, what was the genesis of it? What was the original thing that they were trying to write down? But I think there's truth in the original thing.
Man, you're headed in the right direction, Joe. When you said the problem you always have is with man,
Yes.
man is indeed the
Yes.
problem, my friend.
Yes.
You are headed down the right path, man.
Well, we are the problem, but we are also seeking solutions. People like you, people like me, people that want to be better people, and there's a lot of people out there that are listening to this, people that want a better world, they want a better society, and they recognize that there's certain things that you can do both to change your life and to inspire others. Like, there's a reason for those instincts. They're not necessarily even self-serving. A lot of them are community serving, and that's in a way
What the
self-serving.
hell? Why did we
because
just drop
the
out of
more healthy your
Quantanium?
community is, the better
Quantum
you'll
travel.
feel, the better your life will be. There's reward systems that are built into our tribal nature,
yeah.
and there's a lot of good to that. And I think, like I said before, like, if you do follow the teachings of Jesus Christ, you will have a better life. If you believe it, you will, and you live by it, you will have a better life. But there's that weird jump that you have to make, right? There's the weird jump where you have to abandon this
Logic.
critical thinking and logical mind and accept that there's an extreme value in living this way. And it hasn't been around for all these years by accident. And I really do believe that at the origins, and we all wish we could know. We could hear it. And, like, that's the frustrating thing about it. This is all really the word of God. Like, hey, come back and give us a refresher course. How about, like, maybe we're not bad. We just need to know.
Well, you
like,
know, I'll tell you what, Joe, I should just let you talk the whole dang podcast, man, because you are so good at just summing stuff up and
come
getting to the
on.
root of questions and things.
Give
And,
me a
you know,
hanger,
like
please,
you talked about
quick.
that whole that transition from just like living it out to have a better life to all of a sudden like placing your entire hope in this
What's
Yeah.
the timer
message of the
saying?
gospel. Like that's that transition that I was talking about that you can't choose. You know what I mean? Like so
Yes.
you're summarizing all of this so well, man. And it's interesting to me too that you know, the Almighty has these plans for each of us, His sons and daughters,
Under 3 minutes.
and
okay.
He leads us each along this path to the ultimate revelation that we are searching for. But every path looks different. And it's so interesting to me to get to hear you speak this way because He led me along this path that involved this spiritual warfare. What was I? I was a warrior. Like I understood warfare.
Hey, everyone, get
I
out.
understood encountering an enemy, and that's the story I told you. You know, He kind of led me to
Shit.
this ultimate revelation and to this regeneration along the lines of that. I have to believe that, and I have to hope that He is leading you along this path specifically
How do I get out of here? Oh.
the way you're experiencing it.
Go,
Because
come on,
that's how
elevator.
your mind
Move.
works, man. Like you're a master. You are intelligent. You understand things. You want things to be somewhat logical and orderly.
Right,
And you know, like the
right.
Shroud of Turin thing, or you know, any of these other artifacts or
Come
the
on,
Dead
store,
Sea
store,
Scrolls
store,
or something
storing.
like I can do without knowing about all that and be just
Oh
fine.
God.
But
Oh, my
according to the way the
goodness.
Almighty made you, maybe you can't do without all that stuff and be just fine.
Okay, we
Because
made
you're
it.
different than me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Thank
So I
goodness.
want you.
Holy shit.
Man, it sounds so weird because I don't even.
so
we just met.
intense.
But like,
Oh
I
my God.
want you, man, to be
All right, let's just make
confident
sure it doesn't blow up.
in the direction that you're
Perfect.
going with the questions that you ask and the way that you
Oh
search.
God.
Because
That
it's
was
beautiful,
close.
man.
That was a
thank
good run, man.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
I'm blessed with the time. I'm blessed with the time to ponder things.
Yeah,
You know?
That was
that is a
risky.
very big blessing, man.
It is. Because
This is why I try to leave, like, at 8 minutes just to avoid that, but-
obligations and I have a lot of
That
them.
was good.
But fortunately for me, a lot of my job gives me time to think.
Yep.
A lot of what I do, and a lot of these conversations give me time to think, and talking to different people with different perspectives, different life experiences, and what they're trying to figure out. Because we're all trying to figure out, like, what is the purpose of this? Like, what am I doing here? And some of the most miserable, anxiety-ridden people that I know have no belief system. Some of the most miserable, anxiety-driven people that I know are atheists. And some of the most angry and bitter and attacking and condescending
This is the
and atheists. And
the
also
last
Christian.
slot I have
yeah,
here.
well, there's a lot of Christians that way too. Yeah, there's a lot of Muslims that way. There's a lot of Buddhists that way. There's a lot of people that are full of shit, and that's that's with everything. Like with that, you can get a good plumber, you can get a terrible plumber, and it's just how human beings vary considerably.
There's a philosopher that Martin Luther quotes in his book, The
Name
Bondage
for
of the
me.
Will. And
Yes.
this philosopher says, you can make anything out of anything. And he's talking about Scripture. You can take the Holy Scriptures and you can make anything out of them.
All right,
that
you
you
said to
want to
buy
make
some
out
of
of-
that Gaggets.
But if you want to
Gaggets.
interpret it in a
Yes,
completely
sir.
different
I
You
wonder how
can
much
make
they
anything
cost.
out of anything. And that's
Yes,
where
I
we
think
have
I'm only at.
these
I don't
issues,
have $2,000. Holy shit.
you know, people love to point out the hypocrisy in the body of Christ, the visible church, Christians, people who proclaim to be Christians, the hypocrisy of Christians, and I would agree with you 100%.
I have no idea. I
There
never
is a lot
used
of
it before.
hypocrisy, and a lot of what the visible church does is makes what they want to make out of the Scriptures in order to control people.
Mm-hmm.
I mean
Yes,
that's like
for sure.
huge, man.
Yeah,
Like,
and there's also the issue of mega pastors.
yeah,
You know, when you think about a rock star, you think about someone who's selling out an arena, right? You think about a preacher, you think about like a Joel Osteen type character, unfortunately, because they're more popular than any of the other ones. And so that's a far, it's on the far spectrum, a fringe figure.
yeah.
You know, Rolls Royces, private jets, expensive suits. All of
I
it's
don't see
fucked.
anything.
None of it makes any sense. None of it seems even remotely Christian, right? To amass billions of dollars in enormous plots of land and have huge houses, and you're flying around in $65 million planes.
Dude, you're a comedian. You got to watch this dude named Jesse Duplantis.
Is he a comic?
Oh no, he's
a
like
preacher?
a mega preacher, but dude, you just gotta watch
Put him
videos of
on.
this dude,
Put him
man.
on. Is he off
Oh,
the charts?
Oh my gosh.
Well, you know,
dude,
that's
he's
how
off the
Kinnison
chart.
started. One of the greatest comedians, if not the greatest of all time, Sam Kinison, started out as a tent preacher.
Well, you know, when people like to point out the hypocrisy of Christians, like, I get what you're saying, man. Like, and how religion is used to control people.
In some ways,
you can make
with
anything
some
out of
people.
anything. But here's the thing. Here's how I would respond to you as a Christian. Yes, you are right. I am a hypocrite. I am a liar. I am a cheater. Now, I'm not really a thief per se.
Laser
I don't
instability.
steal. I covet people, the things that they have, the things of this world. I hate. I do all of those things. That's the point. Like,
Bormax.
in that realization of who
Bormax
I
focus
am,
laser power to reduce instability.
that
Insignificantly
revelation
while
is the
also keeping
foundation
clusters
of
value
my
able to
clinging
coalesce
to
together upon
Christ.
shattering.
Right. I see what you're saying.
like
While it does
clinging
make
to.
it
Do
more
I want
difficult
to do those things? No, I don't want to do those
and
things.
time
But there is
consuming
something
to bypass
in me.
deposit
There is a remnant
resistance.
in me
Most miners find
that
extra safety
leads
and
me to do things
increase yield with
that I don't want to do. And the
extra
things that I
effort.
want to do, I don't actually do.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Now, not 100% of the time. Like, that's not my desire. But
This
when
thing
I
says,
actually, when I do those things
Bormax,
now, the difference is
12
my
grand
response
for
to them.
that.
So, like, I told you how wicked I used to be. Well, you know, used to be, if I had an argument with my wife, you know, maybe I was rushing out the door and maybe I yelled at my wife and I went out and got my truck and went to work. The rest of the day, I would be justifying my yelling at my wife. She deserved to be yelled at.
Right.
Screw her, man. Like, she's in the wrong. Now, when I do those things, I yell at my wife, I walk out the door. It's the same thing that I did
Then go
before,
to sleep.
but I do it now,
Go to
and I
sleep,
get
then.
in my car,
Yeah, you.
and it crushes
I don't want to
me.
be bothered by neither one of you guys.
I'm like,
Yeah.
I
So
can't
one of you can either go to
believe I
sleep.
just did the thing that I know I don't want to do, but I did it anyways. It's my response to those things. The most, I think, accurate way or picture to
Stampede
describe this. Remember, I told you I woke up the next day and like my desires had
What?
changed.
Yeah.
no, why? For what?
The most accurate way I've heard this described is if you had two
What
plates
cut,
of food.
General?
You had a
What are
plate
you,
of the
2 years
finest
old?
food,
Grow
and
up.
then you had a bucket of garbage.
You didn't even see the goddamn cut on your finger.
You turn a pig loose into the room. The pig is going to go and stick his head
Camila, close
in
my
that
door.
bucket of garbage and eat that garbage before he eats the food off of that fine plate, because he likes the smell of garbage. He's attracted to the taste and the smell of that. We have pigs at the house. Like, that's what he would do. He would go eat the garbage before he ate the good stuff. And so that pig, he's eating that garbage, and there's this
So
good
let's go
stuff
to
right
the
here next to
hangar
him, and he doesn't even, he's
and
not even ashamed
hall.
that he's eating that garbage because he's a pig.
The whole what? Purchase?
If you had the power
Oh, you had purchase stuff?
to snap your fingers and to turn that pig
I didn't see that Gaga thing you're
into a
talking about.
man. That man would then lift his head up out of that garbage, and he would look around him and he would be ashamed that he had been eating that garbage. And he would depart from that garbage and go to the finer food. Right?
Yeah.
That's what he would do. That's the transition that I tried to describe to you earlier, how it's changed overnight. It was like I no longer desired garbage more than I desired the fine things that the Lord has offered to me. My desires changed, right?
I see what you're saying.
But we still go back. Like that, there's a remnant of that pig in us. And every now and then we want to go back and eat that garbage, but we're ashamed. We don't want anybody to see us, and we're ashamed, and it upsets our stomach, and we respond to it differently. And that's kind of the change, and tying this all back into, well, why aren't Christians perfect? They say they preach all this stuff. As a preacher or as a teacher, the closer you preach the true
I didn't tell you to go to sleep. I told
word
Logan to go to sleep.
of Scripture in terms of standards, the closer you get to that
Why are
standard
you
that's
kicking
portrayed by
Logan in the
Scripture,
butt for?
the more of a hypocrite you are going to become, because you can't meet it. So,
See,
like,
what you're saying, though, this is what I was getting at. What you're saying is one of the best examples of the power of being a Christian. What I'm talking about is the general perception of people on the outside that maybe hang out mostly in secular circles.
Bro,
Maybe they have a
bro.
bunch of friends that
Close
are
my door.
atheists, and they see religion as this big scam.
yeah,
And because the most popular versions of religion for a long time is televised religion, you know, when you think about people's exposure that aren't religious to religion, what do they hear about? Scandals. They hear about, you know, the pedophilia in the Catholic Church. They hear about money that's being inappropriately spent, and
Yep.
so the versions that they get are like, oh, this is just bullshit to control people.
yeah.
And they don't hear enough about like genuine transformation stories, and like why this is valuable, and why it's also valuable to
Wait,
intelligent
are these like
people, 'cause
attachments
this
for the
has always
ships itself?
been this is a misconception, or at least a narrative that's pushed out, that it's for dull-minded people. It's for dull-minded people that can't make sense of the world. It's too much confusion to them, so they need a structure.
Which is totally in alignment with the whole truth that this cross thing is foolishness. Like, I understand that. Like,
Right.
I mean,
Well, the fact that you do makes it much more palatable for people too. Like, what you were
Yeah.
saying makes more sense to people
Aren't we
because,
supposed
like,
to
okay, he's addressing these feelings
send
that
down
I
the
have
ship
too.
in order to
Yeah,
attach
I mean,
these, or do we
you read in,
do we take
I
them
think
off
it's,
manually?
1 Corinthians chapter 2, the Apostle Paul is writing like, hey, I didn't come to you with these wise words, like trying to convince you of anything. I simply have preached to you this gospel. And notice that not many of you who are considered wise, like, were able to believe this, because it's literally foolishness until you're made alive. And it's funny, it was by the Almighty's sovereign, immutable will that he chose the cross as to be the story of redemption for man. It's funny that he chose the cross, and he did it for his own good pleasure. He chose to destroy the wisdom of man by a message that is seemingly foolish. It's so backwards. He chose to destroy man's wisdom, our natural man's wisdom, right? all the great things that man has done and known and discovered. He chose to destroy
seeing
all
this?
of that by this foolish message of the cross for his own good pleasure, because man in his wisdom did not know God when he came here in the body, in the person of Jesus Christ. They actually killed him. So he said, I'm going to destroy y'all's natural wisdom with this message of foolishness. Kind of comedic.
It is. So if it really did happen, it's the most bizarre way to get a message across.
It's the most bizarre way that you could ever,
Yeah.
like, literally even imagine, man.
No, and imagine you trying to explain to people your experiences with whatever you encountered in those barracks, and people hearing that. Like, it's the problem with unique.
All right, this is the one I took off
That are
right
completely
here.
outside of the norm. Well, what's more outside of the norm than the resurrection of Jesus Christ, or Jesus Christ being actually the Son of God? Like, imagine trying to explain that to people. They'd be like, "What are you talking about? There's this guy. His name is Jesus." Like, shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Like, what are you in a multi-level marketing scheme? Like, what are you talking about, man? This guy want money from you? Like, what is this guy? Is this guy fucking your wife? Like, what's going on? No, man. It's not like that. Like,
How do you
okay.
attach stuff? I never
Right.
done this before.
Right. But if it really is true, you would be stuck. You'd be
Oh.
stuck with this
There we go.
story. And you can't leave that part out. No, you're commanded to tell the entire story. So you have this conundrum.
Yeah.
All right, this part is going to sound crazy, but
You summed it up well, Joe. You summed it up well,
it's
brother.
the most fascinating thing of it. But I always tell people, look at it, but also know that if you live that way and if you believe that,
What's in the
and if
box?
you follow those teachings, you will have a better life.
Oh, these
There's
are
something
the.
to it. There's a reason why people have been doing it. There's a reason why true Christians are some of the nicest, most compassionate, friendliest, charitable people that you'll ever meet. There's something
Not
to
letting me
it.
grab them.
There's something to it. The origin of it all. There's truth in the origin of it all. It's just trying to figure out what it means, and then the translations, even the translations in English that you're reading, the way they communicate is so different than the way we communicate today. So you have to realize, like, the evolution of human discourse over thousands of years, the way we phrase things,
I
the
think
way
that's
we
the thing you put
describe
under
things,
rock.
the way we talk about things, is all very different. So you have to get scholars who understand the original way they talked about these things. And why did they say a phrase this way? What is the meaning of this?
Isn't it so good that we have men that have men and
Oh.
women who have dedicated their entire lives to that,
You
Joe?
follow that Wesley Huff guy?
Oh,
Do you know?
yeah.
He's
I
fantastic.
do, man. I'm so thankful for men like him. R.C. Sproul is one that I love to read his stuff. He's passed now. Martin Luther, of course, is another one. But I mean, because you think about me, like, what do I spend a day reading Scripture? 2 hours a day, maybe. Sometimes 3. Like, I'm never going to become the expert.
Right.
You know, you spend an hour a day or 2 hours a day doing anything,
Yeah.
you're never going to become.
No, you'll
The
be
expert.
proficient.
You'll be proficient. Yeah, you'll
Yeah.
be able to kind of know your way around it. But the stuff that you're talking about knowing, which is stuff worth knowing, you know, that's the meat that we can consume.
Also, when you're talking about the Old Testament and the New Testament, you put the two of them together, you're dealing with thousands of pages.
Yeah.
Thousands. Thousands of pages of very confusing scripture. Where some of it you're reading, you have to read it 3 or 4 times, and you just gotta go,
Explode with this thing right
Okay,
now.
what
It's
is-
acting
what
so
exactly
strange.
is he trying to say here?
Because you
What is
have
it?
to figure out how it fits with the rest of it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because
I
you
don't
can read it in a
know
way
where
and
all
you're
this
like,
goes.
this is contradictory. If Scripture is contradictory, it is not from God.
Right.
Like it cannot, by nature of what we know about the nature
Oh, I see,
of
I see,
the
I see.
Almighty, what's revealed in Scripture to us, just
Thunder.
about His nature, His attributes. Right? It's one of my favorite things to study, the attributes of the Almighty, which we cannot even begin to grasp the fullness of it. But some of His attributes have been
I
revealed
just
to
had
us,
it.
and
Oh,
so
crap.
if that is
Hold on.
His word, it cannot contradict itself.
There we
because
go.
that would go against what we know of as who he is.
Yeah, that's one.
You know
But
what I mean?
yet,
Yeah.
sometimes it
So
does.
what are those plate things that
Seemingly,
they place on the
yeah.
rocks? That's what
Seemingly.
that's what I'm curious
And
about.
again,
Is it to
this
like
is
kind of just help
probably
it to
the
not
interpretation of man.
get destroyed?
You know, and this is where it gets problematic. I mean, it is ultimately fascinating that you have something like the Book of Isaiah, where they
So,
found
how much
an
of these
older
could you
version
place
that
on
they
one
didn't even
head?
know existed. It turns out to be 1,000 years older,
Oh,
and it's
that's
verbatim. Fascinating,
These
right?
things?
It is.
But before that got written down, they talked about it for a long time. A long time. And so few people could write things down, and so few people could read. That's where it gets weird. But I think ultimately, behind it all, they're trying to tell a story. They're trying to tell a fantastic story.
And I think ultimately, too, I think something that you could add to that, Joe, is if what I'm saying is correct in terms of what I believe about Scripture, ultimately there has also to be some divine influence over the preservation of those Scriptures. It's the only way,
So
right? It would
one
be
of
the
these
only
go
way
on
for
one
the
header because
Scriptures
I've placed
in their
one on
original
one on
language
already.
to be truly
On
the
the bottom.
word of the Almighty to man, the complete revelation of the Almighty to man. Like, there has to be some divine influence for that to happen.
Right, but then you have to take it back to the origins of it. Like, what was that? What was that divine influence?
Yeah.
What were the experiences?
Was it a convert? Yeah, was
Yeah.
it a how
Holy
did it?
crap,
You
that
know,
thing.
we like to you like to kind of here's another thing, man. It all involves faith. It does involve an aspect of faith, like,
Yeah.
you know, because we look at the letters in the New Testament, who were mostly written by the Apostle Paul.
The
And the
Arbor
only
mining
way
head.
that
Should I
we
take this
can
one off?
Trust that, okay, this is
I'll stop the
the
laser
literal
first.
message from God to us, but it's coming through a man. Like, how does that happen? Well, we have to believe that, again, the Almighty is influencing man through the power of his spirit in the man to write the things that the man wrote. You know, that's like that's why this belief in the Holy Spirit and of the believer actually being possessed with the Spirit of God is so essential. Like, it has to be that way, or else the Apostle Paul's writing his opinions,
Right.
or he's writing based off of his experience. You know, you could take it all the way back. What did Pilate say to Jesus? What is truth? We all, you know, what is, like, truth? I don't even know that truth can come from man alone, because everything that
I'm gonna
we
pull down
have
to detach.
experienced is so influenced by our upbringing, by our perspective, by
Okay.
our memory, by so many factors. That's why I hate seeing these guys,
No.
these former military guys, attacking each other, man. About he did this and he did that and he didn't do
Okay.
this and he didn't do that. I'm like, I mean, some guys might flat out be, you know, telling a fib. You know, I get that, right? You know, that's not good. But man, so many people are recounting experiences that they've had in their life and their service and whatever it may be. And like, all of that is shaped by their unique perspective and the way that their mind works. And, you know, it's
Yeah.
like,
It's
I
the
can't
problem with
attack a
people telling
dude.
stories,
I can't
yeah.
attack a dude for that. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So if we're saying that the Bible is truly the perfect revelation of God to man, then we have to understand that the source of that, all of that, did not come from man. In some way, it was wrought by God through man. If that makes sense.
It does make sense. And that is the ultimate truth where it all started from. It's just trying to, like, sift through the tongue of man to get to whatever that truth is.
Yeah.
And then this thing that will ultimately I mean, unless some insane technology comes about, we'll never know. We'll never be able to go back in time and figure that out.
That's a problem, ain't it?
It's an issue.
You know, I talked to my buddy about that while I was sitting there with him, you know, as he was passing away. And you know, Scripture describes when you leave your physical body here on earth, you know, your spirit basically goes into the presence of the Almighty immediately. But in that state, you're unclothed, and you don't want to be unclothed. And like I'm having all these. I lost my train of thought there on where we were going with that.
So you could put
But,
3 of those things on?
Yeah, man, I forgot the original question, but it pertained to something, a conversation I had with him.
Well, you were talking with him about this sort of leap of faith that you have to make.
Oh yeah, okay, that's what I was talking to him about. I was like, right now, Mr. Don,
I don't know what's going on with the Max, so it feels so weird.
There is an element of faith in what you believe, like, and that's a problem. Like it's hard to explain that. It's hard. That's a problem. But when you leave here, like, you're no longer going to have to live by faith. Like, once you get there, you're gonna know you made it. Like it's all. But it goes back to what you were saying. Like, we'll never know. There's always going to be an element of faith in what we believe. Like there has to be, as it pertains to things of God. There's always going to be a certain element of faith. That very faith is the gift
The one on the right
that the Lord
side is
gives to
missing
His
one.
elect. The ability to believe. Like, that is the gift. That element of faith. That's the gift that I treasure more than anything else that I have in my life. But it's still tough. Remember I told you I have doubts sometimes?
Of course. Well,
right?
that's where the skeptical person steps in and says, well, this is ridiculous. It's all based on, you have to believe in faith because logically it doesn't make any sense. And so this is, the problem with that is that you're making this assumption that the human mind is flawless and that it can perceive truth regardless of your learned experiences, regardless of what you know about the world. You could see truth even if it's a completely unique thing. You could know that it doesn't exist. Like, there's no way. There's no way you know. And if it is a puzzle, what greater puzzle than you have to believe something that defies logic? Like, if you're gonna demand faith of someone, you would deliver it in a way that the only way to buy into this is that you have to get past your logic. You have to abandon it. And you have to believe something that you've been told is
I can't
impossible.
fit anymore.
But my
Tell you
answer
what,
to
Joe,
that
you're gonna
is,
make a good preacher one day, man.
my answer to that is, isn't everything
The box on
impossible?
board.
This is the problem with that. The problem is, Terence McKenna once said that science only demands of you one miracle. That's the Big Bang. If you believe in one miracle, everything else it says it can explain with materialist science. So, if you, the miracle of the Big Bang is way crazier to believe than the resurrection of a human being. That seems more logical. It seems more plausible. People live, people die, maybe people come back to life. I'll buy that more than the entire universe is smaller than the head of a pin, and through no process that anybody has adequately explained, becomes everything. And maybe it's a continual process. It happens over and over and over again.
Well, you like to look into all this stuff. My wife sent me a YouTube video or something the other day. Apparently they saw something with one of these telescopes or something that they look into the cosmos with that has completely, like, destroyed all their evidence of their theology behind the Big Bang.
Yes, James Webb Telescope. Yeah, they're finding. They think that some of what they were interpreting as the initial signals of the Big Bang are not that. that not
They
only
grab all
that,
of them
but
already?
the origin, the birth of the universe is far older than they think it was, because they're finding galaxies that are far too large and formed, that are so far away that they would have had to form far quicker than they thought was possible from the moment of the Big Bang to then. So this is extended, in some people's eyes, the birth of the universe to 22 plus billion years old instead of 13.7 or whatever it is. So they think it's possibly even older. But then there's also questions like the Big Bang itself might not be correct. You might be just interpreting the signals of this part of the space, part of the universe that we just can't see yet, because we don't have the ability to see further than what the James Webb Telescope can do. So as we develop better and better tools, with each iteration, you're going to have a much deeper understanding of the vastness of the universe itself, which may ultimately be infinite. And Roger Penrose thinks that not only was there not just a Big Bang, that there's a continual cycle of these things that happen for eternity, that there's never been a beginning.
Go ahead and wrap your mind around that.
Wrap your mind around that. Because we always want to think in terms of our own personal biological limitations. We have a birth and we have a death.
Yep.
Well, what was the birth of the universe? Well, why? Why assume?
Why are you on the
Why?
cold
Because we have this
floor? Why don't
tiny
you just
little
lay on the
lifespan
bed?
of 100 years?
Even when we try to interpret hard things about Scripture, or we think about, the Lord, we even almost always we put time
just don't make a
constraints
mess.
on Him. Like, how do you think without the constraints of time, like in your mind? You know what I mean? It's freaking wild, man.
Well, then time gets real weird when you get into the Old Testament. Like, how old was Noah? What?
Well, yeah.
Like, what does that
They
mean?
lived a long time. That kind of goes along with my theory of at the fall of man, literally marring man's genetic code, and how that has just kind of progressively gotten worse over time.
It's possible, but it's also possible that their interpretation of time was different because they didn't understand calendars. That what they considered a year was not what we were talking about. We're talking about a completely different thing.
Yeah.
Like we have such a limited understanding just of human civilization. I mean, there's new findings like constantly that are completely throwing a monkey wrench into the timeline of human history. And some of the biggest ones are happening in Egypt right now, where they're finding structures through tomography, through the use of satellites. They're finding these structures underneath the pyramids that go down 2 kilometers deep. Very controversial stuff, but they've repeated it over and over again. There's these cylinders, and there's coils that seem to be wrapped around these cylinders. They're hundreds of meters deep, and then there's more structures underneath there. They're like, well, what is this? Like, who made this? Like, explaining the pyramids themselves is impossible. They try, they pretend. People were just smarter than you think. Okay, maybe, but also crazy that you've got this fucking thing that's 17 acres in its footprint, 2,300,000 stones, some of them cut from a quarry 500 miles away, placed hundreds of feet in the ceiling. Some of them are 50 plus tons that they've moved into these positions. Cut perfectly. You can't even get a razor blade in between of them, set to perfect north, south, east, and west. And now you find out there's structures underneath them that might go down 2 kilometers. We might have a completely fucked up understanding of human history, and it's very likely we do.
Yeah, it's there's a lot of speculation around. I'm sure you have had somebody on to talk about this period of human history in Scripture where it talks about essentially these angelic beings basically procreating with human women, and creating some sort of hybrid race, men of renown with special knowledge, and it would seem that something like that, when you look at the example and all of the stuff you just talked about with the pyramids, like they were getting special knowledge.
There was something weird
from some source. I don't know. Like you said, we can't understand it, man.
Well, we don't, unfortunately, because of the burning of the Library of Alexandria. We have a limited understanding of what was going on. But what they did accomplish that's still there today just baffles the greatest human minds. They're like...
What I love about you is you're not afraid to ask these questions, man. and what you're doing here on the show, it's like
What
you're
the
not afraid to
hell?
dig into anything.
Well, I don't think you should be afraid of
It's-
questions, and no one should be.
But a lot of people's pride,
Yeah.
like keep them from
Yeah, there's that.
kind of asking those questions. I mean,
Well, people take themselves seriously. You know, I don't
Yeah.
really take myself very seriously, luckily. And I also am not married to my ideas. My ideas are just ideas, and they're not mine. They're just ideas, and I'll entertain those ideas. But if they're wrong, I'll say, oh, that's wrong. I thought this. This is why I thought that. This is what it turns out it really is. And I think if you can do that, you'll have a healthier perspective. Just ask questions. Don't be afraid to sound foolish, because there's probably a reason why you want to ask that question. And maybe there's a logical answer that'll make you seem foolish for asking the question. Like, oh, okay, now I get it. But maybe not. And there's a lot of assumptions that people
you
cling
bring me
to.
my charger
Boy, we
that's
found
in
out a
my
lot about
drawer?
that during COVID.
It's
There's a
like
lot of
that
shit that
top drawer
people
over there.
just believe wholeheartedly
Should be a
that's
charger in there,
100%
yeah.
not true. And you'll yell at people about it, and you'll fucking change people's lives, and you'll
Yeah.
treat people like plague rats. And it's 100%. You're 100% incorrect, and you've based your entire
Bring it.
identity on this information that's 100% incorrect. And then
Thank you.
years later, you're still justifying it because your ego won't allow you to admit that you were incorrect. You had made false assumptions. You had gone down the wrong way of thinking, and here you are stuck with this undeniable truth that's right in front of your face. You were fucking wrong. You were wrong. You got played. You can't trust the government. You can't trust the pharmaceutical drug companies. You can't trust anybody that's making a profit off of you. There it is right in front of your face. And that's the problem with taking yourself too seriously. That's a problem with being married to your ideas. That's a problem to always wanting to be right and always wanting to sound intelligent.
man, that's so good, Joe. That's so impactful for me to hear you say that, because I have to share this with you. Of course, I had I've told a few of my close buddies and friends that I was coming on the show today to have a conversation with you, and it's amazing people's response when you tell them that you're going to come and sit down to the mighty Joe Rogan, the most powerful man on the internet. I've heard you called that. Dude, don't be offended by any of that.
That's okay.
This is just what people say, and you know, I had so many people tell me,
You said
now,
to
Chad,
lock
when
the
you go sit
ports.
down with Joe, you better just stick to what you know. And I'm sitting here like, buddy, I don't know a whole lot. Like when you really get down, like what you said, man, like you're not attached to your ideas, and they're not, a lot of times they're not even your ideas. They're just you
just
just
ideas.
think about things deeply, and you ask these questions, and when you live that way, you do come to the realization that, man, there's very little that I actually know when we define the word or the idea of knowing something.
Right.
And even Scripture tells us any man that thinks he knows anything hasn't known as he ought to know. In other words, as soon as you think you have the answers to most things, you are totally backwards.
Yeah.
You haven't known. The ultimate form, I think one of the ultimate forms of knowledge or knowing is realizing that you really don't know much.
Absolutely.
But
Yeah.
it's just funny that you talked about that, and that was some of the advice I received.
But if you
From-
only
from
talk
friends.
about the things you
Stick
know
with what you
about,
know,
yeah.
yeah, but the
Open?
problem with that is like you're never going to get anywhere. You got to be able to talk
I
about
agree,
things
man.
you don't know.
I agree. And yeah, man, it's people's perspective of what you've built here, and you know what you do and what you've accomplished. I think it's just like so skewed, like just based off of some of the conversations I had. You know what I mean?
Well, it's always going to get weird when anything gets large. You know, people have
Yeah.
their own opinions and their
Well-
own perceptions of things that are successful, and
Why do you keep going at this point?
it's fun.
You enjoy
I
it?
like it. Yeah,
That's good,
Yeah,
man.
I like it.
I
enjoy
couldn't
it.
tell what the hell
It's
was
enriching.
open, to be
I like
honest.
talking to people. I like learning new things. I like having interesting conversations, fun conversations.
What was your first kind of big break? Like-
As a podcaster,
I mean, just in general, as someone who's public?
I guess the big one was Fear Factor. You know, that was the one that kind of made me famous.
But what led you there?
I was on a TV show before that called News Radio. It was a sitcom.
Okay.
I was on that. And before that, I was a stand-up
All right, we
comic.
got some daylight going on over here.
And, you know, my trajectory's
Nice.
been very slow, which is good. It's healthier for you. You get it better. Like, you can deal with it. Because the worst thing that ever happens is like a 20-year-old kid becomes super famous.
Yeah.
You're just fucked. You're fucked. You're not gonna be able to handle that. You're gonna be off the rails. It's just too weird. The world is a totally different place. Everybody knows who you are everywhere you go. Everyone around you needs you. So you have all these talking heads around you that are kissing your ass. Your perception of the world is completely distorted. You never had to truly develop your character. You know, you've got untold wealth, you know, in your teens. Like, you can't handle that. Nobody can handle that. No child stars ever make it out and seem normal. They're all fucked. It's like cement where you mix it wrong. You know, there's not enough water, there's not enough sand, whatever it is. The formulation's wrong. You're never going to fix it. You're not going to fix it after the fact. It's already formed. And it's a tragedy. But to get fame slowly, as long as you're always working on your character. And one of the things that will keep you sane when you're going through fame in particular is voluntary adversity. Like, particularly working out.
Man, that's good, brother. I can relate to that, man.
Oh, yeah, I know you're big into ultra running and that kind of voluntary adversity. I saw you took up jiu-jitsu recently, too, right? That looked fun. It's fucking tiring, huh? For a guy with the kind of endurance
dude,
that you have, isn't it amazing how tired you
It
get?
was rough, dude. Bad rough.
Yeah, jiu-jitsu is humiliating. It's humbling. But there's a lot of power in that humbling. It makes the rest of your life so much easier. It really does. That jiu-jitsu was a huge factor in my sanity and my ability to stay sane through everything. Is that I'm getting humbled all the time.
Yeah.
I'm exhausted all the time. Dudes are strangling me all the time. You know, it's like you just so that kind of conflict was so overwhelming, but yet also positive, and helped me so much with character development, my understanding of myself, and what I was able to accomplish if I worked hard enough. It allows you to navigate the weird waters of fame so much easier.
It's that's really impactful to hear you say that, Joe, because I think that is and has been my exact same experience, you know. And I've been kind of public for the last 5 years now, and it's been kind of slow, but again, it kind of went big there for like within 2 years, like it. The YouTube and stuff blew up to the point that I'm nowhere, obviously, on the level that you experience in your life, but you know, you can't go out in public without somebody's going to stop you.
Well, you're at the level where I know who you are.
In all these comments and all this stuff, you know what I mean? But like continuously choosing to do these challenges that, like, I don't even know if I'm going to be able to do it. Like the Yukon race, the Yukon 1000. We didn't finish that. We went 435 miles, and David started having circulation issues in his lower body because he's paralyzed. Blood doesn't flow very well. And like his leg is usually the size just of his femur, you know, or his bones. And by the third day, his legs were the same size as my legs.
Ooh.
And he started to develop these pressure sores on his butt, which is very, very dangerous for people who are paralyzed, just from sitting in that kayak for 18 hours a day. But like, we didn't complete that.
Check these rocks already because your ship is there.
We were out there.
Oh yeah, this is where that
truly
Quantanium rock
in
was.
Truly in
Want to
wilderness.
try to crack it now?
Like struggling against not only the miles but just the environment. Like, I love to hear all these hippie people talk about Mother Earth. It's like, Mother Earth will freaking kill you, son. you talk about Mother Earth around me, that tells me one thing: you ain't spent much time in nature.
Yeah, exactly.
But man, we're out there just like struggling through this, and it became something that for my teammate, he physically wasn't in a place that he could safely continue. But like that so refreshed me, dude.
Yeah.
Being out there, the experience, the struggle, it's brutal, man. Like 120, 130 mile days, 18-hour days in this kayaks. You're getting 3 hours of sleep, having to cook all your food.
Oh, wow,
It's
that's
all
actually-
self-contained. But like I come out the other end of that, man. I'm
Holy
just
hell, these are
so
powerful. Okay.
dialed in.
Damn.
dialed
Drop,
in, dude.
turn off,
Yeah.
turn off.
Without
Shit.
those experiences,
Shit.
I
No,
agree
we're
with you
gonna lose
100%,
it.
man.
No.
I think all men need voluntary diversity.
I might, yeah.
Need
We're
it.
dead.
I
We're dead.
think that's one of the reasons why people are so filled
Oh
with
my
anxiety
God.
and depression. And I think you need to challenge yourself all the time. And I think it needs to be physical. I think it's not just a mental thing. I think people need physical challenge.
That was so
I think
massive. It
it's a very
freaking moved
important
your
part for
ship.
maintaining sanity.
It
How
is
are
for
we
me, for
alive?
sure.
Me
I have
too.
to have something, on the micro level daily. On the macro level, I have to have maybe
Holy
2 things,
hell.
big things a year that
Yeah, we just lost all of that.
that I look at and I'm like,
That was sick.
I don't know if I can actually
That was
finish that.
sick. Holy
Yeah.
crap,
You know what I
dude,
mean?
those are
and,
powerful.
and then it forces me to train, to learn, to prepare, to plan. That's when you get, if we want to move toward mental toughness and how this kind of preps you
how
and
did
keeps you
we
going through life, like
survive
that's where
that?
all the mental toughness is really built, is through the training process.
Yeah, we know now for sure.
Like on race
Damn,
day,
I kind of want to buy
shouldn't
this
be
ship
getting
now.
any
Holy
more
shit.
mentally
That's
tough.
cool.
on race day, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
That
you
was
waited
freaking
too long.
brutal. That
Yeah.
thing was so powerful. it
Your brain is just a muscle
moved
like
your-
any other muscle
your ship.
in my experience.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, I agree.
if you stop exercising it, and people want to
Yeah,
act
Point me to all the
like
big rocks
there
now.
are people out there, maybe like me or like David Goggins, or these people that have become so mentally tough that like we're just good. Like we should be able to show up anywhere,
my light on?
anytime, and perform and just crush everyone. That's not how it works. Like every one of us,
These are all
we have to
garbage.
prepare and train day in and day out and go through the process in order to perform. That's a never-ending thing. But people want to believe that you can just become mentally tough and then possess that and perform for the rest of your life.
Yeah. No.
They want to believe that because they don't want to do the work that's required to actually perform at a high level.
Right.
You know, it's almost like an out
Yeah.
that people want to take or believe in.
Well, listen, man, I'm glad you're out there. I appreciate you very much. I appreciate you coming in and doing the show. And 3 of 7 Projects on YouTube. Are you on anything else?
Just 3of7project.com. If you want to come train with us, that's my passion in life is not only my faith, but teaching. And everything that we do is we have training exercises, once a month or something. And I'm out there with you, suffering with you.
Beautiful.
And go check it out if you want to come hang out. And Joe, man, I can't thank you enough for your generosity.
My
There's
pleasure.
many times during that conversation that you could have made me look like a fool, I'm sure. And
no, it was
you had
great.
a lot of grace for me,
No,
brother.
I enjoyed it very much. Thank you very much. All right. Bye, everybody.
When we talk about death, it's a little complicated because there are many different kinds of death.
Oh.
You can have societies dying, cities dying, companies dying. But what we're talking about is the death of the individual. There's a peculiar paradox there because while you're alive, right now, millions of cells in you are dying. You don't even notice that. That's cell death. You start aging even in utero. From the time you're conceived, your fertilized egg starts developing.
Is that why all children are born looking like old men?
This is Star Talk. Neil deGrasse Tyson, your personal astrophysicist. This is special edition, which means we've got Gary O'Reilly. Gary.
Hi, Neil.
Hey. And we got Chuck Nice.
Hey.
Okay.
What's
Chuck,
happening?
and special edition specializes in all science that matters to the
No,
human
thank
condition.
you.
Yes.
And today's topic is no exception.
No.
And may I give the title of it?
Please do.
why we die.
Dun dun dun.
Why we die. Well, I
Yeah.
have no expertise in that other than simply being alive.
Right.
I fear death because I'm born knowing only life.
Wow, look at that.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I got that from a movie.
Oh, okay.
That's okay. So Lane and I are co-producer on this. Lane Ainsworth.
Unsworth, our,
Yes.
our LA producer
Yes.
for Star Talk. Yes.
We have long wanted to investigate this subject matter.
You want to investigate it, but not firsthand.
No, no.
You don't want first-hand data.
More an observation.
Right.
More an observation. So if you put it this way, humankind has for millennia
Mila,
asked,
what are you
why do we die?
doing,
Followed
bro?
by,
Get out of
"Well,
here
why
with
can't we live
that.
forever then? And then,
It's kind of the same question.
yeah, but you know, aren't different people. So has evolution programmed us to expire on a certain date? Could we extend the game? Cheat death, play God, if you wish. Millions, if not billions, are spent annually on anti-aging, be it research or products.
Millions of dollars.
Yes.
Okay.
And so how close are we to unlocking
I feel like this is
the
bringing me
mystery of
back
death? So no surprise that
to
the
your
research
shit.
into proteins is
I
proven
need
to
to
be
go
the
to a
key
different location.
to this mystery.
So the building blocks of life may hold the key
it?
to death?
How about that?
Oh, good sentence there.
Yeah.
Very good, Chuck. So
Oh, this
we have
brought me
the
back to
world's
your
expert
first ship.
on this very subject.
Wow.
And this is
What do we have over here
Venki
again?
Ramakrishnan. Venki, welcome to Stark Talk.
Thank you.
Excellent. And you are now based in Cambridge.
Yes.
England. Say it.
I knew you had to.
Wasn't really necessary.
It's always Basher Brit Day here.
Yeah, it is. It is. But we do it lovably.
We do, yeah.
So you run a small group, but used to be bigger. 'Cause you're
Yeah, I
winding
think I
down
got
Yes.
in your
hit
career.
from the damn
A program
explosion.
leader at the MR
That shit was
See?
crazy.
That stands for Medical Research Council.
lab at Cambridge.
Yes.
And it specializes in
Molecular biology.
molecular biology.
So it's the MRC lab of molecular biology.
Okay. But
Our
that's-
name is what we do.
But that's like the least of your resume here. So in 2009, you were awarded the.
All right, we have this gold over here we
Chemistry
could crack.
Nobel
Yes,
Prize.
it's
Wow.
massive too.
Why?
Are you wearing it under your shirt right now?
No.
Okay, we could just go
That's
for
serious
this gold
bling,
too.
Yeah. Honestly,
You
I
go to
would,
the
See ya.
club.
yeah, I would be like
How
the
well this
Flavor
laser
Flav
is,
of Nobel Prize winners. I would never take
keep my
it off.
distance this
So,
time.
former president of the Royal Society, very important
That's a deal.
organization that basically the first in the world to organize the ideas and publications of scientists.
Wow.
To make it a clearinghouse of peer review. Really.
First peer-reviewed papers. Also, it advocated evidence-based science in the 17th century at a time when authority mattered a lot. And they said authority doesn't matter, beauty doesn't matter. It's evidence that
Yes,
matters.
very enlightened and important posture. And then you got knighted in 2012. That's 3 years later. And you do they knight with an actual sword?
Yes, but I think it's blunt.
Well, let's just hope.
Yeah.
You don't want them to slip up.
Right.
If there's a little sort of jiggle in
Yeah.
the wrist.
We wanted to make him a knight. It turned into an execution.
So who was on the other end of the sword?
We need that next laser.
It was Princess Anne.
Oh, cool.
Cool.
All right.
We love
like
Princess
that.
Anne.
Yeah. That'll work.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, also, you have a book. It's your second book. First one a few years back, The Gene Machine. But what we're especially interested in now is Why We Die. And give me the subtitle of that book, Why We Die.
It's called The New Science of Aging and the Quest for Immortality.
Well, let's dive right in because you are our world's expert in this. And before we can define death, I guess we should kind of define life and then learn what it is that ceases in life that then brings death upon it.
Well, defining life is very hard. It's, you could almost say, quote, Justice Potter Stewart, as I can't define it, but I know it when I see it.
Yeah, it's not
Spoken
working.
of, maybe you don't know.
Pornography.
Because that's America. That he said that of pornography.
But the fact is, life, most biologists would define it as a system that can self-replicate and evolve. And at least in our world, it's carbon-based. But when we talk about death, it's a little complicated because there are many different kinds of death.
Oh.
You can have societies dying, cities dying, nations dying. You can have companies dying. But what we're talking about is the death of the individual, which has
The organism.
of an individual animal or organism, right? And there's a peculiar paradox there because while you're alive, I mean, right now, millions of cells in you are dying. You don't even notice that, okay? You know, that's cell death.
Why you got to tell me that right now?
And no,
Because it's fact.
they need to die in order to keep you alive. Okay?
Oh, look
So-
at that.
That's how he got out of that.
Thank you,
Okay.
dead cells.
So
To
that's
make room
one
for the new cells.
to make room for new cells. Actually, during development, cells will die at precise points during development. They've done their bit, and then they have to get out of the way.
When you say development, you mean embryonic.
Embryonic
Yes.
development, correct. And at the same time, when you die, when you say a person has died, at the point of death, most of you is still alive. That's why you can donate organs.
Right.
Okay.
So there's the other side of the paradox.
Interesting.
So what do we mean by
By
death?
death, you're right.
Okay, you can have. By the way, since you're an astrophysicist, you can have death of the universe as well, and there's a book coming out on that, or has come out. So the question is, what do we mean when an individual dies? What we mean is the irreversible loss of that individual's ability to function as a coherent whole. So that means that person can no longer exist as a unit, and that's what we mean by death.
And are you talking physiologically this person cannot function as a unit? Because there are people who
been here
experience
before.
brain death
We need to go far out.
to an extent, and they keep them on a respirator because a family member says, I don't want them to die.
So there are two examples coming out of Chuck's point. You can be brain dead, but sustained on a respirator, so all your organs are working, or you can be body dead, I suppose, and in the limit, it's like your brain in a jar or whatever.
Well, that's more like a
It can't happen.
But that's more like a quadriplegic.
What you said can't happen because if your body's dead, then it can't feed nutrients to the brain to keep it alive. The brain is the biggest consumer of
Resources.
resources in the body. So coming back to your point, though, about brain death, etc., that's interesting because it used to be that if your heart stopped beating, that was the moment people said you're dead.
Right.
Then they found out that actually, even if your heart stops beating, they can resuscitate you.
Right.
But then they decided, okay, when you no longer have brain waves and your brain has irreversibly stopped, that's brain death. And there's an interesting case. States in the U.S. used to have different definitions of death. And there was a case where somebody died in California, but her relatives wouldn't accept it. And by New Jersey laws, she was not dead. So they moved the body to New Jersey.
Oh, wow.
And she was maintained, as you say, on some sort of artificial device. And then eventually she died. But this is slightly
I feel like I'm
getting
going in circles
semantic
here.
because most people agree that there's a point when the body cannot reverse itself.
Yeah, we
and
are
get back to
definitely-
being alive.
Yeah, but that's a statement of the limits
Going in
of medicine
circles.
in the dead.
Today.
Right.
Correct.
So I remember, I read this, that one of the definitions of death is if you do not fog a mirror held up to your mouth.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking...
That's respiratory.
Yeah,
death.
that was a long time.
I'm
Yeah.
thinking,
Yeah.
I'm glad that's not when I'm alive. I'm just thinking, thank you for...
Right. Thanks for not being alive back then. Because I'm a light sleeper.
Okay, so that tells me that however real our current definitions feel about when someone dies could be modified in the near or distant future.
Absolutely. And neither birth nor death are very clearly defined. And I've pointed this out, that they're both somewhat fuzzy. I mean, when is it that you actually
hell is
are
that?
you at birth? And that's the whole argument about abortion and
Yes.
all of that is just about that. And similarly, the point of death is also
When are you
a
no
little
longer
fuzzy.
you?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's wild. Yeah.
So the bit in between is aging.
The bit in between is aging. And unfortunately for us,
the little bit in between.
Yeah, I may have
your whole life.
I may have downplayed that bit. Yeah.
and in fact, you
close that?
start aging even
is
in
that?
utero. From the time
you're
you're
gonna close my door for me?
conceived,
Yeah.
You know, your fertilized egg
But
starts
that's-
developing.
Is that why
Earlier-
all children are born looking like old men?
Like Winston Churchill. No. So that's even earlier than a loaf of bread. Because you know when a loaf of bread starts aging?
No.
Right when you take it out of the oven.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, okay.
In that moment, it starts getting old.
Right.
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 But here,
This is in the oven.
in the oven, you're getting old. Okay.
Look at that.
Forgive me as an astrophysicist, I hear talk of cells but then I also hear talk of proteins. So could you distinguish the two of them for me with regard to the role of aging?
So aging is, you can think of aging as an accumulation of damage and changes to our molecules, our
Let's try to
cells,
stick
our
to
tissue,
going towards
and
140.
entire organs
So
in
I
the
don't go
body.
back in circles.
And this aging occurs at every one of those levels. So if you think of the molecule that holds all the information necessary to make all of the other molecules in the cell, that's our genes, our DNA. So DNA can be damaged. It can also change, which is not exactly damaged, but it can be modified as we age, typically by adding chemical groups to it, often methyl groups.
Is gene editing?
It's epigenetics.
Yes.
It's not editing as such. It's not changing the bases. It's not changing the letters of the DNA.
That would be gene
What's on
editing.
top?
That would be gene editing.
Okay.
This is epigenetics, which means sort of on top of genetics.
Like the epicenter of an earthquake is the point on our surface above where the
Right.
yeah.
And so you can modify DNA, and that changes the
these are all
way
barrels.
in which the program is expressed. So which genes are translated into protein.
Barrel
This
deposit.
is the
and
playing
which
God
aren't.
part because now you are changing the
No, we're
Well,
not
that
doing
just
anything.
happens.
This
So-
is happening.
Yeah.
This is
Okay.
happening even in utero.
Experiential circumstances can change your epigenetics.
Is this the
So it's part
translational
of-
control of
It's just
proteins?
part of life, and it evolved for probably a very good reason. Mainly, it may have been a cancer prevention mechanism early in life. We can get into why we have death from an evolutionary point of view.
Do I have any extra
nevertheless,
drinks?
the DNA
yes,
program
I have
itself
about
ages.
5.
Damage and modifications change the nature of the genes that you're
Make your way
expressing.
to the cockpit.
Then
I'll drop one.
that results in the proteins, which are encoded by DNA.
there you go.
These are the workhorses of the cell. They carry out all the function. They give the cell its structure. Almost everything you think of as a property of life, like vision or touch or or antibodies.
While I'm up here, you could
they're
probably
all
zap me
proteins.
with your
And they're all
medgun because
encoded
my
by
health
DNA.
is
But
at
as we get
49
older,
now.
the quality of the proteins deteriorates. They're not made at the right time and the right amount. They start aggregating. Alzheimer's is a case where proteins clump up together and form tangles.
the brain,
So that also, in the brain. So that also is a consequence of age. And as a result, things in the cell, larger entities like compartments in the cell, also start to age. One of them are mitochondria, mitochondria were actually bacteria that were
thanks for the
swallowed up by a
follow,
larger cell
Scott.
2 billion years ago, and then lived in symbiosis.
I was trying to drop one of them.
Now,
Okay, there we
today,
go.
mitochondria are specialized as
I dropped
the
2.
centers for energy metabolism. It's where oxygen is used to burn sugar effectively and get energy out of it.
So it's that kind of chemistry going that far back that accounts for our genetic similarity to life forms that are nothing like us. Like we're something like 25% identical genes to a banana.
Yes. All eukaryotes came out of that,
Yes.
out of that symbiosis.
Okay.
And so you can think of this as an ancient, organelle that's now specialized, and because it's a center for oxygen usage, it can create what are called free radicals or reactive oxygen species, because these are partially reduced oxygen atoms which are chemically very reactive. So you can have a lot of damage.
Just to be
think
clear,
of it,
if it's fully reduced, that means all the oxygen is where
It
could
becomes
fit,
water.
and then you can't. There's
Yeah.
nothing else that can.
carbon
happen to it.
dioxide and water is what you get.
Yes, it's fully reduced. Partially, it's basically activated
It's activated.
to
Correct.
do things.
And it does
chemically.
damage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so it can cause damage. And mitochondria have preserved a little bit of their own genome. They used to have a much larger genome when they were bacteria, but now that genome has shrunk. In humans, they only encode 13 protein genes, but they're essential for the function of mitochondria. And the mechanism to replicate that DNA, to copy that DNA as mitochondria divide, it's not as accurate as the mechanism for our own DNA replication. The more errors creep in. And so mitochondrial aging is a big...
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
We're up. Mike Baker, what a good time to talk to you. What a good time to have you in.
What a fine time.
There's so much chaos.
There's
so much
up.
madness.
Oh my God.
Did you see the South Park episode?
Which one?
They did a Donald Trump one with Satan.
No.
It's fucking hilarious.
I got it. I love the show. Is fantastic. I raised my 3 boys on that show, much to my wife's horror. But it's a great show, but I haven't seen that episode.
When you think, like Bridget Fedesi had a funny quote, like when you think that they have reached the bottom of the highest level of not giving a fuck, they reach unseen levels. The Epstein thing is so crazy.
Yeah.
Like, and him saying, like, what do you care? Why does everybody care about Epstein? Like,
well, that's it. Yeah, but it is. Look, I mean, although, again, going back to South Park, once they did the Woodland Creatures episode all those years ago, you thought, okay, that's got to be the worst they can get.
Which one was the Woodland Creatures
Oh, my
one?
God. You got to look it up. It's fantastic. I'm not going to do it justice if I try to explain what it's about.
Well, remember when they did the
guarantee
gay
you.
teacher where you had a whore off with Paris Hilton and he stuffed her up his ass?
This was the one.
Oh, God.
They're all
Yeah.
cussing and
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot about that one. Yeah.
I was
That one is
17 years ago.
Yeah.
They don't give a fuck, dude.
This one's
They
closer.
haven't given a fuck since the beginning, and it's the greatest show of all time.
Yeah. And honestly, if you said what would be the
I gotta
best
get
job
back into South
that you
Park. I
could have
haven't watched it in
imagined,
so long.
it would be being one of those 2 guys working on
Yeah,
that
they're
show.
killing it.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
the thing is, like, it's so beautiful because they have cartoons, and you could do things with cartoons you could never do with real people.
Yeah.
You can kill them. They can fuck each other. They can stick things up their ass.
Yeah, Cartman
like
gets that
anything can
alien
happen.
probe. Yeah,
anything
yeah.
can happen because, and it's also they're not realistic cartoons, so it's like you're somehow or
Yeah.
another detached from it.
Yeah. No, they and if they did a documentary one time. I don't know if you saw that.
Oh, yeah.
Where they tracked the 6 days it takes them to make the show.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
This trumpet bit with Satan.
Satan's back.
Satan's upset at Trump.
Okay.
It's very funny.
You have a golem?
Well, you remember the Satan and Diddy episode? All those that was fantastic.
I
too.
didn't see that one.
Oh, the Satan Diddy episode, and then they had
When
they
was
had
that?
the
Is that Reason?
mass murderers, and no, this was a few years back too.
Okay,
There
we
was
got
a
some
Diddy
Fontaine
party,
here.
and he wanted to. Yeah, it's a long story. He wanted a Lamborghini cake, but it was just like the devil wanted it, and they said no. Diddy did it already, and it's fantastic.
Remember when they had the movie with Saddam Hussein?
Yes.
And Saddam Hussein was in a gay
So
relationship
with the
with
golem, you
Satan.
might as well attach the
Oh God. We could spend
One
the
of the
entire time.
heads
People are
on
like,
there.
"Are they going to talk about this the whole time?" But yeah,
We
The
got a
Epstein
massive
stuff
gold
is so
deposits
crazy
here.
because
Yeah.
when Cash Patel was on here and he was like, there's nothing. And I was like, what are you talking about?
yeah.
I didn't even know what to say. My thought was, and people are like, why didn't you push back more? My thought was like, I'm just going to put this out there and let the internet do its work because there's nothing I can. The guy's saying there's no tapes,
got
there's
2
no video.
deposits
That doesn't make
Fontaine.
any sense. Everyone knows it doesn't
Small
make any sense.
pieces.
Let's just, and then he didn't know
I mean, you
about
could
the,
extract these right
Michael
here.
Baden
Well,
stuff,
just this one.
the autopsy stuff, where it
It don't
showed
make
that he had
sense for me
3
to get out of
broken
my
bones
seat.
in
It's
his
just
neck,
one
which
little
never
piece.
happens
Yeah.
when you hang
Gotta
yourself.
bring it to the lowest.
Even when
You don't even have to crack
like,
it or anything,
leap
just-
from somewhere with a rope around your neck and it snaps your neck,
Yeah.
you never have 3
And he's
broken
in a prison
bones.
cell. He's not
Yeah.
launching himself off the first floor balcony.
The whole thing was nuts. And then he's like, well, we have a film. We're going to release that film. And the film has a fucking minute missing from it.
Yeah.
Like, do you think we're babies? Like,
Plus,
what is this?
Also, you got people, including Dan Bongino, right, making bank for a couple of years talking about how awful it is, and we got to get this shit, and this is a huge conspiracy, and and then you release a 2-page memo that says, yeah, there's nothing to see here.
Yeah, because you're
know?
walking by your bedroom window and you see a little laser,
Yeah,
red laser moving across your chest.
Yeah, but it really is. It's so look. You know me. I'm not a conspiracy guy by
you
nature.
are today.
But
You
I
are
am
today.
Today, I'm fully on board with this shit.
Everybody's in today.
Yeah, no, but they're actually doing right as we speak. And I find this fascinating.
Yeah.
Is that the
last
assistant
thing starts
attorney
the
general
clock.
Todd Blanche is down in Florida for an interview with Ghislaine Maxwell. Right? And she's serving 20 years in a Florida prison for sex trafficking. Right?
To who, though?
What's that?
To who?
Well,
I
he's
think we
down
could-
there to
I
interview.
think
but
we
I'm
could
saying
even
she's
blow it up in the
she's
back
sex
too. If I'm
trafficked.
Oh, she was a co-conspirator
Not
of
mistaken.
Epstein's, right?
But don't you have to have a person who you're sex trafficking to?
Exactly, and they talked
for-
about the victims somewhat during her trial. It was it was a very difficult trial in the sense of they're trying to protect certain victims and others were coming forward, but my surprise was nobody from DOJ has ever, according to her legal team, nobody has ever interviewed her from DOJ. Right? So, Department of Justice. So this is the first time the Department of Justice, you're telling me, and meanwhile, up on Capitol Hill, you got Democrats like Adam Schiff and others going, we have got to release these fucking files. They had 4 years under the previous administration, right?
Yeah.
Look, everybody's fucked in this situation, but they had all that time to do whatever they wanted to do. And nobody, up until this point, apparently, has talked to her. Now, some folks on the legal side are saying, well, look, if she had anything interesting to say, she would have said it during the course of her trial, right, to save herself or to cut a deal.
No.
But now
I don't think so.
I don't.
'cause
Yeah.
they'll kill her.
Yeah. Well,
The smartest thing for her to do is to keep her fucking mouth shut, which is what she did.
Right.
They put her in a cushy prison where she could do yoga.
yeah. Yoga in prison. That doesn't sound good.
Here's one of my favorite ones. I'm gonna send you this, Jamie, because somebody tweeted this and it's just so perfect. And it just shows you how crazy this whole thing has been, like, from the very beginning. This is someone tweeted this from the Atlantic, and this is what's funny about this. Check this out, Jamie. So it's these fucking people. It's like they all knew her. They all knew him. So many people knew him and knew her, and they're all pretending that they didn't, and no one knew it. Check this out. This is the Atlantic says. Scroll, go up, Baker, so we can see it. So we can see the quote below it. Below it. No, go back. There we go. I can't read it. There it goes. This is what the Atlantic posts. If the Epstein scandal teaches us anything, it's that America needs a dedicated and decently funded group of people whose job it is not to just ask questions, but to find answers. And then this guy, Sean Davis, posts, the woman on the right is Ghislaine Maxwell. She trafficked children for Jeffrey Epstein. The woman on the left owns your magazine. This is so fucking wild. Just that alone is so wild that they would have the balls to post that. We need dedicated journalists, not just people asking questions, which is, like, for sure, an attack on podcasts. Like, listen, you guys didn't do shit. Yeah. You didn't do shit. So just the fact that we're just asking questions along with that, or is this a knock on the defunding of PBS, which is essentially a propaganda network for the Democratic Party?
Yeah, which is now being apparently, we'll see if that happens, but apparently being defunded. But yeah, look, everybody's worried now, right? No, at first it was like, okay, again, I go back a handful of years. Nobody was pushing for this, right? Because you got people from all sides probably on whatever that list looks like, whatever that Epstein file looks like, whoever was involved. You got people from all sides of the spectrum here going on. And so everybody's worried. So it looked like, all right, there's kind of this bizarre bipartisan moment where we're not going to push for this, really. We're not going to make a big effort here. We're not sending anybody from DOJ. The Dems aren't, during the Biden administration, calling for the release of the files. Now, all of a sudden, they smell, blood in the water and a particular, political motivation here. So let's get these files out. And, nobody's going to look good from this. But, I would caution some, just because a name might be in a file, no matter whose it is, right? doesn't necessarily mean there's nefarious activity. It could be like
Yeah, we
any
got two massive
police
gold
file, right?
here.
That says, okay, the individual stopped at this particular
probably
location and this
grab
person was
these
there.
and leave,
Doesn't
to
mean
be
they're
honest.
connected to something awful. They weren't fucking underage girls. Maybe they were if they're in the file, right? But I'm just saying, there's a lot of people probably in that file that are going to be named, if it ever comes out, who may or may not have been engaged in
this one
illegal
first.
activity. But just release the goddamn things.
Yeah, there's probably a lot of people who just went there. Did I send you that thing where this guy was breaking? Did I say NPR or PBS earlier? I meant NPR. Did I send you that thing, that link where this guy's breaking down all the different tweets that the lady who's the CEO of NPR made? Because she's getting questioned on whether or not she's biased, and then this guy like goes over all the different tweets. God damn it! I know I saved it, but I should have been prepared. I know I have it in here because it's so funny. It's so funny listening to her. See if you can find, you might be able to find it.
But of course,
you found it. Beautiful. Because it's so adorable. This pretending that this was an unbiased news source.
Yes.
No rock is impossible anymore for us.
Well, this is one of them, but let's.
This is a big
But
piece
this one
too.
guy broke it down.
This is probably gonna fill us up.
Maybe I sent it to Dave Smith.
Yeah, for some reason, my laser
We'll find it.
doesn't have that
again,
squiggly line
anybody
like
who at
yours
this stage
do.
of the game
Maybe
thinks
because
that
there's only like one of
media,
those things you
doesn't have an
attach
agenda,
to
they're
it.
not complicit in one way or another with whatever may be. Come on.
Yeah, it's a joke. It's a joke, and they're all funded. And
Yeah, you should
they're-
turn it
I mean,
back
the
on
fact
until
that
it
the
goes up
government was
into
funding
optimal.
NPR is crazy. Like this, you can't have a completely biased, one-sided media organization that's funded by the government and taxpayers.
Turn it
That's
up,
crazy.
turn it up.
And they went over all the amount of people that were on NPR that
It's
were
not climbing.
100%.
Yeah,
It's
Okay,
like out
there
of
we go.
87 people, it's 100%.
That's, look at the New York Times.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay,
so
I'll
that,
turn
none of
mine
that should
down.
be a
I'll turn
surprise
mine
to
down.
anybody
But the
who's
New York Times is
paying
at
half
least
the
a
money.
privately funded company.
Right,
I mean,
right.
it's like NPR
we're
relied
good.
on tax money, and
Boom.
there's this giant outrage that the government's going to defund it. Like,
Well, a lot, and what they're
Look
trying to
at
do is they're trying to couch it as
Chigo.
saying, look, you're taking away, the only source of news for
Yeah, we're gonna have to break
rural
these again.
locations, for example. Like you got someplace up in North Dakota that has no other access.
these
and
two
so
pieces
they
on the left
rely
there,
on
top
NPR
left, are
for
no good.
their news. I don't know a lot of people up in North
We're gonna have to
Dakota
crack
that say,
this
I wonder what
gold right
NPR
here.
is saying about this.
well, not
Damn
just
it, it's
that,
floating
but
away.
it's
I
like,
can't even get it now.
At the end of the day,
God damn
the
it.
reality is the internet exists,
Alright,
and we
piece
don't
of the gold just got
need-
away.
You don't need to publicly fund something that's clearly biased
Right.
when the internet exists.
Right.
You can get whatever you want. If you want to just absorb and consume only left-wing media, there's so much available. You
Right.
can go find it. But our tax dollars should not be going to that.
No. And to be fair, if anybody wants to know what the hell's going on in the news, they can just listen to the President's Daily Brief podcast, frankly.
Oh, your podcast.
I'm good, right? Yeah,
your
that's
thing.
some. Yeah, boy, I just stuck that in there.
I can't find this fucking thing.
Yeah.
Did you find it?
As far as you
Let's hear it.
The other
Oh,
rocks that
here.
are next to me,
That's
are they
fantastic.
are any of them breakable?
Stand up and say, please show me a story that concerns you, because we want to know and we want to bring that conversation.
This one is
back to
kind of
our
hard.
newsroom.
And then all this fat phobia and its racist past and present. Some white people may choose thumbs up because it feels neutral, but some academics argue that opting out, what does that mean? Thumbs up signals lacks awareness about white privilege, akin to society associating whiteness with being raceless. What?
God.
What does that mean?
Or how about how racism became a marketing tool for country music?
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
God.
This right-wing conspiracy theory about eating bugs is about as racist as you think. No, that's like
Oh, these things
literally
are keep slipping
this is-
away.
And here's another great quote
Eating
that
up
she
my
said.
bit
If
of
you look on
time
the
I
right
have.
side, Jamie, where it says the truth is a distraction from getting things done. That is such a fucking Orwellian thing to say. Click on that just so you can hear her say this, because it's so bananas that someone would say this out loud and not think it's.
One of the most significant differences, critical for moving from polarization to productivity, is that the Wikipedians who write these articles aren't actually focused on finding the truth.
Oh, no.
They're working for something that's a little bit more attainable, which is the best of what we can know right now. And after 7 years there, I actually believe that they're onto something.
Oh.
That for our most tricky disagreements, seeking the truth
Damn it.
and seeking to convince others of the truth
I'm gonna
isn't
lose some out of
necessarily
this
the best
one.
place to start. In fact,
Pretty much all of it.
I think our reverence for the truth might have become
What?
a bit of a
Yep.
distraction that is preventing
Great.
us from finding consensus and getting important things done.
What?
Oh my
What-
God,
how-
that's fantastic. I love
wild
that.
is that?
Yeah.
And you want government money? That is
Yeah.
such a wild
Yeah.
thing to say.
You know, going for the truth as a journalist, no.
It's not important.
No, it's not
It's
important.
a distraction.
That's
the truth
not-
is a distraction.
You know what I hate? I hate that, and you see that all the time. And I don't know whether that's a TED Talk or not, but as soon as I see that type of forum where they're earnestly standing there and they've
Yeah.
got their little mouthpiece there around there and they're talking and they're looking out into the distance and you think, oh, climb out of your own fucking ass, right? It's just awful.
Yeah,
Anyway.
I don't like any of those things.
Yeah.
I don't like that little Bobby Brown microphone either. Unless
that
you're
what that
on
is?
stage.
The Bobby Brown.
Remember?
Yeah, I
Joe
remember.
We
Know.
used to sing with that.
Ship
Yeah,
Every little step I take.
Yeah, oh, sorry. That's step on your line. I'll join in for the chorus.
I don't like those little microphones. Hold the microphone like a real fucking human. That's a madness. That video clip is madness. That's a piece of madness. That's a crazy thing to say.
I will
the
say-
truth gets in the way. Like,
I will say that the Epstein situation
No, what the hell?
is going to be so disappointing to so many people now because I have this theory that nothing ever gets done in Washington, D.C., right? Investigations go to die there. Nothing ever happens. There's never any real consequences of any nature. And we got all sorts of things happening right now, right? So the Epstein case is just one of them. But right now you've got the Dems focused on Epstein because, they see there's just a good opportunity here to go after Trump. Regardless of who else is in the files, right? And the Dems, I think, were worried for quite some time and didn't pursue it because
We got 12
years back they
minutes.
were thinking, okay, Clinton's going to be embarrassed. We don't want that.
Right.
So, again, my point would be just release everything. I don't understand how, if you just look at the way that they handled this logistically, whoever thought, because the mob wants to eat, right? And they've been throwing red meat to the mob about Epstein files now for years.
it's part of how they got elected.
Right. And so whoever in their communications group or in their strategic thinking arena in the administration thought, that we can get away with just saying there's nothing to see here, they should be fired, right? Because there's no way you can satisfy this mob. And now the mob is oddly bipartisan because it's
Turn
got
your
the
laser
Dems
on
and it's
this
got
one.
part of the base of Trump in there.
Yeah.
And they're all screaming to have
Max
this,
it out.
God damn it, just release this shit. Otherwise, this is going to be around like Martin Luther King and John F. Kennedy and.
Well, that's what's crazy.
You can max yours out. I'll bring mine down when it gets close to optimal.
Documents, which is really crazy. Like, why are you holding
I'm bringing it down
secrets
to,
about
like,
the
60.
murder of one of the most beloved historical figures of all time?
Yeah.
From 1968.
Part of that
and
is
you
a family
just released
request.
it?
Yeah, part of that's a family
Oh.
request. The family has asked, in the past on a number of occasions, they really don't want some of this because some of it, some of it's salacious about, Martin
Okay,
Luther
I'm dropping it
which doesn't take away
to
from everything that he did, right, as a
59.
leader of a cause and a movement. But some of it is,
Extramarital
reportedly-
affairs,
Yeah.
things along
So
those
there's
lines.
been some push to be concerned about that. But yeah, now do the Epstein files.
Well, they'll do it in
yeah.
the
Hey,
same
there we
amount of
go.
time,
Boom.
56 years from now.
Yeah.
Just like they did with him. It's 56 fucking
Yeah.
years
It's a
later
lot
they
of
released
gold.
this stuff.
This and we're still not any closer to. I mean, again, I don't want to disappear down that rabbit hole, but we're still not any closer with Martin Luther King. I'm, again, not a conspiracy guy except today apparently, but there's shit there.
Well,
Yeah.
you said
Yeah.
you've said multiple times
Yeah.
that if there's one that you think looks really bad,
Yeah.
it's that one.
It's that one. But I going back to, I know I'm bouncing around here, but going back to the Epstein thing, I don't understand how they handled this so poorly, right? For Pam Bondi to come out and talk about the files and oh my God,
Right.
and then like
lot
within a
of
blink of an
gold.
eye, they come out with this bullshit Sunday night memo saying there's nothing to see.
Do
How
you think
could they
there's just a
possibly
lack
have
of
thought?
coordination?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
I do. I
that
think
makes
it's,
sense.
I think it's a messaging problem is always
Okay,
kind of a key element of
might as
the
well leave
Trump
from here.
administration, whether it's this one or not. And look, that's
there's
not
another massive
I'm
rock
not
over
knocking
there,
a lot of the
but
policies.
I don't
like
think
a lot
it's
of the
worth to
policies that
crack
come out
it.
of this
It's gonna take
administration.
a lot of
This
time.
one and the
gonna
previous,
head
the
back
first administration.
to the
But I'm
station
just saying,
now.
a hallmark
So we
of
don't
a
have to
Trump
worry
administration
about
is
this damn little
the ability
quarantine that we
to
collected.
have a self-inflicted wound. Shoot yourself in the foot because of messaging. Usually,
next time
right?
we try to
So,
let the
I think
quarantine
done
be
it
the
again.
last piece of
And I
rock
don't
we
see
try
how
to
they-
collect.
I don't see how they walk this back. They're trying to,
So
I
we
think,
could
with this
avoid that
interview with
timer.
Ghislaine Maxwell to say, look, we're trying, we're talking to her. You know.
But how does Pam Bondi say we have thousands of hours of footage, and then Kash Patel says we don't have anything that you're looking for?
Yeah.
And then Tim Dillon said he has lunch with J.D. Vance, and J.D. Vance says that 10,000 hours is commercial pornography.
Right. Yeah. You think this freak show of Epstein wasn't like, it didn't have hidden cameras or wasn't taped and shit? Or what? I mean, come on.
100%.
Yeah.
Well, that was the thing about that house they had in New York City, which is, by the way, for sale. And
Oh, really?
Yeah, nobody wants to buy it. Like, you want to buy Epstein's house?
Do the cameras convey?
Well, this is the thing. I mean, you got to gut the walls. How are you going to know
that's
what the
right.
fuck is in there?
Yeah.
Imagine
my
you
shit.
walking around your house naked and you think that the CIA is or your organization, or whoever it is.
To be fair, the agency's got a
Mossad.
lot of hours of
Let's
videotaping
see
me
how it
walking
looks.
around naked.
I'm sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
Yeah,
Mossad,
well,
whoever
I
it
have
is
the
that
funds
was
probably to
involved in this
repair it.
intelligence gathering, I mean, I'm just guessing.
Right,
I have
right,
no
right.
idea.
Yeah.
But there's fucking pinhole cameras all over that house.
Much money I
Yeah, well,
got.
you
I
have,
Maybe they
you
took
have to
them
start
down.
from that perception, right? Because again, if anything else, you're just being naive if you
$995.
think, no, there's nothing. Again,
You got to
God
take
damn
it down to the bare beams.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
got to strip the wallboard off. You got to fucking every baseboard. You got to pull everything.
It's like
Who
we had
fucking knows what's in that house?
We had a situation in Moscow one time where we were building. It was the new embassy, the U.S. embassy in Moscow, right? And for some reason, part of the deal was to allow Russian contractors to work on the construction of this. What the fuck, So, but it's a government thing, and so you can imagine. There's to your point. There's not a lot of coordination. So, the Russian contractors thinking, oh, this is great. We're helping to construct the U.S. embassy. And they know there's going to be sensitive areas within there, the station, for the agency and other areas. Anyway, at a certain point, they're just about finished with construction. And just not by happenstance, I mean, there were efforts to try to examine what the Russians were doing, right? So the security side of things, they were concerned about the fact that the Russians were working on it. You had the State Department and others that were like, no, it's a good idea, it helps with diplomacy. So the security guys were doing things, they were x-raying, parts of materials that were coming in for the construction. And apparently at one point, what was going on was the Russians were installing listening devices inside the rebar, right, of the construction process. And apparently, at one point, they, one of the wires on one of these communications devices that was stuck in there had broken, and so they soldered it. The Russians did. They soldered it with aluminum. And that showed up when they were X-raying that particular large bit of material that they were going to install. And that was the way that they found out. And they said, what the fuck? Then they had to tear the entire goddamn thing down. I forget it. I think it was 2 or 3 different floors of this embassy. They had to remove, they bit by bit shipped it back to the States to examine fully, and it was just loaded with listening devices by the Russians, right? So it's going to be the same at the. Long story short, it's the same at Epstein's place.
100%.
You've got to tear it down.
Yeah. It's a nice house too, and it's like right on the park.
Yeah. Well,
and I was like, wonder why that's still for sale. And then
what
I
are they
found out
asking
it was,
for it? Do you think?
I think it's like 60 or 70 million.
Oh, I might
Jamie
look at
can
it.
find it. It's pretty
sold
dope.
In 2021 for 51 million.
Holy shit!
But it's for sale now, though, right?
That I didn't.
I'm pretty sure it's for sale right now.
I wonder if it gets a premium because it's Epstein's place. You know, like a celebrity premium for a home. I wonder if that's the case.
You'd have to be a fucking complete psycho to want to live in that guy's house.
The same guy's gonna buy Diddy's spot. Yeah. I don't know what the
fuck.
God, but there's. So you've got the Epstein thing going on.
Like, how does that get resolved? This is the question. Like, if you're the administration, you're looking at this puzzle, and you're trying to figure out how to make this a PR win.
Too late for that.
What the fuck can you do at this point?
Holy
is it for
shit.
sale?
55 mil 2 years ago, it says.
Oh.
Holy shit.
It's not for sale right now?
Not according to Zillow.
0 bedrooms, only 1 bath. That's not a very nice place. What the hell?
It's just one big fuck hall.
Oh shit! I think I just realized.
This is the house.
in
Oh
my
my
slots for
God,
this.
it looks like a
Fucking
Saudi
dope
owns
place.
it.
65 million bucks.
Unless one of
in
them is
Manhattan.
finished.
What the hell?
The wild thing is, though, it's like right on the street. Like, anybody can come to your door, just knock on your door, like walking by.
Yeah, Prince Andrew.
It's weird. Living there is weird.
Yeah, look at
Look at him.
that.
Meanwhile, no one can explain where he got the money. No one can explain why he got
freak
so
show.
rich. You know, and Eric Weinstein, who is like a legit financial guy, said he talked to him. He had a meeting with him once. He's like, it was really clear that he's a construct. He's like, he doesn't know what he's talking about. He doesn't know anything.
Yeah.
That's not for sale right now?
That didn't say it was.
Oh.
It's listed on Zillow, but not for sale. It's like, well, everything's still on Zillow, kind of.
Oh. Like it was for sale.
Yeah.
Look it up. Okay.
Maybe there's another service that's, because sometimes Zillow doesn't have all the stuff, because someone I know was looking at it.
Yeah, maybe it's on Cheap Old Houses. That's a good site. Yeah.
It's a bargain.
It's a fixer-upper, though. Yeah.
But like, you'd have to go through that house. You'd have to hire like the top of the food chain security experts to go, and they would probably recommend
Damn
you
it,
take
none
that
of these
house
are
apart.
finished.
Yeah. I mean, you could do
crap.
it's called a sweep of the thing, and you know, but that's not going to guarantee, right? You really have to pull the walls
I
down.
would have to bring
and
this
look, because
to a different location,
again,
or
maybe I'm wrong. There's never say never, but I can't imagine that a psycho like Epstein, you know, wasn't enjoying videoing,
Wait, this
you know, some of
is
the
not
activities.
chargeable. This holds
So
sure.
yeah. Anyway.
So, what do you think, from your perspective, what do you think that was all about? Who do you think was involved in that? Do you think it was the Mossad? Do you think it was some rogue intelligence agency in America? Was it a coordinated effort?
You know what? I know this. You know, there's a lot of talk about. You know, did he have some sort of intel connection? Right.
Right.
That
we're gonna need
you know, from
another
my
ship.
perspective, it's complete speculation. But I will say, like from an
We
operational
could probably
perspective,
do something
I have
else
no
for
idea.
now.
Was it Mossad? Was it anybody? Who knows?
This thing got
But from an operational
4 hours
perspective,
left.
if you see a guy like this who's super connected and you know, all the way back to what 2008 was like his first trial, right? So he's
I
had a
could give
long
that
history
resource
of
thing a
these
try.
problems. But if you know that he's kind of engaged in a variety of things, as an example, if I'm Chinese intel, right, and I just read the goddamn entertainment news, and you know there's these rumors and allegations of high-level people flying off to his island, I'm going to think that's interesting, because potentially if I could get an accessed source there, if I can get somebody right inside that operation, whether it's Ghislaine Maxwell or whether it's Epstein himself, whether it's somebody who's just on the outskirts of it, maybe I'll start picking up some pretty
I
interesting
gotta go
leverageable
to
information
Louisville, though. I
on
have
people
no
that maybe I
armor,
want
no
to
guns.
influence.
Everything's
And
at
it's so
Louisville.
funny to me that it's always comes down to like carnal needs and carnal desires.
Yeah.
It's always sex. Because these guys, when you get to like this Bill Gates level and Bill Clinton level, you can't just go pick up gals at the bar.
Yeah,
You know
it's a
what I
little
mean?
tough. Yeah.
So
yeah.
if you're a super famous super freak, and you like chasing skirts, but you can't do it, like what do you do?
Well, you do what he did, right? Which is you get somebody to procure for you, which apparently was primarily Maxwell's job.
Yeah.
And she's out there, and she was described, usually as his girlfriend, but she was clearly operating as his pimp, or whatever the female version of a pimp is.
Yeah, curator.
Curator, yeah, it's a curator.
Yeah.
And so he's, she's out there doing that. But look, again, I can't speak to, the rumors about him working for one intel agency or another. But I will say, if I'm working for an intel agency and I see something like that, I might find that of interest, right?
Oh, for
and then
sure.
I would definitely go after somebody to see what's going on. Just if for no other reason, then again, maybe it's a opportunity there.
Well, it's the easiest connect the dots puzzle
Right.
of all time.
Yeah.
You got
Yeah.
rich, powerful people and hot chicks and probably drugs.
Yeah.
And cameras.
Yeah, and I tell you, the Russians love nothing better than
So the resource drive,
truth-
in
the
our
reality is,
corps
in terms
is
of recruiting an asset,
deliver material,
recruiting an asset by using
donation.
blackmail is tough, right? You gotta that window
That's what
starts
I'm
closing immediately,
accepting.
right? In terms of their operational usefulness, right? Because there's a lot of issues there, right? You're blackmailing somebody for their cooperation. At some point, that's going to go south on you, right? It's not like you've recruited somebody for ideological reasons, right? Or
Right.
even something as straightforward as like they need the money because their kid's sick or whatever it may be. So blackmail's right. But having said that, look, the Russians in particular love that, right? The Chinese intel, they'll do whatever works from their perspective. The agency, again, people are going to say that's bullshit. The agency tries, the blackmail is never really ever on the table as an option, because it always leads to a problem. And sometimes those problems can be very, very bad.
In what way? What do you mean?
Well, the asset will turn on you, right? Next thing you know, you've got an agent working now, a double agent working for the other side, right? Because they're so fucked over by the fact that they've been blackmailed. And at some point, they lose their shit. They decide to roll for the other side.
But aren't you constantly monitoring them and looking at their phone?
There's only so much. There's only so much you can do, right? In terms of maintaining, particularly with a hard target, particularly with an asset who's in a difficult or challenging environment, for us, and you've got limited access to them, whatever it may be. So you're really relying on clandestine communications. You don't have a lot of face-to-face meetings. And at some point, you never know when things are heading south, right? And then the next thing you know, that's the operational reason for trying to avoid blackmail, right? Has it ever been done? Well, sure. Yeah.
Guns,
I'm not saying it hasn't been done,
armor.
But some services go to it much quicker than others do.
That's where all my stuff.
Which
stuff is
and
located.
well, again, the Russians are primary users of something like that. They've got a
Israelis
shotgun
need
approach.
guns?
Yeah, Israelis have been known to do that in the honeypot operations that they'll do and other things. But the Russians throw a lot of shit at the wall and see what sticks, right? It's very much a shotgun approach, right? And honestly, sometimes that can work, right?
Wasn't that kind of, if you thought about this island, if you're bringing award-winning scientists, like famous people, politicians, world leaders, all to one place, you're basically throwing as much shit against the wall as you can.
Yeah.
And then you have all this stuff on all these different people, and they know it, and so then you just kind of wasn't there some CEO that had to step down because he wound up giving Epstein, it was found out that he gave Epstein $150 million, that they couldn't explain why?
Oh.
Wasn't that the case, Jamie? So it's one of those things where there's obviously value in having all these people on your side.
Yeah.
But when you do get all this information on these people, what are they trying to accomplish with it? This is the question.
Very little
Are they trying to get
FDS.
support
That
for
doesn't sound exciting.
Apollo CEO to step down after firm finds more payments to Jeffrey Epstein? $158 million. He paid the convicted sex offender $158 million.
What does it? If you can you scroll down a little bit, Jamie?
Yeah. He's planning to step down as chief. I've advised the Apollo board that I will retire as CEO before my 70th birthday in July. Remain as chairman. Oh, he's going to remain as a chairman. New York Times detailed at least $75 million in payments and found that Mr. Black had paid Epstein $158 million in a 5-year period ending in 2017. He also lent Mr. Epstein more than $30 million, only $10 million of which he was paid back. So that's a guy that they got something on him.
I love this. Leon viewed Epstein as a confirmed bachelor with eclectic tastes. This was after his 2008 guilty plea.
Yeah.
Wow.
Christ.
Mr. Epstein's advice was worth perhaps $2 billion in tax savings to Mr. Black, according to the report.
Right.
What the
But this
fuck?
is what Weinstein said. Eric said that this guy is not. He's not good. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He wasn't a good financial advisor.
Yeah, I mean, I think part of it is you can say, okay, why was he collecting people around him? Why was he doing? I mean, was he keeping a file? Right? You still have to figure out what that file looks like. Part of it could have been initially self-preservation. Right? I mean, he's engaged in all sorts of activity. He gets a few people into it, then suddenly, he doesn't look so bad. Right? And he's kind of protecting himself because now I'm surrounded by people who also have to keep that secret. Right? So, but then the question becomes, is at what point is he or somebody in his little tight circle there, are they approached, right, by anybody who's interested in some of these folks? But we don't know because we don't know who the fuck's in these files. Right? So,
or if the files even exist.
If the files even exist, and apparently, there's nothing in there according to Pam Bondi.
And Kash Patel. The whole thing's nuts.
Yeah.
And then, have Bongino and Kash Patel saying he definitely killed himself. Like, what?
Yeah.
What? Okay, this just, the level of convenience. It's so convenient that the guards were asleep. So convenient that the cameras didn't work. So convenient that years later, you have a recording of the outside of the cell, but a minute is missing from it.
3 minutes.
Yeah.
3 minutes?
Yeah, they found out it was almost 3 minutes was missing. 2 minutes, like 53
It's
seconds.
like the missing Watergate tape.
Oh, I thought it was
Remember?
just
It
one minute.
It did.
Yeah.
It started off as a minute, and then
Yeah.
people kept looking in the metadata and like, okay, it was saved this many times, and it
Oh
was
my
actually up to 3
God.
minutes missing.
God. Okay.
That's plenty of time to kill somebody. 3 minutes is more than enough time. You
Oh,
go-
3 minutes, you could get a whole bunch of people killed by then. Yeah.
You saw
Yeah.
that guy
Yeah.
that was his cellmate too, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Guy
Sorry.
is a fucking
Yeah.
gigantic human being. A huge guy who was a mass murderer, who had killed multiple people, a bad cop, who was built like a brick fucking shithouse.
Yeah.
The kind of guy that you could really easily get to strangle somebody.
Yeah.
It would take him, I could kill him in 30 seconds.
Yeah. No.
How's this fucking giant dude could do it easy?
Metadata.
Metadata from raw Epstein. No thanks.
Oh, no.
Metadata from raw Epstein prison video shows approximately 2 minutes and 53
Where are
seconds
these
were
going,
removed
anyways?
from
Are
one
we,
of the two stitched together clips. The cut starts off at the missing minute. Wow. Yeah, shocker.
Yeah. Yeah. So a guy like that decides, yeah, he's going to off himself. And again.
But here's the thing: it's like these guys that are all involved in this are still—they've been around for a long time, and they have this mentality that existed before the internet, where you could just kind of put stuff
True.
out there.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't have all these psycho sleuths out there that are going to go over everything with a fine-tooth comb, especially guys who are tech wizards who can look at the metadata and he can figure this kind of stuff out.
Well, shit died a lot quicker, you're right. So something would happen, and look, we still have ADHD, right, collectively as a nation, right? I mean, things move on, and I think maybe that's what they're, you know, some people are saying, look, they've called the recess on Capitol Hill because they figure by the time they come back in September, everybody will have moved on from this, right?
Yeah.
I think they're wrong. I don't think this feels like and just looks like that one of those handful of conspiracies, again, you go to JFK or whomever, that's just going to hang around.
This is a line in the sand.
Yeah.
This one's
Yeah.
a line in the sand.
Yeah.
Because this is one where there's a lot of stuff about, you know, when we thought Trump was going to come in and a lot of things were going to be resolved.
Yeah.
We're going to drain the swamp. We're going to figure everything out. And when you have this one hardcore line in the sand that everybody had been talking about forever, and then they're trying to gaslight you on that.
Well, you would have thought
Is
that
that your
Dan-
phone?
Yeah, I hope not. Oh, it's my wife. Should I answer?
Silent, buddy.
Yeah, it's on. You know, it was on silent, but it still goes. How does that happen? It literally is
Government?
on silent. And
are you sure?
Yeah, no, I'm positive because it's got a little thing up top that says silent, and
Your
and it
phone's
still
compromised.
goes. My phone is
CIA
compromised.
doesn't trust you. You're friends with me.
Well,
They don't trust you
come on.
anymore.
They did call me this morning. What are you going to talk about? I don't know.
Do they ever
I
talk to
don't
you
know.
about that? Do they ever have questions about your appearances here?
No. In fact, and I'm in the building on occasion, and we're actually working on a show that's going to be a great TV show based on this amazing museum that's inside agency headquarters.
There's a guy here.
But nobody ever says that. They don't. We have a really nice relationship. They don't tell me what to say. If I go on TV to talk about something, they just like, you know, it's not like they're going to call up and say, well, here's our view on this.
They trust
right?
you.
Yeah, they trust me. I'm not going to open my yap
All
and
right,
talk
I'll
sources
follow
and
your
methods, and at the same time, you know, I'm just going to try to just talk from an operational perspective. But yeah, so that was my wife, which reminds me, it's my boy Muggsy's birthday today.
Happy birthday, Muggsy.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Look, with a thing like this, what is the general feeling about people that you talk to that are still in the agency or people that are still involved in the government? Like, how are they feeling about this? Because, like, the general public is outraged, right?
Yeah.
Do the people inside, are they frustrated? Like, people that wanted this stuff to be exposed?
Yeah, you know, it's funny because with the agency, it's not like the Bureau. The agency, I think most people honestly don't really probably give a shit about the Epstein files. They're more concerned now about this release from Tulsi Gabbard and the talk about, you know, manipulating intelligence, you know, for the 2016 election,
right,
and Russian collusion and all of that. That speaks more to the agency than the Epstein files does, just from a, you know, whose responsibility is whose, right? This is the Epstein thing is a DOJ, FBI issue. I think if they're concerned about it, it's because of how it erodes trust in organizations, institutions, right? And that's happened a lot. So, you know, there's a lot of good people. I know. Again, every time I talk about the agency, people are like, "Fuck you, you're such a shill." But there's a lot of good people doing very difficult work for the agency.
I believe
right?
that. I believe that.
And so, you know, I think if anything, they take it personally when people think, fuck the CIA, you gotta burn it down and start over again. You know, like they said with the FBI as well.
I've talked about that many times. Like, you don't know what the fuck is going on in the world. The world is filled with chaos. Like, you need people that are paying attention to that shit, and they should be on your side.
Yeah.
They should be on the side of the American people, paying attention to threats. If you think that not paying attention at all is going to do you any good when there's all these countries out there that are fucking plotting constantly, you're crazy.
Yeah. No.
You're living in a utopia. You're living in a fake world. The real world is filled with madness. And you got to have people paying attention to it.
But I think so. I think that, you know, to answer that question, I think they're more focused on or interested in, or, you know, looking at this issue of, you know, and it's surfaced again right at the same time as the Epstein files. Right now, it's like sucking all the oxygen out of the room for the past couple of days. Tulsi Gabbard comes out and says, "I'm releasing these documents." She releases these documents.
What do you think about all that? Like, so this is the accusation. They're throwing around the word treason.
Yeah.
They're saying that Obama knew that Russia did not meddle in the election, did not have any impact in the election, but yet promoted this idea. And then there's been some incredible clips of all these different news reporters, CNN and MSNBC, just saying over and over and over again, clear evidence of Russian collusion. And
and you got Hillary Clinton saying, you know, is an air of illegitimacy around Trump's, you know, victory, you know, from 2016 because of this. I mean, she was very clear about it, and as were many others.
The noose is tightening on Trump. It's all going to come out. He's an agent of Russia.
Yeah, Adam Schiff coming out on camera numerous times saying, you know, I can't tell you what I've seen, but I've seen things. There's a lot more than circumstantial evidence about this collusion. So, yeah, but again, it's much more it's always the same thing. It's much more complex than what folks tend to hear just in like a 2.5 or 3 minute news segment, right? So the Democrats want you to think there's nothing to see here in these documents. How could you possibly spend time doing this? You're just trying to distract from the Epstein files.
Yeah, why not?
And the Republicans are saying Obama committed treason, right? The reality is, as it oftentimes is somewhere in that middle, right? There's a lot of conflating of issues here. So nobody is questioning, not Republicans or Democrats, nobody's questioning that the Russians meddled in the election, just like they did in the previous one, just like they did in this last one. They've been meddling since World War II, right? Since the end of World War II. They've always had an interest in influencing U.S. politics.
Now, when you say meddle, do you mean like social media bots? Do you mean like influencing politicians? Like, what do you mean by meddle?
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, in the early days, what were they doing? In the early days, they would pay off trade union representatives, right, to push a certain line, to push for a softer tone, much like the Chinese do now, push for a softer tone against the Soviet Union, right, or during World War II to push for isolationism, keep the U.S. out of the war, right, before the Nazis turned on the Soviet Union and they tended to need us, or they would pay journalists to write articles pushing a particular point of view. And so there were those things. Now, social media meddling is a lot easier, right? It's a lot cheaper.
For sure they do that.
Yeah, for sure they do that.
And for sure they did that in 2016.
Yeah, absolutely, and nobody's questioning that, right? What's happening is that, once again, there's a bit of a messaging problem from the Trump administration. The Trump administration, at the end of the day, is saying, what was bullshit was this Russia collusion angle,
what HDMI
right? Was the idea that,
I don't know.
You know, this is complicated to explain, and I'm not doing a very good job of it, but they're saying, yes, there was meddling, but you pushed a story, meaning Brennan and Comey and, you know, all the others that were involved in this, and now going up to the top with Obama, saying you took what was a Intel Community Assessment, ICA is because everything has an acronym, that said there was no indication of Russian efforts to push or influence in a particular direction the election, right? And most of that initial reporting was on election infrastructure. So there was a fairly significant bit there that said the Russians weren't able to hack into election machines and actually alter vote counts, right? So they said we have seen no evidence of that, right? And so you could argue that in part the Trump administration is having a hard time explaining, much like I am, that the problem here wasn't that there was anybody saying there's no meddling. There's meddling. They just saying that you, at a certain point, around about December 9th, I think it was, you had a meeting where Obama was sitting in there with Comey and Andrew McCabe and a variety of others, and the president himself requested a different intelligence community assessment, which is a little unusual for a president to say, I'd like you to do an ICA on a particular thing, which is what he did.
Can you elaborate on that? Like, so they were telling him what?
Well, they were telling him we don't see that Russian meddling impacted the election, basically. The Dems are saying, well, that's just about the electronic infrastructure, about the voting machines, right? In reality, the ICA was also that instruction, the PDB, the President's Daily Brief, and the writing that had been done, the analysis that had been done up to that point was saying, we haven't seen anything that the Russian meddling influenced the outcome of the election. Well, then, shortly, and then they squashed that particular piece, right? They said, let's shelve that, and that's what a lot of the emails that Tulsi Gabbard released show, right? It's like all this agonizing. It's amazing any shit gets done in the government when you read these emails going back and forth between James Clapper and DNI and other places.
Yeah, you sent me some of that stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the analysts and others, and they're all saying, okay, well, what kind of tone do we give it? What do we say about this? And you can also see in there that they're saying, we don't think the Steele dossier is credible. The two senior Russian analysts, right, at the agency were telling John Brennan at the time, if you put the dossier in there as a piece of information into this assessment, you're compromising the credibility of the whole thing because we don't believe it, right? And this is December, right? And Brennan instructed, and it's in writing, instructed them to go ahead and do it, right? Because it basically, he liked the narrative. Right, of the Steele dossier.
Drive
and so he chose that over the analytical
cargo grabs
process, right? Over the
discipline
that you need to corroborate information that's going to go to a high-level intel assessment. So, if anybody's in the crosshairs right now, it's probably John Brennan. I gotta
use the restroom,
right, in terms of. Because he went up on Capitol Hill at some point and said that the Steele dossier didn't form an important point of wasn't in the document, wasn't in the ICA. The ICA is now out there, and sure enough, it was not only in the annex, it was in the body of the report, which gives it much more credibility. So yeah, so he, I'm not a lawyer, but I think he should be concerned a little bit about where that might go. But Obama reportedly, and it's in email traffic, requested, right, a different ICA. And so shortly thereafter, they produced a report.
How does he say it?
I forget what the exact wording. I'm not going to get it.
Because that's a crazy thing. If you have a bunch of experts that give you an assessment, these are the facts, this is how it went down, you're like, I don't like those facts.
Well, I don't think he said I don't like the facts, and that's where this is going to be a problem. Anybody who thinks Obama's going to go to prison for treasonous conspiracy, I think, again, much like Pam Bondi, with her treating of the Epstein files, which was ridiculous, Tulsi Gabbard's gotten out over her skis. Treasonous conspiracy.
Is that what she said?
That's what she said. It's not going to happen. Anybody who thinks that Obama's going to, forget about it. You'll be lucky if you get any consequences of anything out of this. Again, I'm very cynical about where investigations go.
Well, isn't this also based on the Supreme Court's justification of everything that Trump did while he was in office?
Right.
So you can't try them for things
immunity.
they do when they're off.
Yeah, immunity for acting under the authority as a president. But and it's also very nuanced, right? He can sit in there. He's perfectly got the right to sit in a meeting and say, okay, well, I tell you what. Let's sit on this, right? And James Clapper and the others agreed. Yeah, we're gonna take this document and we're gonna set it aside that we all worked on. Now we want to restructure it, focused on the outcome of the election and the Russian meddling and where this went and how they. So it was he can do that, right? And it's nuanced, and he can and never get in trouble because you're fine. You've got the right to do that. I mean, it's not illegal by any means, but there is no doubt in my mind that there was a desire to drive this thing in a certain direction, right? And so there is no doubt in my mind that, first of all, using the Steele dossier in there was just horseshit, right? Because that thing, there hasn't been any allegation in that Steele dossier that's that's been verifiable, and they knew that, right? So they went, and they used that Steele dossier in part to then go to FISA courts and get warrants, right? So that's another issue that I think from a legal perspective, again, not a lawyer, but I think some people should be probably concerned about how they represented that information, knowing, right, based on kind of what we're seeing from the document releases from Tulsi Gabbard. But again, you can see by virtue of how difficult I'm trying to explain it, it's much more complex, right, than just them bad, these guys good, these guys good, these guys bad, right? There's layers here that I think need to be examined, and I think that at the end of the day, you're not really going to get, much like everything else that happens in D.C., you're not going to get a lot of satisfaction on this one. But I do think, I'm convinced that, yeah, they drove this narrative. Shortly after, into January, when they released the new ICA, then suddenly leaks to the press, and that's when the Russia collusion story happened, right? Mm-hmm. And that's the thing that they should be focused on, right? They're losing the message because they're throwing shit out there. There's a lot of detail, and people get bored. And so I think that's a problem they're going to have here, trying to push this thing forward. And I do think also that Tulsi Gabbard should have been a little bit more circumspect in the way she explained this, right, and how she described the actions. Because I think there were some people who are culpable in terms of going after this narrative and pushing this Russia collusion story that then wasted a couple of years.
So which one are the ship combat
God
ones?
knows how much money on investigations and impeachment hearings and all the rest of it. But
why do you think she chose to frame it that way? Do you think she was instructed to do that, or she was guided to do that, or encouraged to do that? Because if it's not warranted, if you don't believe it's warranted based on the evidence that you've looked at, like, she's the director of national intelligence. Yeah. How does?
Well, I think she's part of it is the realization that, look, I mean, you put that information out there. I think it would have been more appropriate if she'd released all the documentation, said, here's and lay out in a very good, like almost like a PowerPoint presentation for the, make it very simple for the press, because the press isn't inclined to pursue this because the press were complicit, right?
How much
so you're trying to say, this is what these people did, and you helped them. Right. Now what we want is for you, meaning the media, to uncover all of this and report on it. They're not going to. They were winning awards, journalistic awards for their coverage of the Russia collusion story.
Right.
So the idea that they're going to somehow now say, that was a problem. So I think they should have maybe just made this more factual based, stayed away from the the sort of the hyperbolic statements about treason and all the rest of it, and then tried to explain it to the American public in a way that they can digest a little bit better, right? But when you throw out things like treasonous conspiracy, once again, much like with the Epstein thing, you're creating this kind of howling mob that's going to expect something. Yes. Right? And I just don't know that they're going to get it. But.
Right. So do you think that it's possible that she was encouraged to do this because this kind of takes away some of the heat off of the Epstein thing?
I'm sure that was a thought process in there somewhere. Yeah,
possibly.
Yeah, I think
it's a reasonable assumption.
Look, it's an important issue, right? If you have the intel community, or you have the White House deciding to themselves, look, we know this information is kind of bullshit, but it certainly serves a narrative, which is we want to delegitimize the new president that's coming in because we can't stand him. Then that's a really, really serious problem that needs to be examined.
It's also so short-sighted because do you not know that information is eventually going to come out that's going to compromise the confidence that people have in anything that the intelligence agencies put forth after that?
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of, part of what was going on was the expectation that Hillary Clinton was going to win, right? So, like with the Steele dossier, try to, dig up leverageable information or dirt on Trump. I think they were all under the assumption, well, Hillary Clinton's going to win. Doesn't really matter what we do right now because she's going to cover for us, right?
Right.
And, I don't think they ever expected Trump to win. So, then suddenly they've got to shift course a little bit and think, okay, all right, well, now that didn't work. Now what? Well, let's say that we've got this document over here talking about Russian meddling. Is it that much of a push to kind of say that, that we believe there might have been collusion? And the media ran with it. Right? They didn't have to do much.
They ran with it for 3 years.
For 3 years, yeah.
3 years, hardcore, all the time, every time they talked about Trump.
Yeah.
Which is crazy, regardless of how you feel about Trump. If you're the biggest Trump hater in the world, I understand. But understand this, that is dangerous. It's
And do you
dangerous
need
to have the
to-
media in
Clean
lockstep
up that room that
with
you
the
made a
government
mess.
who's saying
Throw that
something
in
that's
the
not true.
garbage.
Yeah, I mean, and they scream about threats to democracy all the time. Let's just be a little bit more self-aware. Realize what that looked like. Right?
what
You
I'm doing
can't.
again? Okay.
People were just bullshitting about evidence that they had or that they saw. Right?
Well, the
They kept
Democrats
talking about
saying
it, yeah.
anything's a threat to democracy
Yeah.
is wild when they haven't had a
Bro.
primary since 2012. That's wild.
Yeah.
That's really wild. I mean, they kicked Bernie out. They made sure RFK Jr. wasn't in, and then when it came time for Kamala to run, no primary at all. They just put her in
Yeah.
position.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah, they didn't know what else to do. And by the way, there's so much going on right now. Today, speaking of Kamala and now we're going to speak about Biden, but today, what was his name? The chief of staff, the former chief of staff for Biden. I think he was only there for a couple of years. Ron Klain was up on Capitol Hill to talk because they're holding these interviews up on Capitol Hill to try to figure out what the hell was going on, right? At what point did people decide they're going to cover up the mental condition of Joe Biden? And that's another look. I mean,
And then they're all pleading the fifth.
They're all pleading the fifth. Kevin O'Connor, the White House doctor, pled the fifth. Senior advisor to Joe Biden, what's his name? Andrew Bernal, pled the fifth. Right. And Ron Klain apparently stayed up there for a couple hours talking. Right. But again, he wasn't there for the last couple of years of the administration, I think, but he was there for the debate.
coming up.
Right. And he's come out publicly and said, I was shocked at his condition. So, people.
I think they set him up for failure in that debate.
No.
Why? First of all, why are they having a debate that late? Why would they agree to a debate at 9 p.m.?
Yeah.
When you got a guy who's really old and kind of broken down. Why would you do that?
The television timing, who knows?
And it
Yeah.
seemed
Yeah.
like, didn't someone blame it on him being on Ambien?
Yeah, Hunter did.
Hunter did.
That fantastic interview that Hunter just did with, I forget his name, Andrew Callahan or something like that. He referenced, now he's walking it back, saying, I wasn't meaning that he was on Ambien during the debate. I'm just saying, they had him on Ambien because of his travel schedule. The guy was at Camp David and resting in Delaware for 10 days prior to the debate. So, yeah, I don't know.
Jesus. What a mess. I think they set him up. I think they wanted him out, and this is the way to do it. Get him in the debate. Don't give him his medicine.
Excuse me.
Don't give him the proper medication to keep him up and peppy, and let him out there all confused. And apparently he had a cold at the time, too, so it was...
But if they were going to do that, wouldn't you think that they would, have a better plan? A plan B?
No, they didn't have a plan, and I think the Biden administration, the people didn't want him to step down. There's people inside the organization that didn't want him to step down, particularly, supposedly, Jill. Jill did not want him to step down. But then there's the cancer thing. Like, how do they not know that he has cancer? Well, they
Stage
had to
4.
know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is this for the ship?
Which is crazy. Like, that's
Sorry, man. Got a
years
cough.
of developing.
Yeah. Yeah, I just think if there was a plan, if there was a nefarious plan to have him step down, I think they thought he would get through it. I think they did.
He might have if he performed the way he performed in the first debate.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems to me that they were caught in the headlights at the point where he
Take
did
some
so
water,
poorly.
buddy.
Yeah,
You sound like shit.
I know. I sound
Jesus
like
Christ, what the
God
fuck is
damn,
going on
I
with
know.
you?
Yeah, it's the Ambien. It's starting to kick in.
Have you ever taken that stuff?
No, no. Have
It
you?
scares the shit out of me. No.
You never? Yeah.
No, my friend Kevin took it, and he got up in the middle of the
That
night,
was
cooked a
funny.
meal, went to bed, and didn't know he cooked the meal, so he went back and saw the plates in the kitchen, thought someone broke into his house and cooked. Like, yeah, that's not good.
No. I've never taken. Have you taken Xanax?
No.
No. Yeah.
That stuff's scary.
God, I can't speak.
That's what fucked Jordan Peterson up. That stuff's really hard to kick.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Benzodiazepine is one
Bro,
of the hardest
I
things to
don't have
kick.
a jump point to
It's,
this
one
location.
of the
Should I
things
just
that if you get
turn
off
off
a cold
the?
turkey, it'll kill you.
Good God. Really?
Yeah, and they put everybody on it.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was going to say. It seems like it's readily available.
As is Adderall.
Yeah.
Readily available and fucking super bad for you.
Although during the during the pandemic, you couldn't get Adderall. I remember that being an issue, right? I remember reading stories about that.
Make it overseas.
Couldn't, yeah, exactly, as they do with most of our pharmaceuticals, including what we've been talking about. So.
And so then people probably bought black market Adderall, which probably has fentanyl in it, which probably contributed to a lot of deaths.
Yeah. I got this voice now. I sound like Kim Carnes, you know. Remember
Who?
Betty Davis eyes. Kim Carnes.
Oh,
it's a very
yeah.
sultry voice I've got going on here for a second.
I forgot about that song.
Yeah, I suspect most people have.
Time waits for no one.
Yeah, but I think so the Biden let's call it a cover-up. That's
Biden
again, it's
cover-up.
an example of
The government is so cruel.
how people are not
They don't
more
want us to know a
upset
damn thing
about that, right? I mean, again, with the idea that
Biden
we've got
cover-up.
ADHD and everybody's moving on, but you would imagine that story, if none other, right? Because it's not quite as complicated as the Intel issue or even as the Epstein files. It's pretty straightforward. People hiding the condition of the leader of the free world. So anyway, it's just a thought. I'm surprised that it's gone away.
Well, then there's the auto pen as well. That's another wild thing.
Yeah.
Because so many of these people that were pardoned by auto pen. And so it begs the question, like, how was that negotiated? Like, who was involved in that? Who made those decisions? What was their motivation?
Yeah.
Were they compensated? Like,
Yeah. And look, he says the former president Biden says he was advised on all of this. He was in on all of these, and the auto pen was primarily used for, sort of rote pardons, collective pardons where they're pardoning, for an action, and so you have a number of people included in that you're giving pardons to. But all of this, whether it's any of the other things we've been talking about, at the end of the day, it's no wonder. Look, people's confidence level in politicians and government institutions and the media is at an all-time low, right? And I think it's a really dangerous thing. But I don't see how you walk the dog back on that.
They credit
right? I mean,
you
how do you do that?
to
How do you
cargo
suddenly
to
create
your
more
progression?
trust in any of those things?
well, I think a lot of people thought that
Cover missions, we
draining the
have to
swamp
limited
would create
NPC
trust,
ships.
right? The idea
You
of
either
Trump coming
take
into
a
office, we
cargo
had
ship
4 terrible
back
years
to the
under Biden.
station
Trump's
to
going to come in and clean
transfer
things up.
cargo
Everything's going to
from
make
the
sense
ship
now. But
to
everything's
our ship.
just as chaotic,
We
if
don't
not more,
have a cargo ship.
and just as confusing.
Yeah.
I mean, there's good things that are happening. The closing of the border is clearly a good thing.
Yeah.
That was fucking scary and dangerous.
Yeah, no. From a
Let's
policy
just take that
perspective,
guy
look,
out
the
and
other day they had
take his
like 9
what is it? The Gollum?
crossings.
Not the
Right,
Gollum,
9,
the Argo
right,
he
compared
got
to
over there.
maybe 10,000, 11,000, 12,000 a day in the
Right.
previous administration. So that's a huge win, and that's what they should be talking about. And they should be talking about the trade
Raft.
deals, right? They got a good trade deal with Japan. They got a good trade deal with Indonesia. They've got a good trade deal with Vietnam. They signed one with the UK. They're getting ready for the
I
European
have
Union.
a raft too. Can I just summon
there's
that ship
things
here?
that they should be
Yeah,
talking
could probably-
about.
Can we
And
call 'em
instead,
a ship here?
once again, we're fucking consumed with what we've been discussing: Epstein and the intel manipulation. I mean, you're thinking Biden's condition and
Obama,
God,
treason.
yeah. So it's really it's disappointing, but I don't know how. I'm not sure where I'm going with this, other than the fact that it's very depressing if you think about where our focus is right now. Right, there's a lot of flashpoints around the world, a lot of real serious crises, right, and threats to national security and concerns, and the White House can't seem to, get a focus on things. But yeah, the border thing is a great win. That's a very, from a national security issue, that's a terrific win.
Yeah, the fact that it was open for so long is so insane to think that anybody would think that would be a good idea unless you wanted chaos.
Yeah, that is always discussed as like, was it intentional? I don't see how it's not intentional, right? And I mean, that's because we can see now, after 6 months of the second Trump administration, that you can fix the problem, right?
Yeah, they could have fixed it
very
instantly.
fixable. They could have done it, and they chose not to. So, you know, clearly there's a
Yeah, I'll
lot of
take
people
that
in the Dem Party and the Democratic Party that, you know, are
thought
fans
you was gonna
of
take
or
that
believe in
around.
open borders.
But there's also
Um,
the moving of the people to swing states, and the fact that it changes the number of congressional seats regardless of whether or not someone's there legally or illegally. Once they do a census on how many people live there, it raises the number of congressional seats that's available. Which is crazy.
Well, yeah.
All that's so wild that it's so transparent.
I mean, look at Europe. I know that's kind of people talk about this, but look at France, look at the UK. I mean, much smaller environments, and you can see what happens when you have massive migration, right? And look.
So the
I'm not
mining-based
against
location,
immigration.
that's the
I'm
combat?
just saying it should be legal. You should know who's coming across your border.
Yeah.
You should have security. You can't pay for everybody, right? I mean, so opening up your borders and say, come on in, and we're going to provide you with whatever Mamdani in New York is providing, new free grocery stores and free bus and free childcare, and everything's going to be free.
And they're going to tax businesses.
You
That's how
gotta
they're going to
tax.
pay for
That's
it.
what he said. He said, and if you're wondering how I'm going to pay for this, I'm going to tax the rich.
Holy
right?
hell.
You think like, oh
I
my
just
God,
dodged a
how
frickin'
Stalin. You've been going all the way back
meteor.
to communists have been talking that way for years, feeding the same bullshit lines to gormless sheep. We're just now Mamdani's just talking to a new generation of sheep, and he could
the
well end
thing
up
is,
as the
like,
mayor. Yeah.
Utopian perspectives are really attractive to young people because you see the way these older rich people have been running the world. It's
Yeah.
all corrupt. They don't care. They're all capitalists and monsters. All they care about is money. I don't have any money. I want them to take the money away from the rich people and give it to the poor people, and then everything will be fine.
Yeah.
It's
No,
like
and
a
that's-
common thought amongst young people.
Look, I get it. If you're a young person, you probably look at your parents. If your parents have done okay, done well, and you're thinking, well, that, maybe I'm not going to be able to do that, right? I mean, a lot of young folks now are saying, I can't buy a house. How am I going to get a down payment for a house, right? I'm drowning in school loans, which, of course, they took out. So I get the frustration in a sense. And so I think, Mamdani is doing, again, what, a lot of slick socialists or communists in the past have done, right? He's speaking to the masses, and he's using all these platitudes, and there will be an element that buys into it, right? Because they haven't seen how shitty it can be, right?
Well, it seems like a huge element buying into it. He won the primary.
They won the primary, yeah. No,
So what happens now? So Eric Adams is the current mayor. So if this guy wins the primary, is Adams even? Is it possible for him to run? Like what? How does it work now?
Well, I guess he could run as an independent, which maybe is his intention.
Because he apparently is still running, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
He plans on running.
Wasn't Cuomo also planning on running, or did he drop out?
I believe
again?
he's still trying to run as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah, I
so
think
he
he's-
lost
yeah.
the primary, and I think people think that people are so horrified that Mamdani's in that they think that maybe it's possible. And then there's Curtis Sliwa,
Yeah,
still wants
yeah.
to wear that stupid fucking hat.
Yeah, God bless Curtis
If he
Sliwa.
took that
but
fucking
he's
hat
gotta
off, maybe
at
he'd have
some
a
point-
chance.
Yeah, at some point he's got to stop that. But I think there's a good chance that if Eric Adams ran as an independent, maybe that's the plan. And if Cuomo dropped out, I think if they split the vote, then I think Mamdani wins. But they're going to have to, and the Democrats, nationwide seem to have some real concern over Mamdani, right? Because that's not the message they want to send at a time when they see sort of this cultural shift in America, where we think, okay, we might be done with this whole woke issue, right? And then they see Mamdani out there
Doubling
slinging the
down.
bullshit, doubling down. And you got Bernie Sanders backing him. You got Jerry Nadler in New York backing him. You got obviously AOC backing him. So they rightly so, because what do they want to do? They want to reclaim the White House, right? And they want to reclaim the Senate. They're not going to do it riding the backs of a avowed socialist, right? Who wants to
More than
reclaim
a socialist, essentially a
Yeah,
communist.
yeah. So, and he's again, God bless the ideology of the youth, but people should, do a little bit more research into his ideas and how they've worked elsewhere, right? And maybe they
There's
might
only one way
change
to
their vote.
enforce those ideas. and that's with guns.
Yeah, that's it.
That's how
There's
how
a
you
government
force
grocery
people.
store. Get the hell over there.
Yeah, government
yeah.
grocery stores and taking money away from the rich people. Like,
Yeah.
how are you going to enforce that?
Yeah.
You need force.
Well, they're trying to. I mean, look, California tried to. I think maybe they've even enacted it. They've tried to figure out a way to tax people who are leaving the state.
Yeah, that was a thought that they had that I don't think is constitutional.
Yeah.
Yeah, they wanted to. I think it was 5 years.
These things just keep coming.
So if you had left with it, so me, I could get taxed.
God.
For even though I've been out there for 5 years. But that's just.
Yeah.
They're just so irresponsible with what they've done with the tax money. They have some of the highest taxes in the country, and it's chaos. And then they're also like upset that people want to film what's going on in the Palisades in Malibu.
Oh shit! Yeah. I was there not too long ago, and
Nothing's done.
happening.
Nothing's
it's
done.
still a war zone, right? You drive up towards Malibu, and everything's just gutted.
Yeah.
Right? So you think, and it's because you've got thousands and thousands of regulations in place that prevent, the reconstruction. Right? Just trying to get a simple permit for something takes you forever, and
it's going to be years.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting because Gavin Newsom obviously is in sort of a soft campaign right now to set the table to run for president. I mean, he's desperate. He's like some kid who wants to be the class
Did you
president.
see him on Sean Ryan's podcast?
I did not. I'm sorry I missed that one.
He's doing podcasts.
Wow.
It was a disaster.
Well, he's got his own podcast, right?
Allegedly.
Yeah. So how do you do on Sean's? How
Terrible.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Terrible. It was terrible. I mean, there's only so much you can say. Like, the record speaks for itself. His record is terrible.
Well, that's
people
the problem.
are fleeing the state. Yeah. The disaster that came about because of the fire, the homeless situation is untenable. It's all madness.
But look, if you look at the Democrat Party and you say, okay, so what does that mean, right? Because they right now they're flailing about, right? They're doing this autopsy of what happened from this last election.
Yeah.
Even though they're not going to address the issue of Joe Biden and, at what point did we know that he shouldn't be running? They're going to leave that off the table.
Definitely can't fit in
the purpose
your
of the autopsy is essentially to try to figure out what's our next step, who's our next leader. And they did a survey not that long ago, and they said who's the top of the Democrat Party, and the top three individuals were AOC, Kamala Harris, and Bernie Sanders. And none of them got more than like a 10% of the total on the survey. So when you've got those three as your option, and you're trying to figure out how do you appeal more to, a larger mass, they got an issue because it's not. Yeah, I agree. It's not going to be Gavin Newsom. It won't be Pete Buttigieg.
They've
right?
got a solution. Jamie, I just texted you something. This is the solution.
The solution?
Yeah. Here's the solution.
It's coming up. I hope it's not Hillary.
Finally, a Democrat who could shine on Joe Rogan's show. Hunter Biden is Unrepentant by Helen Lewis. Helen, take your medication.
Oh, my God.
He did the best ad for crack ever, though.
Yeah.
It was a great ad for crack.
It was not just an ad. It was a cooking show. That fucker taught American youth how to make crack. And I was astounded as he sat there, and he loves crack more than anything in the world. Right?
It sounded great.
He was romantically involved with crack.
He said it's safer than alcohol.
Yes.
This
Take
guy
that
is
to the
crazy.
bank, kids. Holy shit.
It's a thing. What the fuck? Talk about not learning from what happened during the crack epidemic ruined American cities.
Yeah, no.
It's like
which reportedly was done by the agency, by the way.
Reportedly, yeah.
Again, conspiracy theories. But yeah, excuse me, I'm battling a summer cold apparently. My
It's probably
God.
the allergies. There's so many allergies here in Austin.
Yeah. Oh God. That interview with how is it? Apparently the family has no control over him. But how is it that they allow him to go and do podcasts or interviews of any sort? Right? They need to do an intervention. And look, I hope he's clean. I hope he's not.
Is he clean? When he was talking about it, he said, I'm reluctant to explain this, but he was being honest about why it works and what's so euphoric about it.
Well, it feeds into the Democrats have decided apparently that they need to be tougher, right? Because after the last election, and so they would send Tim Walz out there and Elmer Fudd and in his hunting gear to try to appeal to Middle America, and so I can see it. You see more Democrats getting out there and swearing because that makes them tougher. So that interview with Hunter Biden, I can see feeds into this idea that the Democrat strategists have is we've got to be more mainstream, right? We've just got to be, which again is kind of in part why they're so concerned over Mamdani in New York City.
They were trying for a long time to squash masculinity and frame it all as being toxic, and people rebelled against that in a huge way.
Eventually, it took a while.
Well, a lot of young men, in particular, went to the right because of that, and a lot of young men that would ordinarily have probably voted Democrat if you were just fucking reasonable. But you turned them into villains for no reason other than just being men.
Yeah.
And that was a narrative that people were really sick of. And it's like the pendulum swings one way and the other way. It always does. It always has. This is how we course correct. We try to figure out our way through this world, and people go one way too far, and then they overcorrect going the other way, and then we try to bring it back to the middle, and it never really kind of goes there.
Yeah. No, you're right. It is. And that's been the problem for quite some time. It is. It's like that pendulum. You're over here, and then instead of it like settling in the center, you're back over here. And that happens every administration change, right? So you get this knee-jerk reaction, and from a legislative perspective, that's a real problem, right? Because you really never do get shit done, right? Because you're bouncing from extreme to extreme.
There's also a problem with this 4-year term thing. It's like every 4 years we have a new person.
For some
or
reason,
the
I
same
can't
person does it
pilot
twice.
the ship
These
in
are the
SCM
options.
mode.
The only options that you have. So you have this terrible situation where you're always like shitting on the other side, and there's no like, hey, this is the president now. Let's all work together.
Trying to control
What
this
if you
right
had
now.
a setup like Mexico? Mexico has a presidency where you serve a 6-year term, and that's it. You're done. One term, but it's 6 years. I don't know.
It's still the same thing.
Yeah,
it's still the same thing. It was like these people fucked it up. We're gonna do a better job, and then they get in, and it's the same fucking thing.
Yeah. Well, and also you get the self-interest. Obviously, that's not rocket science. But if you can be a senator for 46 years, or however long,
which is nuts,
and
you can make hundreds of millions of dollars somehow or another.
Right, and that's another thing. I always wonder how do people not? And again, maybe. Yeah, some intrepid investigative journalist.
The ship has a mind of its own, dude.
Who wouldn't want to do a story about the wealth gains by politicians? Just look at the past 10 years, right, and say, and take them on both sides, right? So you look at Chuck Schumer and AOC, and you look at on the other side, you look at Grassley, and you look at Mitch McConnell, and whatever, right? And you look at those. And that would make a fascinating series if he just said, how the fuck did you make your money?
It's 100% both sides, too, which is so important. Because everybody wants to point to Pelosi, and Pelosi made a lot of money for sure.
Yeah.
But it's a lot of them.
Yeah. We do I don't handle any of our finances because I'm not smart enough. But we do have a fund that tracks Pelosi, right? There's a Pelosi tracker fund. And it's done very well. Right, it's done very well, and I'm always fascinated because I'm thinking, well, of course it does well because you're sitting up there on goddamn Capitol Hill. You hear in these hearings, you hear about developments, right? And it doesn't have to be about a particular company. It could be about our particular dealings with a country, right? And regulatory concerns with that country, or it could be about a sector and where we're going. And you can, yes, of course you can use that information to your benefit, unless you're a moron.
But it shouldn't be legal, right?
It shouldn't be legal. No.
It's insider trading.
Yeah.
Like they put Martha Stewart away for insider trading.
Yeah. So how about politicians? But
actually, they put her away for lying.
Did they?
Yeah, they didn't get her on insider trading. They got her for lying.
Oh.
Because during the investigation, she didn't tell the truth about something. But they didn't actually. I don't believe she was actually jailed for insider trading.
It's always the cover-up.
But it's
always
all
the cover-up.
It's all just horseshit when someone like Nancy Pelosi is able to do it legally. If you're able to make hundreds of millions of dollars legally through where your salary is so low.
Yeah.
Most people who make, and not that it's low, but most people who make a salary of it's a great salary, but most people who make $170,000 a year might have $170,000 in the bank.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
They won't have $200 million.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And they'll argue,
It doesn't
well,
even
I
make
get a lot of it
sense.
from speeches and from books, and nah, I don't
No,
think
you
do.
don't.
I don't think you do.
You,
yeah.
you can track it. You can
Yeah.
see how much money should be in the stock market.
Well, that's what I'm
It's
saying. That would be a
extraordinary.
fascinating series if that's what you did. Is if you did asset tracing and a financial review of modern day politicians. How did you make your goddamn money?
Also, why are you still doing it? You're older than Biden. She's older than Biden. Like, chill out.
I know, but
Go on a vacation.
It'll never happen. People, it's not even about the money. It's about the access, the power, the people, who carry your bags and toady
Yeah.
after you,
Yeah.
and they love that shit. So
yeah.
I get it. I get what the attraction is. I'm just saying that if we had any balls, we would have had enacted term limits quite some time ago. Anyway.
Yeah, well, and at the very least, they should block insider trade. I'm sure you've seen that time when she was questioned about insider trading.
Yeah.
It's like, well, we should be able to participate.
Yeah.
You're not participating, lady. You're making hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah.
It's insane.
And this is not a partisan. I agree with you 100%. It's not a partisan issue.
Not
it's
at all.
Everybody gets up on there.
Yeah, if you look at the trades, if you look at it between the red and the blue, it's across the board. They're all doing it. I think it's like it lures them in. I think once they get into office, and even if they have good intentions, they get lured in by a corrupt system, and then they play ball.
Yeah.
And then they get paid.
Yeah. Well, and then you get a lifetime pension.
Yeah.
Which again makes no sense. How about you say, okay, fine, you're going up there on Capitol Hill, you get your pension while you're up there. Your pay is, maybe similar to, I don't know, the military, your congressman, maybe you get a major's pay. I have no idea. I'm just making that shit up. But take the financial incentives and the excitement out of it.
Yeah.
And maybe you get a different group of people who want to pursue that work. And then they just go the hell back to wherever they came from and work a job.
But also there's a problem that the campaigns are so ugly. And we've agreed sort of as a society that that's how we do it. And that these people are going to attack each other. I remember one of the things during but when Biden was running, when Kamala Harris was saying that he was guilty of sexual assault. Like, you remember that?
Yeah.
And then,
Yep.
and then afterwards, she gets interviewed. I think it was by Colbert. And she's like, "It was a debate.
Yeah.
It was a debate." Like, imagine that. It's a debate, and so you're willing to say something in a debate that's not true.
Well, that's just policy that you can. I think it's partly just
That's
a disdain
crazy.
for the American voter and the belief that people will move on, and they do. Maybe that's it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. People tend to forget pretty quickly.
Well, we're overwhelmed by information now.
Yeah.
We are consistently overwhelmed by the news cycle. And it is almost impossible. You have to have like some sort of a Mike Benn style recall in your head where you can keep track of everything because it's just coming at you so fast. And Doge and Elon and this and that. I had some guy ask me last night, do you think that the Elon Musk and Donald Trump thing was staged? And I go, do you think it's staged? He's like, absolutely. I think it's all fake. I go, wow. Do you think that they made an agreement that Elon would say that you're on the Epstein client list and that's why you won't release the file? You think that Donald and Elon came to that agreement?
Yeah, just sitting around over a Diet Coke thinking, that's a
they're
good
all
idea.
in on it.
Let's
They're
do
all
it.
in on it.
Yeah.
Like, are you out of your fucking mind?
What do you think about Musk's political party?
Hey, honey.
First of all, my wife told me you really
Welcome
can't name
home.
it the American Party. It's not legal.
I wanted to go
Yeah,
buy some
why? I
coolant
don't know.
for your car now.
She told me, I believed her.
That you're here.
So Jamie will find out.
You didn't follow up. You
No.
didn't follow up. You weren't interested.
We were eating dinner.
Thanks, honey.
We were eating dinner. She goes, you
You'd be
can't
tired
just
if
call
you
your
wanted to
party
work
the
on a
American
Saturday.
Party. I go, really? She goes, no, you can't. You can't
working
use
tomorrow?
the term America for your party.
I would
Which
think
makes
you
sense.
could, but
no,
I
would
don't
think you
know.
couldn't because
Yeah.
I'd be like, fuck you, I'm the America Party.
Yeah.
It's the whole country. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, if you decide
Yeah.
you're the America Party and I'm against the America Party, well, that sounds like I'm against America.
Yes, but you
must
couldn't.
not
You
care
take,
about
call it the
your
American Party. I'm going to trademark that name. Next
That was
thing
my
you know,
problem with
health
the Patriot
and-
Act. Like, you can't call it the
mental health
Patriot
and
Act, you
spiritual health,
motherfucker, because
you
then if
gotta
you go
back-
against it, you're
you
against
gotta
the
go back to work
Patriot.
Monday.
Goddamn right. That's right.
Crazy.
Yeah, the terrorists win.
Is it legal to call your party the America Party?
I mean, the fact that you worked the weekend kind of gave away your
the use of words like independence,
cover up.
independence, America, and America.
Because you told them that I work weekends.
Yeah.
There you go.
There you go.
Okay.
So she's
All
right.
Yeah.
So listen,
Just in New York, though.
got to come up with it. Oh, just in New York.
That's what it sounds like.
Yeah,
So
but it's-
nationally, it's legal.
I'll
That
bet it's.
seems sus.
Yeah, if it's in New York, I'll bet it's.
What does an
it's
independent
still-
call himself in New York then? If you run as an independent and it says you can't.
Well, you can run as an independent. You can't call your
I
party
know,
the independent.
Camila.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's
yeah,
all quiet.
Yeah.
Camila, sleeping.
Sus.
It's like,
Is it a
she's
little
not.
sus?
She's
That's
faking
what
it.
kids call it. I have
Yeah,
young
kids.
kids.
Yeah, I know.
They call everything sus.
Likewise.
She was just playing a game.
You know, like,
I
what is he
don't
going to do with this party?
Why is she
You're not
acting
going
like
to
she's
get.
sleeping now?
You know, how's that going to work?
Yeah, I don't think this. You know, as much as I don't, I think there should be room. I guess I should say it that way. There should be room for another party.
100%.
But I don't think there's enough oxygen to do it.
Here it is. The name America Party has been used by several different political parties in the United States, most famously as the official name of the Know Nothings. The Know Nothings is my favorite. That's what you should call it. Why doesn't he call it the X Party? He likes the term X. A nativist group, sometimes dubbed the America's Third Party, that rose to prominence in the years leading up to the U.S. Civil War. The Know Nothings were during the Civil War. That's crazy.
Oh, hell no. I
The
have
name
to.
America Party is an
1840s.
attempt to brand the party as a force of patriotism and unity. That's what you're saying. Yeah. Okay. I
Wow.
get it. Yeah.
As well as the names of an anti-Mormon party
Hey,
in
they got the
Utah
raft.
and the supporters of George Wallace.
Wow.
Jesus
Oh,
Christ.
there he is. He's not a handsome man.
Boy, he looks evil.
Yeah, he does.
Some
He
people
does.
just look, I'm not
God
voting
damn.
for you and your fucked up
Wow.
eyebrows, bro. Some people just look like they are. You know what I mean?
George Wallace.
Yeah.
I remember watching. I mean, I was tiny, but I remember, as still to this day, I watching that when he got shot at that rally that he was at.
Oh,
that's
right.
Put him in the wheelchair. You idiot! But yeah, I don't know. Again, I don't think there's
Am I
room
alive?
for a third party. There should be, but I just don't see it happening. You know, we're too entrenched in the way that we do things, and you start splitting the vote.
Dude, I
think,
did not mean. They
maybe
set me
it's-
up. They wasn't letting me
maybe
turn.
get more
They let
chaos
me
in the
run a
current
straight
battle.
line.
Yeah, I mean,
What the hell?
those two together, it's like, geez, I saw that coming.
Oh my
I was like,
gosh!
this
Thank
is
God
not
I'm
gonna work
alive.
out.
Yeah.
When his son was with
They
him in
so
the
set
Oval
me up
Office,
for
and
that.
his son
Yes.
told him to shut up.
Yeah.
Told Trump to shut up. The little kid told Trump to shut up, and he said, "You're not the president." Oh my God! Like, what is that?
It actually lasted longer than I thought it would.
Well,
right?
it destroyed Elon.
Yeah.
Destroyed his company. Destroyed Tesla. I mean, and then on top of that, when people started like putting swastikas on Teslas and
Firebombing
keying
Teslas.
Teslas,
Yeah.
madness.
Yeah.
Madness. I mean, and then people were probably
Speed
very
one.
reluctant to buy a Tesla because they were worried, like,
Two.
hey, if I buy this fucking thing and park it somewhere, someone's gonna key it.
Three.
I know somebody who actually covered up the Tesla insignia
Four.
on their car.
Bro, I was
worried about
behind
it.
someone the other day on the highway, and they had a fucking thing on their car that said, "I bought
And
this before
even if you
Elon
want
went
that
crazy."
too,
God.
Like, oh God.
You know.
You're
yeah.
conceding. You're
That shit
giving
was
into the
strong,
mob.
right?
Yeah. And then
You're
we
Giving
also-
into
that.
the dumbest mob.
But there was
too.
an element also that was like, oh, you know, they're
Like how you
it's
be
legitimate
by
form of
Nightlight.
protest to, you know, what to blow up
It's
a
so
fucking
cute.
Tesla dealership, right?
That's
to
not
blow up
legitimate.
charging stations.
It's certainly not
Yeah, that's why
legitimate
you
to
wanna go
destroy
work- that's why
people's
you wanna go
private
to work
property
tomorrow.
who are just paying a
No?
lease on a car that they probably had for 3 or
Right.
4 fucking years before any of this shit went down.
Yeah. But
It's nuts.
But they do it. If someone walks by and keys the car, right? Keys the car at Tesla, and you can just they I don't know why they all tend to look alike, but they do, and
They
you
all do
just
look alike.
saw that they're just like this
Mentally
sense
ill.
of self-righteousness.
Yep.
Like I deserve to do this because I'm in the right. I'm on the side of good, so therefore I can do whatever the fuck I want.
Yeah.
Right. So anyway.
Just mentally ill people.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of them in this country, and
do I need
unfortunately,
to share
you can
this?
weaponize them.
Yeah, and then we've also played into it, right? I mean, so it's, you know, the U.S. Olympics, by the way, the U.S. Olympic Committee just said, you know, males will not be able to participate in female sports.
Shocker.
Shocking. I had no idea that we had to actually say that out loud, but apparently we do.
Or they're going to take that gold medal away from that dude who pretended he was a woman and won the boxing.
Yeah, God, that was bizarre.
Fuck off, man. So crazy. It's
Yeah.
just like That's where this woke thing just hits the wall, where people who have daughters and people who just like, hey, look, I want you to live your life and be whoever you want to be. I really do. I don't want to infringe upon your right to express yourself. But at a certain point in time, when you impose this on other people and you fuck up their
this is a
lives,
large one.
and Vivek had a great term.
So what's
he was
this
calling it
that
the
I'm at right now?
tyranny of the oppressed. That the oppressed, people who are legitimately oppressed in a lot of ways, then they turn that on everybody else, and they want everyone to concede to their demands. And it's like, okay.
It's that, I'm the victim, so therefore I deserve.
Therefore, we're going to throw society into a wood chipper.
Yeah,
like, what's that
I agree
noise?
with you. I want, again, I'm busy enough that I don't have to spend a lot of time worrying about what other people are doing. At the same time, I don't need to play along, right?
Exactly.
With your imaginings. And so I think that's where it started to, once it started to impact other people, like a kid who loses a race because now suddenly she's racing against a dude.
Yeah,
You think,
exactly. 900 medals lost during this time.
Really?
Yes, 900 medals
accepted
that
2
would have gone to
missions.
biological females that were won by biological males because of this crazy ideology over the last few years. And so think about how many girls lost out on scholarships. Think about how many girls just like felt fucked over by the system. Where you've got a guy in the fucking locker room with his dick hanging out, you're supposed to pretend that that's a woman.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, and
Yeah, I don't know how we got to that
against
point.
the
That's
idea.
wild.
And, a handful of people did, and spent a lot of time getting pilloried for it. But
Riley Gaines.
Riley Gaines, yeah, good
and
example. Yeah,
you see people attacking her all the time online, and it's just wild.
I think
to
it's
see.
dying down a little bit. I think we hit that top, and then I think it's coming back down to where people are saying enough is enough. Again, with the idea that, look, you want to do that, you want to pretend that you can, you want to believe that a dude can have a baby, fine, you do that. I don't need to pretend with you. I'm not going to infringe on your thinking that that's the case, and yes, you need some protections in place for people. Of course you do, right?
What?
But at a certain
What the
point,
hell,
I
you're not?
kind of lost track. It
Oh,
used to be
no.
that you had gay dudes and you had lesbians, right? That was kind of it, right? You
We
had
made
guys that like
progress.
guys, and you had girls that like girls, and you're fine.
We made progress in that regard, where people that used to have to hide that, they don't have to hide that anymore.
Right,
It's
right.
pretty much accepted by society, for the most part.
Yeah.
And then they're trying the same thing with this, and it's like, no, this is a different thing. And a lot of the gays, they don't want this in their group. They're like, no, this is a different thing. This is not your sexual orientation. You're attracted to men. This is an identity thing. This is a totally different thing that you're dealing with. And then you also have to factor in, as uncomfortable as this is for people, you have to factor in perverts who all of a sudden can just say, I'm a woman, and wear a dress, and now they can enter into women's spaces, and you can't stop them. And that's real, man. That's real. That's not discounting actual trans people or discounting gay people or lesbians. It's not. But you're opening the door for fucking sexual predators.
Yeah.
People who are out of their fucking minds, man.
And you also had one of the things I never quite figured out was you also have the parent who's like, they've got a 3-year-old son who says, I'd like to play with the dolls, and then suddenly the mother's the enabler, right?
They
Or
want to
the
get him a
parents.
hormone blocker.
Yeah, and you're thinking, like, how about you just let the kid be a kid?
What?
Maybe tomorrow they want to play football. Maybe the next day they want to do interpretive dance. Maybe the following day they want to play baseball. Let the fucking kids grow up in a certain way without trying to impose
exactly
this bizarreness on them.
Why do you need
do it
my
because
charger
they
to charge
want
this?
that kid to be whatever.
You just said
whatever
it came
is,
with a
whether
charger.
They want him to be queer, they want him to be trans.
That's what I'm
For
saying. I'm
them,
giving
it
you the
makes
back
them
thing.
look more progressive, and they have their kid like a fucking flag they plant in their lawn, and it's gross. But there's a lot of these pathological monsters that happen to be parents.
Is it this?
They're just nuts.
Or the smaller one?
Yeah, anybody gets a license to be a parent. It's like boat drivers. And the other day we were out on the lake in the boat, and it was close to 4th of July, and I realized, really, anybody can
You
drive
don't even
a
have
boat.
to have a driver's license.
No,
What the hell?
don't-
Are you
don't
telling
have
me
to do
I
a
can't
breathalyzer.
jump
I mean,
over
you
this
should.
little
I mean, we
thing?
got, sheriffs out there trying to stop
this
people
freaking
from
bust
game is
people
pissing
drinking
me off.
boating. But yeah,
But they do it.
yeah,
They do it all the time. It freaks me out.
Yeah, it's bizarre because the same people would not like say I'm gonna shotgun 12 cores and then drive my car, but God damn it, they'll be happy to get behind that boat
Yeah.
and take off. And you think, and so we've got, you know, our boys have started driving the boat on their own, taking their friends out and that sort of thing. And it's, you know, it's actually more nerve-wracking when they head out on the lake, right, than it is when they get in their
I
car
should have
and
used the
drive
tractor beam on this thing while
because of
in
just
midair.
the craziness that goes
So I
on.
should have
So,
did.
yeah, I watched our one of our boys head off in the boat. He had there were 3 dudes
But
and
that
7
tractor beam
girls
on
on
that
there.
thing
It was
was
his
terrible
dream. Right?
anyways.
He was heading off to the lake. They were going to go cliff jumping and some surfing and everything. And I watched him go and I said, "God bless you," but I was inside. I was so goddamn nervous. Right?
Of course.
So
Yeah.
anyway, they did fine.
People think they're invulnerable when they're young too, which is also a problem. You don't
Yeah.
think anything's going to happen because nothing's happened yet.
Yeah.
You haven't had enough severe injuries where you go, "Oh, well, I'm vulnerable as shit.
Yeah.
This is
People are
dangerous.
shooting
and
at
people
me."
can die."
Yeah.
You need to see it.
They go bridge jumping. You know, they'll climb up to the top of a bridge,
Getting shot
jump
at.
off, and it's just like, oh my god.
I know a girl
Yeah.
did that, and she's fucked for the rest of her life. Her back was ruined.
Yeah.
She fell funny and hit her ass in the water, and it destroyed
I don't have
her
any
spine.
guns.
It's like, I mean, you get higher up there, and it's
Go back in
it's
my
like
shit
hitting
it's like
because I'm gonna
concrete.
get
Yeah,
shot.
exactly. And if you over rotate or you under rotate or whatever, but yeah, there's a
Fuck
balance,
that.
right? Because with the boys in particular, you don't want to take away that risk taking element, right? You want them to take risk, right? But so there's a fine line of saying, no, don't do that. That's dangerous. Whether they're doing that or they're going to the dirt track or whatever they're doing, and you think, okay, how do you balance that out? Be smart, but I don't want to stop you from taking risks, if that makes sense.
No, it does make
yeah.
sense. Listen, you're talking to someone who spent the majority of my teenage years fighting. With no health insurance. So I'm talking from a position of not being one of the wisest people.
Yeah.
But I was never into jumping off of things.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to ski. I didn't want to do any of that because
Okay.
I knew how vulnerable I was.
Yeah.
Which is crazy.
Which is crazy because you're risking getting clocked every time you go out to fight. You're
And I'm
thinking
getting
okay,
clocked in the head
yeah.
all the time in the
Yeah.
gym.
Yeah.
I'm constantly getting kicked and punched and
God.
yeah. But
Yeah.
I realized hey, I don't want to ski. I could ruin my knees.
Yeah. I might fracture a rib there. I don't want to do that.
I just
Yeah.
wanted to
Yeah.
take as few risks outside of this one risky thing as possible. And I think a lot of kids don't have enough controlled risks. So then they start wanting to jump dirt bikes and
Yeah.
you wind up breaking every fucking bone in your body.
Yeah, our youngest boy, again, happy birthday, Muggsy, but he went over his bike, wearing a helmet, very good helmet, still banged his head, right? This was just a couple days ago. So I'm on the road, and I'm like, okay, keep him up. Don't,
make sure he's conscious.
Make sure he's good. And so anyway, yeah. But again, I don't want to. Then when I talk to him, I don't want to say, well, you
Right, I
should have
use
done
this
that. You want to say, okay, you're good.
Now
Do
you know.
Do you know what you did wrong? And he's like, yeah, I didn't get the back wheel on the. It's like, okay. But anyway, that's parenting.
Yeah, it's you don't want to completely shelter your child,
Right.
but you don't want them to expose to unnecessary risks. But it's there's this balance that you have to achieve. It's really hard. It's because you don't want a sheltered child that's scared to take any risks at all.
Yeah. We're sending the oldest one is off to university in a couple of weeks.
Wow.
Going down to Ole Miss, and yeah, you're right. I mean, it's a big step, right? So he's going down. He's been down there a couple of times already. He's met some of the folks down there. He's had a good time. Some of the guys taking him out to the bars and so you at a certain point you lose control of them, right?
Yeah.
And so all you can do up to a certain age is just hope you've set the compass right.
Yeah, you have to set the compass right, and at a certain point in time, you have to realize that's an individual human being that you don't have control over anymore. And one of the worst things that parents do is they try to control their kids when they're in their 30s and 40s. They still treat them like they're children. Like, you're just going to have a resentful person. Like, they don't want you to be the boss of them when they're 30 fucking years old,
Yeah, or honestly, 20s.
Bothers my
It's,
eye.
I think they want to know that there's a place they can go, or there's someone they can talk to,
Yes.
or advice they can get.
Yes.
But yeah, at a certain point, and I think, who knows what that point is. I mean, it changes. I think kids seem to be growing up a lot quicker now.
Well, it's because of the internet, right? So
yeah.
much information comes their way, and yeah,
God.
and then we're at the precipice of artificial general superintelligence, which is gonna bust out of its cage if it hasn't already. I mean, there's real good arguments that it's already done it, and we're not aware of it yet because it hasn't assumed control of things. It hasn't acted in a way. It doesn't have a physical form where it can move around yet.
Right. We're definitely moving in that direction. I think we're probably already there. We're just unaware of it, but I think people at the cutting edge. I think, but yeah, we went from a Rogan show that was done by AI to now you can't swing a dead cat on the internet without hitting Rogan babies, right?
Oh, those babies are hilarious.
Oh my God, the
Theo
babies are
Vaughn
great.
is the best one.
Yeah, yeah.
Theo Vaughn's a great baby.
I will say, anytime, and I don't spend a lot of time digging through things like that, but anytime I see the baby episodes with you and Theo, I'm like, yeah, gotta watch this son of a bitch. And then I send it to the boys.
Yeah.
Oh God. But they don't. There's no authorization. You have no control.
Right. No, there's no. It's just a Wild West right now, and it's happening so fast. We had who was this showing us the Skywalker thing? Was it Joe DeRosa? Yeah. So my friend Joe DeRosa was showing us this. They're doing Star Wars AI, like fan-created AI scenes of stuff that they wanted to happen.
Yeah.
And it looks better than the actual Star Wars.
Yeah.
And it's young Luke Skywalker. It's Mark Hamill from like Star Wars 1. Like that. Like, look at this. Watch this. Look how incredible this is. And look at this. That's AI. I mean, this is nuts, man. I mean, this is like better quality than the original Star Wars itself. And it's his voice. It's his face. It's all perfectly synced. It looks incredible. Like, look at this.
Yeah, that's my company does some work for the entertainment industry for the movie business, and I was out there talking with the studios.
Q definitely did.
Nameless. Not that long
did
ago.
a better job.
And this is a
the
massive issue
movement,
for
'cause,
them.
boy, that was annoying.
They're seeing full scripts out there, right, written by AI for some of their franchise, movies and characters, and they're seeing, they're animators, they're writers. All these people are obviously worried, and they're convinced that they're, about to be made useless.
And they're right.
And they're right. Yeah,
they're right.
Yeah, because what they're finding, they're just what you're looking at here. They're finding,
that's you sharing that?
But there's places where they're dumping full length scripts and pieces of movies out there, and it's it's going to upend, much like whatever Netflix and the others did with the television market. It's going to upend the whole industry. It's going to
100%.
Yeah.
There's no way around it at this point. If someone can make something like this, the Skywalker Stories thing, I mean, this is just a person doing this with an AI video generator. Again, you just do it through prompts. I mean,
or you say to yourself, okay, I want to write a scripted TV series. What am I going to write about? You spend 20 minutes feeding some ideas into whatever. I forget what aside from ChatGPT, there's a bunch of them out there, and it will feed back to you in short order the entire show map, right? It'll give you all the characters. It'll give you a character map. It'll give you pitch lines. It'll give you episode plots. It's remarkable, and it means all those people who work in Hollywood writing, right, or wherever they're based, writing shows or coming up with pilots, and they're superfluous to the whole business now.
Yeah, and not just that, it's also music.
Yeah,
Drake had a song that was a hit Drake song that came out that wasn't him at all. It was all done by AI. And they could just kind of guess what people like. I mean, they could just formulate what the big hits were, what's similar, what's common, what are the phrases, what's catchy.
Yeah, exactly. Give me the last 6 songs, the commonalities that made them successful.
So much.
Exactly.
Fine, give me that. Is Drake still beefing with Kendrick Lamar, or is that over? I can't keep track.
I think he had to back off of that.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I don't know. That's the sort of question that we need to be asking.
It's different people have different perspectives. Some people think Drake won. Some people think Kendrick won. I don't really give a fuck, quite honestly. I'm not a fan of those kind of beefs. But they do make some good songs sometimes. A beef does, like Ether with Nas. That was a good fucking song. It's just.
I was about to nod like I knew what the hell you were talking about.
You don't know that
Oh
song?
yeah, Ether with Nas. Yeah.
You don't know that song?
Young Gravy, a little gravy.
There's a thing that's going to happen within our lifetime where all creativity is going to be suspect, because you're not going to be able to know unless someone's doing something off the cuff, like live in front of you.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to be able to know whether or not something's AI generated anymore. Like they have AI generated stand-up comedy now. It's not great, but it's okay. You know, where you have a guy on stage, the audience is fake, they're laughing. What he's saying is comedic. The timing is pretty similar to comedy.
God.
It's nuts, man. And this is, by the way, impossible 3 years ago. Probably impossible 2 years ago. Probably impossible a year ago. Now, ubiquitous. It's everywhere.
Well,
So, like, where does this go, and what does 5 years from now look like? We're just guessing.
Well, in terms of driving narratives or telling stories or getting people to think a certain way, I mean, think about how simple that is now from a hostile element, right? Like if I'm working Russian propaganda for the FSB, how easy is it now for me to create a clip of whatever? Let's take a hot topic, right? And suddenly you've created a clip where Trump is talking about, being in the Epstein files, or somebody around Biden's circle is talking about how they covered up his money. People will see that. They'll release it, right? People will see it. They're not going to necessarily question whether it's, because that's not how people work, right? They see shit on the internet and they go, oh, yeah, I'm going to send that to my buddy. And, yeah, you got some people who might be more cynical than others, but for the most part, people just eat that shit up. And so...
Which is also shows you the incompetence of the government that they released that video from the cell that's got 2 minutes and 53 seconds removed, because these aren't the best people in the world that are doing that.
No, and there's you could argue that on the hostile side, on the whatever you want to call them, the hackers or people on the cutting edge of doing things and using this technology for nefarious purposes, they I'm not saying the government doesn't have good quality people doing it, but you tend to have cutting edge folks on the hostile team.
Yeah, they're not going to be working for the State Department.
No.
They're going to make money other ways.
Yeah.
I got to pee real bad. Let's take a little break.
Oh, my bad.
And we'll come back.
Okay.
Be right back, folks.
I didn't see a shit about it.
Maybe it's a joke, but did you see that? I sent you the Lockheed Martin thing, right? I also sent you the thing that I was looking for earlier, which is, I believe he's a senator that's reading off the most ridiculous tweets from the former CEO of NPR.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Which senator is that, do you know?
I don't know. Hold on, I can find out. Yes. That's who it is. Okay, yeah, senator from Missouri.
Okay, yeah.
Watch this. This is fun. This is just a fun one.
I thought it'd be appropriate to maybe read some of the craziest tweets from Catherine Marr, who is the CEO. Put my glasses on here. I'm so done with late-stage capitalism. America is addicted to white supremacy. I do wish Hillary wouldn't use the language of boy and girl. It's erasing language for non-binary people. Lots of jokes about leaving the U.S., and I get it. But as someone with cis white mobility privilege, I'm thinking I'm staying and investing in ridding ourselves of the specter of tyranny. Never underestimate the ability of white people to center ourselves. White silence is complicity. I'm white, so my hair doesn't automatically carry with it the freight of my race, work, and everyone else's encoded assumptions. I'm grateful to those who have pointed out my phrasing could be understood as trans erasure. Horses inspire awe. Horses inspire awe and foster a sense of identity. More kids should have access to these incredible animals, but most horse spaces are white spaces.
Horse spaces are white spaces.
Oh my
it keeps
God.
going.
I love the music. The music is good. Whoever came up with that soundtrack is good.
Jesus
God.
Christ.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the thing that I sent you, the Lockheed Martin thing, is people are claiming, it's again a lot of horse shit. Who fucking knows? That Lockheed Martin created that Tic Tac, and that there's been 3 different versions of it. I sent you that, right?
Who are the people claiming?
So the idea is, this is what I wanted to ask you about. So this is a congressman who says this. Congressman Eric Burlison dropped the bombshell evidence that Lockheed Martin has developed 3 generations of Tic Tac UFO technology. Is that real, though? Did he say that, or is this just a fucking tweet?
Let's quote is right there. I had 2 people come to me.
I understand that, but
That's
did he actually say that, or is
Yeah.
that just a quote on Twitter?
No, I believe he said that.
Okay.
I saw other people say it too.
Oh, okay. So he says, I've had 2 people come to me that say that the Tic Tac is Lockheed Martin creation. The latest person came to me, says he has video of the first, second, and third iteration of the Tic Tac, Burleson revealed. This isn't speculation. This is a congressman with direct access to classified information. The implications are staggering. Lockheed Martin allegedly discovered a revolutionary new propulsion system and has been secretly developing it for decades. According to Burleson's source, they used it in the first iteration, which was the Tic Tac. They have an intermediary one that they are more advanced with, and then now they're putting it inside what looks like conventional so that it's not obvious.
Okay.
What do you think about?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to call bullshit on all that. Look, there's interesting. If you scroll back down, there's an interesting. When you start to there you go, dissecting this. He says, I've had 2 people come to me that say that Tic Tac's a Lockheed Martin creation. Now, he doesn't say who those 2 people are.
I've had 2 people come to me that said they had sex with Bigfoot.
Yeah, well, I did. But you've got, then it says, this isn't speculation. This is a congressman with direct access to classified information, which is the implication that, well, the people that came to him with this have access to classified information, which is, there's no connection there. So they're taking a data point and another data point, and they're drawing a line between the 2 of them.
Right, making
and saying, yes, he's getting this from classified. Exactly. And so, and also then the next part has been secretly developing it for decades. I'm here to tell you that if Lockheed Martin was developing something for decades, a new form of propulsion, maybe I'm just a cynical son of a bitch, but I don't think they'd be keeping it secret for all this time. I don't think it would have been able to be kept secret because somebody would have opened their yap, or the Chinese would have gotten their hands on it in their economic and intel espionage efforts. So I don't know. This strikes me as, and then I've got video of it. Okay, well, how about you show us the goddamn video?
Right.
It's always the same thing.
It's always the same thing.
Yeah,
It's always like, I've seen video. Well, fucking show me, bitch.
Yeah.
And then here's the problem. The more time they wait,
on foot
the
down
more
there, I
it's
can't
Luke
even-
Skywalker shit. Like,
Yeah.
you're going to show me something. How the hell do I know what's real anymore? We're
Exactly.
6 months away from never knowing.
Right. That is exactly right, and that's the problem. And I think we've talked about this before. There are companies out there, private companies that are working, trying to figure out how do you get ahead of the curve of deep fakes, right? And AI-generated material, and it is really difficult, right? It's lagging that defensive capabilities lagging behind, right? The offensive potential for AI-generated
My
material.
ship is just stuck like this
Again,
now.
I agree with it. Someone's going to show this, or it's going to be grainy, blurry, and going like, see, there it is, right?
Oh, I had a guy
And-
recently come to me with a bunch of videos that he needed me to look at, and every one of them was fucking blurry. And I'm like, I'm not interested in this.
Yeah.
This doesn't mean anything to me.
Every time you got another hearing up on Capitol Hill, it's always the same. I can't talk about it. I've seen this shit, but it's in a skiff, and I can't. This very sensitive, and kind of goes back to people getting in front of the camera and saying, "I've seen evidence, but I can't tell you about it. You're just gonna have to trust me." I don't know. I'm not a buyer necessarily. If the congressman wants to make a point of this, then he needs to be more clear on this, right?
Right. And when people say things like that and then nothing comes of it, it makes you more and more inclined to believe it's all bullshit.
Yeah.
That's where I am. So I'm like, I think the possibility of alien life, of course. Yeah, of course. There's so many planets,
Absolutely.
so many stars, and the idea that we're alone seems crazy. That seems more unlikely. But I don't know what's real when people describe things and talk about things, and things are moving underwater at 500 knots. Okay, show me.
Yeah.
Show me. Like, I can't anymore. I can't respond. I can't get excited.
No, I agree. And sure, everybody's chasing, just like they're chasing a better battery. Everybody's chasing a new form of propulsion, right? I mean, that's a leading part of what governments are spending their money on if they have the resources to do it. So, there's a national security issue there, and you would think that the congressman then would say, "Oh, okay, maybe if you're telling me this, I'm not going to go out in public and say it, right? Maybe if we're talking about this, maybe I shouldn't be talking about what Lockheed Martin is doing, and obviously working hard, if it's correct, to keep it secret because that's a national security issue. So what the hell's he doing here?
Right.
I don't know. It all sounds, like, it's a sack of bullshit.
Yeah, this would definitely be more fun if I was on foot with guns and stuff.
It's kind of a form of entertainment in a lot of a way, because they're trying to get attention. It's like they're almost like reality stars, right? They're trying to do something outrageous to get attention, and that'll help them get elected. That'll get the constituents on their side, and I'm going to be the guy that releases all this information. Oh, let's vote for Bob.
I'm the UFO congressman.
Yeah, but it's like, you're not producing anything. Yeah. Show me, tell me, or shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up. Yeah, I agree, and it does. I'm approached maybe once a month about doing a new series, focused on UFOs, and my point is always the same, which is like, what are we going to talk about?
Right.
What are you going to show that's going to be something new that maybe people learn something about?
Right.
And it's always the same. Look, I'm not saying, again, I agree with him. There's definitely stuff out there, right? We've explored, like a drop of water in a glass of the universe, right? So there's stuff out there. I've just I approach it all from a skeptical point of view. So.
Well, I think you have to, because there's also, unfortunately, a market in talking about these things. And there's a lot of grifters out there that have made a career out of telling you they know.
Yeah.
I have the information. It's been brought to me, and I'm going to release it. And it's like Lucy and Charlie Brown with that goddamn football. Charlie never gets to kick that football. Like, this is the time. This is it.
He never has he?
Never has.
Never has.
Every time he goes to kick that football, that bitch just pulls it away from him, and he goes flying up in the air.
Damn it. Yeah. Maybe he needed to identify as trans. Then she'd give him a break. I don't know where I came up with that one. Oh, I'm gonna get lambasted for that.
They're gonna come for you.
They're gonna come for me. I know.
You reached on that one.
Yeah, I did.
It's just like I want there to be some information that's real, and I think there are, like, Commander David Fravor's depictions and his descriptions of what happened, and there's other fighter pilots that were involved. They have video evidence.
Yeah.
That's compelling.
Yeah.
Like, what is that? What does it mean? What is it doing? How is something able to go from 50,000 feet above sea level to zero so quickly? Like, what is that?
Yeah, no, I agree. And we've talked about that. That's one of the few things that I think is legit right out there and needs further investigation. Again, you have to pick and choose.
One of those guns or something.
Is there a reason to have a identification program in the Pentagon? Of course, goddamn there is. It's a national security issue. Figure out what the hell is flying around out there, right?
Right. If it's real.
If it's real, and did the Chinese come up with a new form of propulsion, right?
Yeah.
And if they did, they undoubtedly stole it from Lockheed Martin. There was just because you can never do one of these episodes without me kicking the Chinese Communist Party in the ass, but they just finished the sentencing for an American Chinese citizen. This is a fascinating case. People always roll their eyes when I talk about Chinese espionage, so I always love to highlight, an example.
They shouldn't roll their eyes.
They shouldn't, but
there's
they do.
so much.
Yeah.
You want to talk about evidence?
Yeah.
That's not UFOs, bro.
Yeah. No, it's true. So this guy. Chen Guangdong is his name. He's like, 60 years old. Has been sentenced, or I think he's awaiting sentencing. He's out free, believe it or not. He's free on bail right now. And so he went to work in 23, because this stuff has been sealed for quite some time, but he went to work in 23 for some California-based company that was contracted with the Pentagon. And he was only there for a month. And during the course of that month that he was there, he downloaded some 3,600 files or so on the technology that this company develops on behalf of the Pentagon related to sensors that are very sensitive information that used to detect nuclear missile launches, used to detect and track hypersonic and ballistic missiles, used for fighter jets to track incoming missiles, heat-seeking missiles. So it's very, classified material. He downloaded, during the course of his 4 weeks there, downloaded all these files onto his personal storage devices. And they couldn't find all the hard drives that he had taken with all this information. They've gone missing somehow. So, as it turns out, the amazing part about this story is he accepted a job during the course of his brief period of time with this California company working on the sensors. He accepted with a competitor, right? So they were going to hire him. But ever since like 2014, when he's been working for U.S. companies, he's apparently nobody gives a shit. Nobody's doing any due diligence. Nobody's doing any background investigations. From 2014 on, he's been applying to the Chinese Communist Party for what they call talent programs. The Chinese government puts out these proposals. You know, hey, send us your information. If you're working on information of interest, they call them talent programs. And they'll provide funding to people who get their applications accepted. Well, of course, what the Chinese Communist Party is doing is they're fishing for people with access, right? And then, you'll put in a proposal saying, I'm working on the following, and I think it could be really interesting.
So you're gonna
and this
get
guy did it. He took several trips to China. He applied for funding for these talent programs from essentially the Chinese Communist Party. He stated in emails that he thinks it could be really beneficial to the Chinese military, some of the work that he's doing. And so from 2014 on, he's been doing this. And
yeah, but I can get it on Amazon, and I've seen this cue color.
Yeah, it's incredible. So now he's out on an almost $2 million bail. I don't know how they're allowing him to roam around free. But it's just another example, I guess, is what I'm saying, of
I want to show you the video.
What happens out there and why people need to be aware, why companies that are engaged in anything almost, because the Chinese Party's interested in everything. But you see this and you think, okay, I get it. The guy was stealing information.
Yeah, that's the one that I want.
But then you look and you go, how the fuck did he keep on doing this all these years? How was he?
It's a boy and a girl, right?
Yeah, you go from a company and get hired by another company, and they were obviously excited by his expertise, but nobody bothered to dig into it, right? And that's always how
you can do this. You see, and you can put it
for the most
that.
part get fucked. Is they don't have a proactive mindset, right? They're not thinking about
definitely something
that
for
when
their
they're hiring
cause.
somebody. Not thinking
that.
that there's a hostile state-sponsored entity out there that'd like to steal our information.
Well, so isn't that also part of the problem with having these administrations that are only in office for 4 years? So like they have all their problems that they have to deal with. They get in, they're basically starting the job anew, and then you've got these companies out there that are hiring Chinese nationals, and you don't even know it.
Yeah.
You're not even aware. There's no way you can pay attention to all of it. And the people that are running the companies, all they want to do is get that company off the ground, start making a lot of money.
Yeah, get a government contract.
Yeah.
Now, theoretically, they're supposed to, they're supposed to be going through a variety of security processes about, the dissemination of information, who's got access to it, and all these things. But clearly, it doesn't. It's not working all that well. Anyway, so that's
I'm
that's
getting
the thing.
shot
And then
at.
apparently the news just broke that
I'm down.
There was a breach, and I think it was Microsoft's SharePoint software that attacked the Department of Energy, and it was Chinese hackers again.
Oh, they're right there. There's a guy right there.
12 hours or so, and they were going after, among other organizations and agencies, the group that's responsible for maintaining our nuclear stockpile, right, which sits inside the Department of Energy. So it's the National Nuclear Security Administration, something like that. So, yeah, I guess I always like to point out that it's a hostile world out there. And going back to your point, you need to have organizations that are out there trying to, secure, the national security interests of America. And so, yeah, that sounds like I'm standing.
Yeah, the idea that you don't is crazy.
Yeah.
See, that's so naive.
Well, it's the idea that everybody, if we just would all get along, right? It's all going to work out fine. And the world's really messy. It's ugly. I mean, we can see that in whether you're talking about the Middle East right now, which is a mess. You're looking at the Ukraine-Russia conflict. There's just a lot of shit that happens out there, and so you do need these organizations. Now, again, we talked about this. You need them to be as transparent as they can be and still be operationally efficient, right? But yeah, Middle East, that's a fucked up situation. Yeah.
So, what do we know about how much damage was done by those bunker buster bombs? I saw some video, and again, I don't know what's real, but it looked insane, where they were reviewing the damage and they were kind of climbing into this giant canyon that was created by these bunker busters.
Yeah, it's a really interesting point, and I think we talked about earlier about how you can get out over your skis. Tulsi Gabbard probably did it, and Pam Bondi about the Epstein files and everything. And I think the Trump administration got out, talking about completely obliterated all 3 sites, you
Right.
know, Isfahan and Natanz and Fordo. And you know what? Wait for the battle damage assessments to come in with credible intelligence, right? Just say, we've done this, we're assessing. How about that, right? Just keep it like that. Prevent yourself from having to then walk the dog back, right? So, so they didn't. They came out and said, we've completely obliterated these sites. What appears to be now coming from some of these assessments, at least the early assessments, is that they did significant damage to one of the sites, Fordo. And then the other 2 sites, they did some damage, but that's where it's questionable. And these are coming from Israeli and U.S. intelligence. And honestly, when it comes to Iran, sometimes we rely very heavily on what the Israelis have, because their intel tends to be a little bit better. I mean, it's their existential threat, so they've spent decades developing sources, right? And so I think, did we destroy all 3? No, absolutely not. We didn't. Did we degrade their ability to enrich uranium in the short term? Yeah. But does that short term mean, 3 months, 6 months? I think that's kind of where they appear to be at. They don't know. There's still questions, and the Israelis think that they actually did manage to keep a stockpile of some of the enriched uranium that was buried way down inside of, I think it was Isfahan, the site. And so it was successful to a degree, right? But not to the degree that it was discussed early on and what they're still saying, right? So I think that's, and that's a realistic approach. I think the military was fairly clear in some of their scenarios that they were drawing up prior to this, that we don't have high confidence that we can completely destroy these sites, right? But if they've destroyed and damaged a large number of centrifuges, well, that takes time to replace, right? And so, what I think what's going to happen is the regime, and I think they're already doing it, they're going to disperse all of their efforts, right? They're not going to stop trying to enrich uranium. They're not going to stop this drive towards a nuclear weapon, because now, in particular, I think they view it as, that's our only leverage going down the road. So they're going to disperse it to smaller sites, going to make it more difficult to create a single strike scenario where you take it out for the most part. And I think that's where we're going with it. But look, the Israelis, during the course of their 12 days or so, they degraded the missile capabilities, which was a big part of what they wanted to do, significantly. Now, depending on who you talk to, that significantly is like 40% destruction of launchers and missile stockpiles to 50%. That's a lot. But again, they still have the ability to make them, and they still will. So we've kind of kicked the can down the road, right? We've bought some time in terms of, okay, they're not going to get to a breakout point, next week, but we haven't really solved the problem, right? And you don't solve the problem unless the regime goes away, and then people talk about regime change, and then everybody gets all squirrely. So. But you're going to have this same problem. They've already said they are going to continue to arm their proxies. And there have already been weapons shipments that have been interdicted, going to the Houthis, going to Hezbollah, right? That process of them getting weapons to their proxies is more difficult, in part because, Syria has fallen, and the Syrian government is, it doesn't like Iran. The new one, the Islamist government that's there, doesn't like Iran. So they're shutting down some of that traditional routes that they use to move weapons back and forth and other resources. But they're going to keep doing it. They're going to keep trying. So we've kind of, it's putting lipstick on a pig. We've created a better situation in the short term, but it doesn't solve the problem.
Were you shocked that we intervened?
Could you look up the right antifreeze for your car?
No, by the time we'd gotten a few days into what the Israelis were doing, it looked like there was really very little option. We were going to have to go in and do that, because the Israelis did not have the ability to do that, right? They were, there are operations, again, look, people can argue about, they should have done it, but from an operational perspective, it was pretty damn impressive, right? Taking out some of the military leadership, taking out some of those nuclear program managers, directors, scientists, was really impressive.
Well,
and
one of the
shows,
things that was so impressive was when they tricked them with a fake phone call. Everybody get together in the bunker.
Yes.
And then they blew the bunker up.
Yep. I mean, it shows the depth of their intel capabilities because, again, they've been doing this for years because it's an existential goddamn threat, and so that's their target, right? We've got in the U.S., our intel operations are focused on a lot of different things. Right? For the Israelis, for the most part, it's Iran. Yes, it's sets are Hezbollah, Houthis, and Hamas, and all that. But those are those things wouldn't exist without Iranian support and backing. So their focus over the years has been how do we develop sources, how do we create access, when the time comes, they pull out their playbook and they open it up and go, let's do this, and they just push the button, right? And they're able to accomplish.
How much it costs, anyways?
But it does show their capabilities. They didn't have the munitions, so they don't have these bunker busters to penetrate and get down, to Natanz or wherever. So it wasn't a surprise that we did it. Again, I just think we should be, and I suspect the Pentagon, felt like we should have been more circumspect in how we described the success of it. Now the foreign minister from Iran's come out the past couple of days, right? And he said, serious damage. We've had to stop all uranium enrichment. People going, well, look, and even the White House has said, well, see, we've significantly damaged all their enrichment capabilities. Okay, if you believe what the goddamn Iranian foreign minister says. Right? But he's a spokesman for the mullahs and for the IRGC. Why would you? Yeah. So
why would they be honest about the losses they've taken?
Yeah. So he's pushing a message, right?
Right.
And so, who knows? But I think there's been damage, but not to the degree that they would like to have seen.
But a lot of people didn't understand why at this point did we do that? Because one of the narratives was that they had the capability of enriching uranium to 90%, where they could, but they didn't plan on doing it. They only wanted to have it so that they could use it as
Say
leverage.
land in center of your hangar.
There is
elevator?
there's no civilian purpose for having 60% enriched uranium. So
Are you gonna try to
yes,
enter
maybe
as
they
well?
thought if we get a stockpile of it, then we're very close because it's an easy lift getting from, relatively speaking, getting from 60 to 90% for weapons grade. So yes, maybe their thought was only we just use it as leverage and we're not actually going to pursue a weapon. But I don't know that you want to, you want to make strategic decisions based on the hope that that's the case, right?
Right.
I think everything else that it's shown in the past, their obfuscation, their hiding of their program, backing off of past agreements, none of that showed that they were earnest negotiators, or that they were honest brokers in what that weapons program was like. So I think, there sounds like there was significant intelligence that came into the
There's another elevator right next to me.
Israeli services that said they're fast tracking this whole effort, and that may have been in part because of the damage done to their proxies. Right, so they may have looked and seen, look, Hezbollah's leadership was torn apart. Right, their stockpiles were incredibly degraded. Same thing with the others. And so maybe, that was the motivation, perhaps, I'm speculating, for the Iranian regime to say, okay, let's get this done. Let's push. If the Israelis picked up on that, then that would, be sufficient justification to say we got to act now.
But the thing is, it's like we had to get dragged into it.
Yeah.
That's where it gets fucked up, because one of the things that people voted for with this new administration was no more wars, no more useless wars. And then 6 months in, we're bombing Iran.
Yeah. No, I look, I'm not here to argue whether, I know there's a lot of people that say we should not be doing any of this shit. Right? We shouldn't be, we shouldn't have been in Iraq. We shouldn't have been in Afghanistan. We shouldn't have, gone to Vietnam. We shouldn't have. Okay, fine. There's a lot of people that argue that we should just sit in a bubble because the world will happen and it won't impact us, right? Some of the shit that happens outside, the U.S. borders will come back in a massively, serious way and bite us in the ass. So, could a conflagration out in the Middle East, if we don't take any part in it, could it impact U.S. national security interests? Well, yeah, it could. So, but it's a call. I get it. People are saying draw the curtains and we shouldn't be at war and we shouldn't be doing any of this and we shouldn't support Israel. And what are we doing? I understand the mindset. I just don't agree with it. But, I think... So I think the limited participation in terms of providing the necessary munitions to attack those sites, again, wasn't a surprise. Don't disagree with the decision. I just think, we need to be pragmatic about how much damage we've done and what the potential is for us having to revisit this whole issue, right? So
The thing is, like, people are so skeptical about motivations now. They're so skeptical about public narratives, like why we're doing this and why we're
What's the
doing
price
that.
for the thing?
And I think one of the things is important, hearing it from a person like yourself that's spent most of your lifetime involved in this, that there are things, like, we really shouldn't be meddling in every part of the world, but sometimes we have to meddle.
There are occasions, there are times. It would be great if we lived in a world where we could just worry about ourselves. But that's not, maybe 250 years ago it was, right? Because it would take the Armada a long time to make its way across the ocean. But, shit happens with remarkable speed now, and I just think it's an idealistic idea that you can ignore what's happening, and you can just say we're only focusing on us. We're not going to get involved in anything that happens out there. I agree. There's a lot of things that we don't need to be involved in.
Move to
right?
elevator and bring up.
Looking back on Iraq, looking back on Afghanistan, right? Now, Afghanistan should have been a surgical move, right? We should have gone into Tora Bora, blown the shit out of that, tried to get, bin Laden. And then we should have said, look, if you do this again, meaning if you let your country be a sandbox for the terrorists, we're going to come back here and do this again. And then we should have gotten the hell out and not worried about, well, maybe we can build a stable federal-style government in Afghanistan, which has never happened, in which we could have looked at what the Soviets said and said, yeah, it's not going to work. So there's things where we should be learning, and we're not very good at. We should be learning and saying, but my point being is you got to leave the door open, because there are times when shit could go really seriously wrong. And if the Iranians suddenly, if you're wrong about the hope that, well, I think they're just for peaceful purposes, because I'm going to, for some reason, believe, counter to their actions up till now, I'm going to believe the Iranian regime, so it's peaceful purposes. And then they announce that they're a member of the nuclear club. You got a shitstorm going on in the Middle East, because it's not like the regional actors like the Saudis are going to go, okay, no worries, we're going to let Iran have the bomb, and we're not going to get it. Right. Now you're going to have multiple nuclear-armed nations sitting in the Middle East, and
at odds with each other.
And I don't know that that's a really good scenario, because you're inching closer to use of a tactical nuclear weapon, right? Like Putin's already in his moronic puppet Medvedev, keeps rattling the nuclear sable. Remember, we'll use a tactical nuke, maybe. You start getting closer to that, and that's a real problem. So I think there are times when you gotta step in an intelligent way, but you got to be pragmatic about what that means. And so what I'm saying about with Iran is we didn't really solve anything, right? And nothing will get solved. The Iranian population isn't going to have a better life until there's a change in that regime. I'm not advocating regime change unless it comes from inside Iran, right? And that's what you'd like to think. Maybe at some point they rise up and say, "Fuck it, enough's enough," right? Yeah, but that hasn't happened, and despite people hoping it would happen.
Yeah, it's very. It gives
The
people a
mission
lot
is
of
still
anxiety
there.
when we think about all the possibilities of all over the world, all the different things that are happening, whether it's Ukraine and Russia, Iran and Israel. It's like, it's constant. What's going on in Gaza? It's like everything is. It's just like this constant feed of doom.
Yeah.
That, if you're paying attention, and you kind of have to pay attention a little, because it is kind of crazy, and it could affect your life.
Which is, I think, why we're so quick to want to glom on to what's happening with Epstein or what's happening with the Intel assessment of them, because it takes away the focus from there's shit happening in the world. They could create bigger conflict, right? It could drag us into something bigger. Look, the European Union they're heavily focused on what's going on with Russia because they're sitting on the border, right? And so right now, Putin, he has no interest in peace, right? He thinks he's still kind of winning, right? And there's this hope that, we think the Russian economy is about to crumble. It doesn't look that way. I don't think it's going to crumble. So, my point being is that the EU looks at it from a different perspective than the U.S. does. I think one of the things that Trump's done very well is to get the EU to focus more of their own resurces on it. That's a great move. Right? People should be able to say, whether they're Democrat or Republican, it makes sense. Focus more on it. Right? It's in your backyard. And so I think that's a good step from this
Alrighty.
administration. They should be talking
I'll
about it
catch you
more.
later,
But does that
Creed.
mean we should back off entirely? Well, again, I hear
Get
from
off
folks
my
all the
ass
time.
out.
They're like, yeah, why do we give a shit? Why should
Peace
we be
out,
spending
everyone.
our
Thanks for
resources
hanging
on
out.
Ukraine?